That might be the Mandalorian way, but it's not my way. Not anymore.
Okay. I think we are up. All right. Okay. I think we're live. Hello. Hello, everyone. Sorry we're late, guys. What's up, everybody? Sorry we're late. We're gonna go ahead and get right into the debates here because we're a little late. How's everybody doing? Happy Monday. Hold on, give me a second. Let me set everything up real quick. All right. All right. Let's do it. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. All right, we're gonna get this shit started. Let's do it. Oh, fuck. All right, let me get this shit set up. Do my live gift goal. Dragon Crown. Glad you make it work. Yeah, I gotta get a new computer. I don't like it won't let me update to Windows 11. I don't know why. Well, I guess I kind of know why. It's an architecture thing. I gotta get a new computer soon. All right. I hope everybody had a fantabulous weekend. Mhm. I use Linux. Yeah. I got an i7 9700. K. K stands for carbon. It was a weird weekend. Linux OC. It's crazy. Microsoft is dropping their support for Windows 10, and kind of forcing everyone to like update to Windows 11 or buy a whole new computer if you don't have the architecture for it. It's kind of crazy. You'll get this like you'll get this like thing on your background. It'll say, "Oh wait, we're dropping our support for Windows 10. Here's how you can learn more." And then when you click learn more, it just takes you to a place where you can buy a new computer. it's, it's fucking insane, bro. What's up, everybody? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Okay. All right, we're gonna get started. Uh, ooh, Jesus Christ. Okay. All right, let's get started. We're gonna start with the lesbian topic, and then we're gonna move on to the Trump topic. Okay, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. I like to hear it. I'm glad you guys agree. Grandmaster, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate you. Damn girl, are you a Windows update? Because I'll do you later is crazy. Windows 7 remembers. All right. Okay. We are looking good over here. People are flowing in through YouTube. Right now we already have 56 people over there. Fuck yeah, let's go. We got 20 over there on Twitch. We are good to go. Looks like people are rolling on in this bitch. Windows 95. I remember when I had a Windows computer and I wanted a Mac so bad, so I downloaded this whole thing that makes everything look like Mac. It was cool, but it slowed down my computer heavily. I was like, is it 8th grade or something like that? 9th grade? Vista. Oh yeah, the fucking glass. Everything was glass. Yeah. Yo, Dimmer, thank you so much. Meerkat, thank you for the 31 months. Thank you for getting us started tonight. I appreciate you. You think I can? No, I couldn't do that. I couldn't stream on a Mac. I could stream, but I wouldn't be able to play video games. Thank you so much, Meerkat. Appreciate you with the 31 months. Let's go. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Apple IIe. Yeah, your Grandmaster, your first computer was a person. All right, your first computer was the little things that you slide left and right. You were over there with Aristotle. He was like, okay, 2 + 2. Yeah. Mac video game compatibility. Yeah, they should just make a fucking PC or something like that. But nobody will play any games. Nobody will make games for it. All right. My first PC was a cave painting. There you go. Right next to Og and Oog Oog. This is cave mates. All right. Whew. Looks like Just Jordan was first. All right, what's up, everybody? Woohoo, we're live. The Bible was the first computer. What y'all doing? What y'all doing? Aloha, everybody. Aloha, welcome in. Oh yeah, also shout out to Annie. First comment on Twitch and YouTube. Again. Yeah, they're all right, let's see if we can get some people up here to debate. Hello, Jazzy, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
Hi, I'm 21 years old.
All right, you think being gay or lesbian is wrong?
No, I don't, actually. I'm a lesbian myself.
Roger that. Well, we're looking for opposition right now, but I do appreciate you for coming up, okay?
Okay.
All right, take it easy. What's up, everybody? Thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you, everybody. If you think being gay or lesbian is wrong, go and hop on in the guest request. We'll have to talk to you. Thank you so much. What's up? Welcome in. Welcome in. Keep tapping that screen. Let's go. Good evening, Mr. Oakby. What's up, folks? What's up? What's up? Welcome in. Welcome in. How we doing tonight? If you think being gay or lesbian is wrong, go ahead and hop on in here. Give your best argument for why you think that is. And we'll get you on in here. Let's go. Please make sure you're 18 or older. And we'll get you on in here. Let's go. Okay. Quirky Prom, thank you for the heart, man. All right, let's let our first people up here. Let's see who we got here. Shane, you are live. Can I get your age, please, Shane?
I am 18.
All right. You think being gay or lesbian is wrong?
Yes.
Okay. What's your best reason for believing that?
Alright, so in I'm not like really here to like give a whole like preaching thingy, but
Yeah, just give an argument. That's all I care about.
alrighty. So basically, God says that I'll give you a short story. So God says
I must look
that
dark over
it's
here.
like you're supposed to go with the opposite gender of what you are as your
Why?
soulmate. Just because it's the way that the book is written, you know.
You don't know why though. You just like it's just arbitrary.
I mean, like, yeah, I do, but like
Well,
you
what's
said,
the reason why? Like, when God looks at a woman being with another woman or a man being with another man, like, why does he oppose that?
just because.
It's just okay. So if he doesn't have a reason for why he opposes it, then we don't have a reason to like condemn people for being gay.
You know, I don't know.
Yeah. So you're just saying being gay is wrong for no reason. That's all you're saying.
I mean, being gay is wrong because it's like it's weird. Like, if you're gonna be with another gender,
I think
and you're
people
just
who
gonna,
watch rom-coms are weird, but that doesn't mean it's wrong.
okay.
Okay, but just listen. I'll get on to the next person, but just come up when you have like a reason that you can posit in an argument, and I'll let you back up. Okay.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Take it easy. All right, we're gonna get the next person in here. Please make sure you have an argument for why it's wrong. Everybody, keep tapping that screen so you know you are live. Can I get your age, please?
Quite frankly, I think we
That's
need to
absolutely
step
crazy,
out
bro.
of the
I was
stall.
talking about you in an abortion debate just last night. Okay. Don't talk to strangers on the internet, kids. Lil Garfield, can I get your
What's
age,
good,
please?
Unc?
What's
Huh?
up? Can I get your age?
19.
All right. You think being gay or lesbian is wrong?
In a way, yeah, I do believe it's wrong,
Okay.
especially lesbians.
Can you give me your best argument for why it's wrong?
So lesbians, well, I want to quote from some. Do you know Myron from
No.
Fresh and Fit?
I know Fresh and Fit.
Well, he basically said that lesbians don't really contribute to society, and I kind of agree. Like at least gay men, they like can contribute to society, but
What does it mean to contribute to society? What does that mean?
I don't
Just
know,
like
like
help, just
whatever
like
you think
help.
it means.
Okay, so like helping people. So you don't think a lesbian has ever helped a person before?
Can they enlist in the army? No.
Yeah.
I mean, but they choose not to. Like a gay man can
No.
enlist in
There
the
are
army.
lesbians in the army.
Yeah, but there's more gay men in the army
Well, you said
than
no
lesbians.
lesbians. You said no
Well, you know what?
lesbians do anything for
Less
society.
and most lesbians like choose not to have children.
Okay, so you're not giving me an argument for why it's wrong to be lesbian.
I'm just saying they don't
Alright.
contribute much to society.
Well, that's just false. But like, do you have an argument for why it's wrong to be like specifically lesbian?
That they basically
Okay.
was my argument. I'm here to
Okay.
troll though.
I understand.
Type.
All right, take it easy.
Ali, you're a nice guy, but you're not speaking.
Yeah, man. All right, if you have an argument, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. We have 182 people watching over on TikTok, and nobody's tapping, so keep tapping that screen. Let's get that up to 25,000 likes. Right now we're at 4.6K. That helps get more people in here and expose more people to the live so we can get some more debates in here. If you do think that being gay or lesbian is wrong, go and hop on in that guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. And all that good stuff. Please make sure you are 18 or older. Sleep, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Thank you guys for the gifts. Want me to add this emote? Is this a duck twerking? Ducko, I need you to chill. Can they procreate? Yes, they can. Ducko. All right, do we have any debates, guys, or no? Daniel, thank you for the heart me. What's the reason of this live? Debate. Aloha, everybody. Welcome in. How's everybody doing? Why? Why debate? What do you mean, why debate? What is that? I don't understand what you're asking. Like, people, why debate just lesbians? Well, there's a lot of topics we cover, right? It's not just lesbians that we cover. All right, let's see if Shane has an argument now. Shane, what you got?
All right, so
Go ahead.
I
Tell me what
figured
you
out
asked ChatGPT.
that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I figured out that like if a lesbian is like originally with like just a guy or something like that, and they get a divorce and they go with another woman, like wouldn't that kid, if that kid were to go with the lesbians, then that would be like if the woman got full custody of the kid, like let's just say like theoretically, right?
The two women in the lesbian relationship?
Yep.
Okay.
The kid would never know what it's like to grow up without a father, and yeah, you know. And so
Kid, you mean the kid will know what it's like
No.
to grow up without a father?
yeah, the kid would know what it's like to
And
not
you
grow
just
up.
mean a male figure in the household. That's all you're saying, right?
Yeah, so
fucking
like
reasonable.
pretty much.
Yeah, but like, I mean, if you have a man and a woman raising a child, that child will never know what it's like to be raised by two women, right? They'll never know what it's like to be raised without a male, and only two people who are women in the household, right? But when you look at like empirical studies, right, we show that that's not harmful, right? Like it's not harmful for a child to be raised by two women or two men. They have the same
mean-
metrics in education, parental bonding, nutrition, mental health, and things like that. So.
Sometimes the kid can grow up to have like depression or like fears of like stuff, you know, and
They're
like,
not more likely to than if they were raised by a straight couple.
all right, you're right.
All right, man.
Honestly, yeah, you are right.
All right, man. All right, if you think being gay or lesbian is wrong, go and hop on in the guest requests. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Hello, can I get your age, please? Hello? Aloha. Hello? Okay, I don't think this is an op because their bio says, I love Dean. All right. Nothing wrong with it. Just don't try to force it on our... Oh, no, you're going to be made gay. We're all going to make you gay, okay? All right, please, if you think that being gay or lesbian is wrong, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. Please, only if you think that it's wrong, hop in the guest request. And please make sure you're 18 or older. Thank you so much for the heart, me. I appreciate you. How do they decide where to eat? Assuming between... Anyway, can we get some, like, debates in here? Where y'all at, bro? All right, let's get this person in here. Hello, can I get your age, please? Hello? Bruh. Where y'all at, bruh? It's crazy. Next. Hey, Gra, thank you so much. Oh, that was timed perfectly. Virgo, thank you for the Panther Pause. Ashley, can I get your age, please?
35.
All right, you think being gay or lesbian is wrong?
Wait, I got married to a woman. I thought this was the opposite. My bad.
Nah, you have a good one. All right, let's see who we got here. Hello, can I get your age, please?
24.
No, you're not. Get out of here. Stop lying, bro. All right. It's fucking crazy, bro. Mirrored, can I get your age, please?
29.
All right. What's your best argument for why being gay or lesbian is wrong?
No, I want to know who's actually against this.
Oh, there's a lot of homophobes. It's usually evangelical Christians, but yeah, that's mainly it.
Oh man, yeah, they're in the wrong world.
Yeah, and I try to tell them, but you know they don't listen these days. Yeah. Man. All right, well, thank you for coming up. All right,
That's
man.
just really shocking. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man. It's like, wait a minute, I'm a lesbian. I asked moment. Could somebody debate? Yeah, when we first start our lives, usually you get this, like, you know, a lot of people who aren't like opposed. Some people who accidentally request, and some people who are trolling. So she was ready to jump. Yeah, that's true. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. How we doing? You know what I should do is I should be like, why is being trisexual wrong? It's gonna trigger all the right wingers, and then I'm just gonna get a lot of like people on the left who are like also join, and they're like, what the fuck do you mean by trisexual? Just piss off everybody. I don't give a fuck. Okay. Is it fur? Is that what it is? All right. Hello. Can I get your age, please?
19.
All right. You think being gay or lesbian is wrong?
Well, no, wait, actually, can I ask? Wait, are you saying that?
Oh my
being
God.
lesbian
No,
is wrong?
it's fine to be gay. I'm debating people who think that it's wrong.
Oh, okay. Cool.
All right. You have a great rest. Oh my God. Oh. All right. Hello. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, 36.
All right. Why is being gay or lesbian wrong?
I think for women, I think it's just disgusting. Two women together, it's just disgusting.
Yeah. Why is it
How
wrong,
can you?
though?
It's just wrong. It looks wrong.
Okay. It
It
looks
looks
wrong,
wrong.
but you don't know the reason for it.
It's for my reason. It has nothing to do with the Bible or anything. I find two women doing that disgusting, personally.
Okay. So if you saw me eating like a particular food that you don't like and you found that disgusting, you would say that I'm doing something morally wrong?
No, not morally.
Well, I don't understand what you mean by wrong then.
No, I didn't say wrong. I said disgusting. Yeah, I never said wrong.
Yeah, that's
Don't
what.
put words nowhere.
Do you see the words
No,
at the top? Can you read the words
But
at the top?
I said personally. I said personally.
Yeah. So why is it
I
wrong?
never said wrong. I said me personally.
Do
I
you
think
understand
it's
the question that I'm
disgusting.
asking you?
Yeah, I do. I can read.
What's the question
and
that I'm asking you?
You're saying why is being that wrong?
Yeah. So
And
I'm
I
not
said,
asking
I
you if
think
you
it's
think it's disgusting. I'm asking you if you think that it's wrong and why do you
fucking
think
being
that's wrong?
wrong. I say it's disgusting.
Okay, I'm not asking you
That's
about your
simple.
disgust, right? Does it say why is
Yeah.
being lesbian disgusting? Does it say that?
No, I don't give a fuck what it says. I think it's
Okay, so
disgusting.
cool. So you don't think that it's wrong, correct?
I think it's disgusting.
That's not the question that I asked you. I didn't ask you if the sky is blue, right? I asked you if being lesbian wrong. Do you have an argument for? Listen, I'm only debating people who think that it's wrong. So if you think it's fine to be gay, right, you can do that. Like that's fine. But I'm only debating people who think that it's morally wrong. You shouldn't do it. Is that your belief or is it not your belief?
I think wrong. Then yeah, let's say it's wrong
Okay, why is it wrong?
because it's two women. Two
Yeah,
women.
that's what it means to be lesbian. Why is that wrong?
Yeah, it's a personal preference.
Yeah, what's the
It's wrong.
preference?
Yeah, like you as a woman. Well, I can't say you. But it's the understood you as a woman. Why are you lying with another woman? It's
The same way,
disgusting.
usually the same reason why a man would, because they fell in love with them.
No, that's their business. I don't
Yeah,
care.
it is their business. So why is it wrong?
It's just gross. All this dick out
Well,
here, and you want a
now we're
woman?
back to the disgusting thing. That's not the question I asked you.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so you
That's
don't
what
have
I
a
think.
reason. Okay, cool. So you don't have a reason why it's wrong. Just, come back up when you do have a reason for why it's wrong. I'm only looking for people who think that it's wrong, okay? All right, let's get to the next person. Please, only if you have an argument for why it's wrong, go and hop on the guest request. If you don't think that it's wrong, please do not join the guest request. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, C, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. All right, let's get to the next person. Hello, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 58.
All right, why is being gay or lesbian wrong?
It's just like a waste of like your intention of why you were created.
When you say intention, you mean like an agent created them?
Well, it's like this, okay? What's
It's a
the
yes or
purpose
no,
of
by
a
the way.
cow?
Can you answer
Hey,
my
you
question?
talk. Okay, go ahead. What was your
Yeah,
question again?
I asked when you said created intentionally, do you mean like a person or an agent created them?
Well, no, like they were born.
Yeah, I agree that they were born, but you said
Okay.
their intention for their creation. You say
Okay.
somebody created them like their parents?
Correct, or
Okay,
cows, or kangaroos, or kittens.
gotcha. So if your parents
A
created you,
male. No, it's not your parents. It doesn't have to be your parents.
don't your parents create you?
Well, do two people that have sex with people that don't even know each other are they your parents?
I don't know why you're like dodging the question. If somebody has, so
Well,
let's
your
say if
question
somebody,
is kind of
I'm
ambiguous.
sorry. Okay, so let's be clear. I asked you why being lesbian is wrong. And you're saying they're going against the intention of their creation, right?
Yeah,
And their
they don't.
parents create, hold on, their parents create them, right? So you're saying the parents intend for them to be with a man?
No, their parents are doing what is natural, reproducing.
Yeah, but why is being lesbian wrong? You're not
Okay,
answering the question there.
do lesbians reproduce?
Yes.
No.
Yes, they do.
How?
They go to an IVF clinic.
So they have a procedure done that
And that's
gives them the ability to produce
reproduce. Yeah.
because of what they're doing
Yes.
is not going to work because it goes against
Cool. So you agree
nature.
that lesbians can reproduce. Okay, next question.
No, I didn't say they could reproduce.
Oh, so
I
when a
said that
when a
they
lesbian
can.
when a lesbian gives birth, that she's not reproducing?
Okay, did she no, bro? Let's divide it up. Okay,
Yeah, let's go.
did the person conceive?
Yeah, they conceive. That's how they got pregnant, my guy.
No, they got conceived because the egg was conceived in the lab
Yeah,
or
that's called
scientific
reproduction.
prop.
Yeah, that's how they
Right,
reproduce.
but that's not
All right.
nature.
No, you didn't ask.
That's not
You didn't ask,
nature.
Lucifer. If you want to change your
Oh,
question, Lucifer, I
ambiguous.
don't
We're
know why
back
I'm
to
being
you being
overtalked. Is there a
ambiguous
reason why I'm
again.
being overtalked right now?
Yeah, it's because you're a
So I
dumbass
don't know why you're
sometimes,
like
and you
overtalking. You're
deserve it.
still overtalking me. Okay, so
I
you didn't
will,
ask.
and I will
You're still
continue
over.
to.
Okay, so now I'm gonna have to start muting you. Like crashing out is not gonna help your case, buddy. You look really embarrassed right now. Okay, so what you asked me is, do lesbians reproduce? You did not ask me if lesbians naturally reproduce. You understand how those are two different questions? Now you can go and unmute, and then you can answer that question that I just asked you. And by the way, if you dodge the question, I will ask the question again. Go ahead.
I said by nature.
No, you said, can lesbians reproduce? Those were your exact words.
Can lesbians reproduce by nature, or do they need a man-made
Yeah, they need to do it
creation?
artificially, just like infertile couples.
Okay,
Cool.
so
Now, why is it wrong?
because it's not natural.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the appeal to nature fallacy?
Okay. Have you
That was
ever
a
heard
question, by
of?
the way. I don't know
Yes,
why
I
you're
have.
asking. Okay. What is?
Actually,
Okay. Represent to me what the appeal to nature fallacy is, since you said you heard of it.
okay, it's the same appeal that you do to emotion.
All right. Can
It's
you
the
tell me
same
what
thing
the
that you're
appeal to?
doing.
No, those are not the same. They're two different things. What's the appeal to nature fallacy?
They're all fallacies that you're arguing
Yeah.
with
What is
me
the appeal to
against.
nature
Okay,
fallacy?
so again,
Do
it's
I have to repeat the question a
it's
fourth
an
time?
appeal to nature
Yeah. What is it? What's the form of that argument?
that all things are created naturally. Therefore, that okay. Go ahead.
So the appeal to nature fallacy is a non sequitur in virtue of the fact that you're saying if X is natural, X is good, or if you're saying if X is unnatural, that's bad, right? That's just going to be a non
Exactly.
sequitur. Okay. So you agree that it can't be the case that being lesbian is wrong in virtue of it being unnatural is a valid argument. You agree with that, correct? It's not a valid argument.
One point of an argument could be used using that fallacy.
Okay. So you agree that your argument fails. So what's your next argument for why being gay is wrong?
Again, you cannot produce a person in nature.
Oh,
What
why is
would
that
the
wrong?
answer to your question? What would the
Wait,
answer
why
to
would that be
your
wrong?
question be? 200 years ago.
Yeah. Why would that be wrong?
No. What would the
Wait,
question
answer my
be
question. I asked you a question.
200 years
I
ago?
asked you a question. You said
I
that the
already
reason
answered
why.
yours. Answer
Okay, so just to be
mine.
clear, you're saying that a lesbian, a woman who chooses to be in a romantic relationship with another woman, what she's doing wrong is she's choosing to be in a relationship with somebody who she cannot naturally reproduce with. Is that your position? Yes or no?
Yeah, she's going against her purpose.
That's a yes or no?
Yes, she's
Okay,
going
so
against her function as a female.
cool. Now, if a man goes into a relationship with a woman who he can't naturally reproduce with, is he doing something wrong?
Okay. Are we now talking about men and women having having relationships?
Yeah.
You're
So answer the
pivoting,
question.
bro.
So I'm
You're
going to ask the question
pivoting.
again since you just
Now
asked the question.
you're trying to
So the
you're
question
trying
that
to
I
you're
asked was
trying to
if a man,
frame
I don't know
you're
why I'm
trying to
being
frame
overtalked
a
right. I
question.
don't know why I'm being overtalked right now. Okay. So what I asked you was a very simple question. The question was if a man chooses to be in a relationship with a woman who he knows he cannot reproduce with naturally, is he doing something wrong? It's a simple yes or no question.
No.
Okay, so now we got ourselves into a little conundrum here, Lucifer, where it both is and is not the case that if you choose to be with somebody who you can't naturally reproduce with, that you're doing something wrong. And you know what we call that in argumentation? That's called a logical contradiction, right? So which one is it? Are you doing something wrong, or are you not doing something wrong?
Explain the
All right, I'll give you.
contradiction.
Yeah, I'll give you the I just did it, but I'm gonna do it again. Okay. On one hand, you're saying it's wrong to be with somebody who you can't reproduce with naturally. On the other hand, you're saying it's not wrong to be with somebody who you can't reproduce with naturally, right? You're special pleading in case of the woman that you're not applying to the man. They're both doing the same action. They're both dating a woman that they can't naturally reproduce with, and yet only somehow the woman is doing something wrong. Explain that to me, Lucifer.
How come the man can't reproduce?
One of them can't reproduce, right? They can't
How
reproduce with each
come?
other naturally. They can listen. The
How come?
lesbian, listen. The lesbian can reproduce. She can't reproduce naturally with another woman. Just like in the
So
scenario I gave you, the man can reproduce. He just can't reproduce naturally with the woman. Those are the exact same scenario, and somehow it's only wrong for the woman. Why?
it's not the same
I bet.
scenario.
Yeah, I bet.
Dude,
Okay, let me
you
ask you
just
this way.
talked about two women,
Cool.
and then you're comparing two women to a man and a woman
Okay.
that don't have the same relationship or comparison
Gotcha.
whatsoever, because this is another fallacy that you're
Okay.
using, is you're trying to compare things
All right.
because you have two women in one scenario and a man and another woman in another scenario.
Yeah, you.
And somehow
Congratulations for figuring out how analogies
because they're
work.
human beings, and you're over talking me.
Yes, I
And
am.
somehow, because they're human
Thank you
beings.
for realizing how analogies work, Lucifer. So let me ask you
Yeah,
this question.
and
So
so
I
okay,
have
so
a
give me
person. I'm gonna tell you a person. I'm gonna tell you a person, and this person is with a woman, and they cannot naturally reproduce with that woman. Is it the case that they should date them or no? Do I need to repeat the question to you, Lucifer?
okay. Again,
It looks like I'm going to have
You,
to repeat the question.
no, you
So the
don't.
question
Your
was,
question
I
is
have a
ambiguous.
person. No, it's not.
Objection,
Here,
Your
I'm going to give it
Honor.
to you. I have a person. I'm telling you a person, but I'm not going to tell you their sex. Okay? And they are in a romantic relationship with somebody knowingly that they cannot naturally reproduce with. From this information, can we establish that they're doing something wrong? Yes or no?
Objection, Your Honor.
You're
Dude,
cooked, my guy.
you're again.
25
You're conflating. You're conflating. You're trying to get me to tell you how two oranges somehow apply to an apple and an orange,
Are you going to answer the question or no?
and you can't because it's not a question.
Okay, so what a question is a line of inquiry into
I
your
don't
beliefs.
need you to
So in this
define a
case, I
question.
don't know why I'm being overtalked
It's
right now.
it's
So
it's
I'm gonna ask the
disinge-
question. So I'm just gonna keep repeating the question until I get an answer out of you.
There
Right?
is no.
So it does like listen. You think I'm gonna drop questions just because you're scared of them? I'm gonna ask the question again. Let's say I have a person, right? And this person is in a relationship with somebody that they cannot naturally reproduce with. Are they doing something wrong? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now I just revealed to you that that person is a man. Now that commits you to the view that a man being with a woman who he cannot naturally reproduce with, that is him doing something wrong. So, under your view, infertile couples are wrong. That's crazy, bro.
That's why there's medical treatments for it, you
Ooh,
Neanderthal.
yeah. Are medical treatments natural or unnatural? Let me know.
They're unnatural.
Oh, damn, Lucifer, damn. You wanna connect the dots? Do I gotta connect them for you?
Yeah, bro, your dots only connect in your brain.
Yeah, that's interesting how they don't connect in your brain, right? That's not a
Well,
a good look on your part.
that's because my brain is who's in control of the world right now.
Yeah, I don't know who is that.
It's the people like me that are business owners, well educated,
Roger
and
that.
just love it when people like you keep doing this type of stuff for us to make highlight reels and
Yeah.
stuff.
Listen,
to
I will
show
definitely
these
be making a
kids
highlight reel
of
of this.
just
I
how
promise you.
stupid you are.
Okay,
You're
but
comparing
listen, so
a
you
man
agree?
and a
Yes.
woman
Yes.
to
Listen.
in your analogy you're using a man and a man, or man and a woman and a woman and a woman. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
So do you
not
know how
that's
analogies
not
work?
how about this? How about
do
you
know how
base it on
analogies work, right?
facts?
Yeah, so it's a fact
You
that-
don't compare
Okay, cool.
two things that are unrelated.
What's true? We're gonna do a little. Have you ever heard of a trait equalization process? You know what that is? You don't. Why did I ask you?
look
Of
it-
course you don't know what that is. Okay, so a trait equalization
You know what
process.
being
and this- I don't know why I'm being
condescending and little
overtalked right
shit
now. Is there a
is?
reason why your mouth is moving while mine is moving? Is there a
Because
reason
you're
for
a
that?
little shit.
That's great. That's an ad hominem, but that's great. Okay, so Lucifer. So what
How
is
about a
true?
dumb shit?
That's cool. So what is true about the male, right? That such that when he enters in the relationship with a woman and they can't naturally reproduce, makes it morally permissible for him to do that. That would not be true for the woman. What's true about that? Go ahead. What's true about the fact that he's male that makes it okay for him to do that? Go ahead.
Are we talking about lesbians or are we talking about homosexuals?
Okay, so what I'm doing here, I'm telling you, we're doing
You're
both,
not-
right?
you're again-
I don't know,
you're-
like, do you want me to answer the question that you just asked me, or did you not want me to answer the question that you just asked me? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and answer the question that you just asked me. Okay, so you asked, are we talking about straight people or lesbians, right? In the case that
No.
I gave you, it was very
Gay
clear. I don't know why I'm being
people.
overtalked. Is there a reason why you're overtalking? Don't
You
do that
have to
again,
keep.
okay?
Don't you think you should understand why?
Okay, so the purpose of the analogy, right, is that it's going to be neutral in virtue of the reason giving facts about that person, which is in the case of them being male or female, right? So I gave you a situation in which you didn't know the sex of the individual, and then you contradicted yourself because when you found out that individual was male, you changed your answer, right? So there are some morally relevant facts about the male, the fact that they are male, that I'm looking to understand your view on, but you're not giving it to me. So when here's the comparison: a woman being with a woman and not being able to naturally reproduce is wrong. A man being with a woman and not being able to naturally reproduce is not wrong. I'm asking you, if I swap this person's sex from female to male, why is it all of a sudden okay? Give me that answer.
It's not your when you just said you're flopping it to some other example and
That didn't answer
asking
my
me
question.
why isn't it the same?
That didn't answer my question.
You aren't asking a question.
Okay, I'll repeat the question.
Asking for
I'll
a
repeat the question.
comparison.
Yes. Okay. So let's
Okay,
look at the
the
lesbian scenario.
situations are not the same,
Okay,
are
cool. So Lucifer. All right, let's just take
So,
this one
next
example. Let's just
question.
I don't know why. Okay, let you don't understand the question, right? So I'm gonna try to make it a little bit more simpler for you. I gotta come down to your level. Okay. So we have these two lesbians right here. You see behind me on the screen? You see them? Just let me know if you can see the background so I'm not like going crazy here. Do you see them?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
So these are two women and they are
Uh-huh.
in a relationship. You think they're doing something wrong, correct? We agree,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes.
You think what she is doing wrong on the right is she's choosing to be with a person that she cannot naturally reproduce with, correct?
No utility there.
Okay, cool.
No
now
purpose.
let's
Serves
say
no function.
cool. Now let's say I swapped her sex with some advanced technology to male. All of a sudden it's not wrong anymore, correct? You agree with that, right?
No,
Oh, it is still
I don't
wrong?
agree with that.
It would still be wrong
No,
if I'm
I don't. You can't change it. You can't change your sex
Wait,
magically.
so it would still
So you're
I didn't
creating-
ask you
you're creating
naturally.
You're
I didn't ask you if it was
again.
naturally.
Again.
So, wait,
you're
Lucifer,
trying
Lucifer.
to compare.
Is that a yes or a no?
Can you please clarify your question?
Yeah. So if I swap the sex of one of the people, in this case from female to male, is it now permissible for her to date this woman?
Is that going to be a straight man and a straight woman?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then yes, that
Okay.
would be
Cool.
definitely.
Finally, we're getting somewhere. Now,
However,
why
that doesn't
why
occur.
is the fact okay? Why is it the fact that this person is now male? Why is it now all of a sudden okay?
Because your example doesn't exist in reality.
That didn't answer the question.
Yes, it does.
Do you know what a hypothetical is?
Do you know what laws are?
I feel like I have to like pull out a dictionary for like everything. You don't know what a hypothetical
You-
is, do you?
Yeah.
You do?
Bro,
Okay, so of course a hypothetical doesn't exist in the actual world. What hypotheticals are used in debate is to test your logic, and right now you're doing poorly. Okay, Lucifer? Right. You said that if I swap this female sex to male, all of a sudden they're not doing anything wrong. Even if I kept the trait, for example, of them not being able to naturally reproduce with each other. They're not doing anything wrong anymore. Right? And you're not giving me a reason for why they're not doing anything wrong. Why is it the fact that if they're male, it's permissible, but if they're female, it's not? Even if we hold true that neither are able to naturally reproduce.
the women cannot naturally produce
can
because
the man.
they're women.
Yeah, and the male can't naturally reproduce because of some other biological fact. So why would we care about that?
So if two men are together, it's wrong.
Yeah, that's the claim that you're supposed to be
on the
defending.
topic.
Yeah, that's the
Compare
claim.
apples to apples.
That's the claim that you're supposed to be
That's
defending.
your fallacy
You're
that
supposed
you're
to be
using,
you're
bro.
supposed to be defending the claim that it's wrong, not just repeating.
Are
the
we
claim that
talking
it's
about
wrong.
philosophy?
Yeah, and you're doing very badly at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
Okay.
look,
So
okay.
you should know
In my
the basic
world-
laws of logic, right?
In my world, you would be laughed out of court. You would be held in contempt and sitting in jail, and your lawyer would be asking, "Why can't you just shut the fuck up?
Yeah, that's
Why
crazy.
do you
I'm
always
the
have
I'm the
to be
loud.
right?"
Yeah, I'm the loud and obnoxious one in this.
Yeah,
this
going to
conversation.
court, bro. You
Yeah.
would fucking.
I would say
lose.
you should never go to court. You should never study for the bar because you do not know how to produce an argument. Right? An argument is going to be some sequence of premises that, if true, would lead to some conclusion via some inference rule. So far, you haven't given me one. Right? You just said you gave a claim, which is that if you choose to be with somebody that you can't naturally reproduce with, then you're doing something wrong. And then immediately you went back on that claim because that's not true for males. Right? If a male decided to be with a woman that he can't naturally reproduce with, all of a sudden that proposition is not true anymore. I don't know why. So that's what's called special pleading. It's called a contradiction. It's just like over and over. Like, you're really bad at this, my guy. I
No,
can teach
it's
you how to debate if you want
called
me to.
you are changing the circumstances and you're getting a different answer.
Okay.
Dude,
Holy shit.
objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Objection.
Let me ask you this. Is this statement true or false? If you are a person who chooses to date someone you cannot naturally reproduce with, you're doing something wrong. Is that true or false?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Is that true or false?
Can you please clarify the question?
Yeah. So what do you need clarification on?
Okay. Who's the person?
The person is an adult human being.
How do they present?
How do they present? What do you mean?
Uh-huh. Well, what are their pronouns?
Oh, what are their pronouns? Let's say they, them.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And what race are they?
What race are they?
Uh-huh.
Ventrilian, whatever that fucking what are they called?
And what's their sexual orientation?
They're bisexual.
Okay. And then who's the other person?
All the same properties.
But they can't be the same.
Yeah, they're
That's
the
impossible.
Same. Yeah, they're the same properties.
You
They're
can't have the same.
bisexual.
It's impossible.
They're bisexual. They're of the same race. They have the same pronouns.
Well, how many relationships have they had?
Why does this matter? Because that's not in the proposition that you expressed to me. Because now you're bringing up new stuff because you realize that you fucked yourself over, right? So now that we've had our clarification, is that proposition true or false?
Okay, what was it again?
Okay, if you are a person, an adult, right, and you choose to be with somebody who you cannot naturally reproduce with, that is a wrong choice. Is that a true or false statement?
Yes.
That's a true statement?
Yes.
Okay.
You're definitely doing something wrong because you can't have kids.
Yeah, cool. So, under that view, you're going to be committed to, just logically speaking, what's entailed logically, what can be derived from the statement alone, is lesbian couples are wrong, gay couples are wrong, infertile couples, straight couples are wrong. Yep, they're all wrong. Yeah, infertile couples.
God creates children.
Cool. So infertile couples are wrong, right?
Happens all the time.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so looks like Ducifer is opposed to straight couples that cannot reproduce with each other. So now that we've gotten through all that bullshit, right? And now you're committed to believing that infertile couples are wrong, and that if a woman finds out that her husband is infertile, she should divorce him. Right. Okay. So your position now.
Now you're
your
putting
position
words
now.
in
I don't know why I'm being
people's
over talked right now.
mouths.
I don't know why I'm being over talked right now. Okay. So why is it wrong to date somebody that you can't naturally reproduce with? Go ahead.
Date or marry?
Either or.
Well, date's fine. You can hit whatever you want, do whatever you want. But if you're gonna marry, the whole point of marriage is for what?
Oh, so lesbians can date each other. They just can't marry each other.
Exactly.
Okay, so
what are you talking about?
Okay, so infertile couples should not get married, right?
These two people right here are married. You see this? Those are wedding gowns.
I understand. So two people who are infertile. So if a woman finds out that her husband is infertile and can't give her kids, right? She should not be in that relationship. She should leave him, correct? Because his body isn't enough for her.
Well, that's goes by what the woman decides.
Yeah. Is that the right decision, Ducifer?
Yeah, it would be, because if you can't do the job and she wants kids, then absolutely.
So Ducifer's position is that if your wife's body is not enough for you, you got to leave her, even if you love her, because she's not able to give you.
You just said
I don't know why I'm being over. I don't know why I'm being over talked. Right. So Ducifer's position is that if your wife can't give you kids, you should divorce her. That is your position, correct, Ducifer?
No, if the husband
you should stay in that.
give you said you have it backwards. You just turned it around.
It doesn't matter whether you're the husband or the wife.
Because
why does it matter if you're the husband or the wife?
Because the husband was the one that you said couldn't get the wife pregnant.
Yeah, but that's also going to be true for the man or the woman. It doesn't matter who it is. Are you okay?
I didn't say that.
Wait, it's only wrong. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, so it's only wrong for the woman to be in that relationship, but it's not wrong for the man to be in that relationship if he finds out that his wife is infertile?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so it's still wrong. So if a husband marries a woman that his high school sweetheart, they get married and they're like, okay, let's have kids. Finds out that she's infertile, will never be able to give him kids, right? Hey, you're not enough for me. Bye-bye. I'm going to go to somebody else who can give me kids, correct? That's what you did?
Yeah, if he wants kids, then definitely.
Okay,
No,
I'm gonna take that. That's
raised
fine.
to-
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the L on that one. But somebody did pay to kick you. That is the most insane fucking position I think I ever fucking heard in my fucking life. Mr. Oakby, thank you for the $25 to kick. I appreciate you, Mr. Oakby. All right, let's get to the next person. If you are somebody who believes that being gay or lesbian is wrong, we'd absolutely love to talk to you. Thank you, Mr. Oakby. Yeah, try not to be crazy, guys. Okay, go outside and touch grass. All right, let's go to the next person. Let's see. Who we got in here? There's a lot of people in this guest request. It's crazy. Try this person. Hello, Riley. Can I get your age, please?
6'7".
That's fucking crazy, bro. Listen, I was just talking about you in an abortion debate, bro. I think you should have rights. I'm kidding. Listen, Daniel, can I get your age, please? Hello, Daniel? Okay, Daniel's not loading in. Okay. All right, let's see. Who next? Holden. Bro says 6'7". It's crazy. Sky, your boy, thank you for the heart, me.
Well,
Hello, can I get your age, please?
18.
All right. You think being gay or lesbian is wrong?
I'm not gonna say that this is like a first world country, right? There's different values that people have. To me, it's wrong, right? I don't want to be disrespectful,
Just give
be
the
over
argument.
the top. Okay, so obviously this is the West, right? The West has different laws, different morals, but in a religious aspect, in a religious institution, we're encouraged to marry, and then if you have kids, you have kids, obviously. Thing about lesbian and gay couples is that it isn't what it's optimal for if you wanted to pass down your traits, for example. Like, let's say a lesbian couple were to have kids, their lineage wouldn't be passed down, if you get what I mean. So
Oh, well, lesbian couples sometimes do have kids, just not with each other. In the future, they'll be able to, but right now, with current technology, they need to go through like IVF. Right? So they do still sometimes reproduce.
What I'm trying to say is the desires of human beings is not what will give life. If you want to get it to the assassin, or the origins of it.
Huh?
Okay, I'm confusing myself. But the thing is that if you were to I'm gonna use this for men specifically.
Okay.
The women and the men were created to have the deed, right? The man's private part is created for the woman's private part as well. If a man were to penetrate, let's say the behind, the back passage,
right?
It's not meant because the back passage doesn't have lubrication like the woman's private part does. It's not meant, you know what I mean? And it causes diseases and all this stuff because it's not sanitary. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's not sanitary.
What about the hand? That's pretty sanitary.
The
Wash your hands and then boom, use your hand.
The hand is probably
meant for the male?
The hand is like the dirtiest part.
Well, no, let's say you have two men. Let's say you have two men in a relationship, right? And let's say they just decided, they were convinced by your argument that they shouldn't do.
Okay, this is, you're trying to do a simple.
Wait, hold on, real quick, please. Let's say they were convinced by you and said, let's not do how you put it, rear passage activities, right? And they said, okay, let's wash our hands and then use our hands and all that stuff. Would they be doing anything wrong in that sense?
Okay, the thing is based on the person. The person, if they're a clean person, right?
Yeah.
It's not based on that. You know what I mean? But it's immoral. It's an immoral act.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get justification for.
Okay. I believe that even heterosexual men. Okay, you're cutting me off for no reason. Like, I'm trying to.
I just want an argument. Just to be clear, I want to make sure I'm steel manning you here. Do you think that the reason why it's wrong for somebody to be in the relationship with somebody of the same sex as them is because it's like some purpose of their body is for somebody of the opposite sex. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but the thing is, the opposite sex, even though the opposite sex, it has to be through marriage. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
And you
okay.
can't marry. Okay,
Go ahead.
Okay, you can't marry with the same sex
Why?
until now apparently, because number one, there's no kids. Number two,
Well,
it's
no,
like
there can be
okay,
kids.
there can't be kids because you need. Okay, a woman too. Women can't pass down a white DNA. You know the DNA haplogroup, the
Currently,
haplogroup that a man passes
currently
down
with
to
current technology, yeah,
their
they would need to
sons.
go through IVF.
No, they can't. No, they can't.
Well,
Women inherently don't have a white DNA haplogroup. You know that.
Yeah, that's
That's
why that's what IVG, which is supposed to be here in the future, is looking to solve, so two women can
I'm
reproduce
trying to
with
say
each other.
it's
But
impossible.
it's
It's
not.
impossible
Hold on,
for two women
Well, you're saying it's impossible naturally, right?
because they can't. Because okay, you need. And I'll tell you why. Because they don't have the Y DNA haplogroup.
Yeah, that's
right?
what IVG does.
The
It
Y
gives them
DNA
that YG.
the Y DNA haplogroup is a thing that a man can only have.
Yeah, but
Right?
it's naturally, right? Artificially, you can create those things, right? Through
You
technology.
can't artificially create a Y DNA haplogroup.
Yes, we've done it in mice. What are you talking about?
Since humanity, okay, you don't know what you're talking about. Since
Okay, so
humans,
look up. I
since
want you
the
to look
first-
up right
okay.
now.
Let
I
me
want you to
speak,
look up
speak,
right
let me
now.
speak,
You're
'cause
wrong.
you're cutting me
I
off.
want you to look up right now.
I'm not
IVG,
wrong. I'm not. You
in
can't
vitro
artificially create the Y
gametogenesis.
haplogroup.
Okay, so if
No, you
I'm
can't.
wrong,
I'll tell you
tell
why.
me why. Tell me why scientists were able to do just that with an in vitro gametogenesis process in two mice. Why were they able to do that?
And that's not it.
Why were they able to do
can't
that?
randomly just give off a haplogroup. You can't randomly. give
Why?
off a
What's the
haplogroup,
argument
you
for
know what I
that?
mean?
I'm just saying you can't
argument
do it,
is
and then
that
I'm giving you a source of which somebody
a
did it.
random-
You're
you
just
know
not
what a-
looking it up.
okay,
Look
you
it
know
up.
what haplogloops
No,
are?
stop talking and look
You
it up
don't
right
know.
now.
You don't know what a haplogroup
Look
is.
it up
You-
right now.
You know what a
Look it up
haplogroup-
right.
okay,
Look
you
it up
see-
right now. Bashir,
okay.
stop talking and look it up right now. Look it up right
No,
now.
no.
No, I'm
Okay,
not
okay,
letting
okay,
you
okay.
run. Look it
Okay,
up right
you're-
now.
you're- okay,
Look
this
it up
is
right.
getting
Okay,
to a
I'm gonna
limit.
mute you.
You're getting
I'm
to a-
gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you.
You're getting to a
Look
limit.
it up right now. I don't want to hear another word other than okay. What do I Google?
Hey, don't do that, bro.
I don't want to hear anything else
No,
other
hey,
than
no,
carbon. What should I type
you're
into
nobody.
my Google search
You don't
results?
do that. You don't
Come on.
keep doing. You're no one, but you don't know. You're nobody. After that, bro, you're nobody, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Okay, you can't do that because number one, the first ever haplogroup was it.
Okay, that doesn't sound like
can't-
you
let me-
asking me. That doesn't sound like you asking
Let me
me.
finish. Let me
That
finish.
nope. That doesn't sound
me
like you
finish.
asking me. That does not sound like you asking me whether what to type into Google. I gave you here. I'll search it up. I got you. IVG mice. That's all you got to do is type in IVG mice. Are you ready? Are you ready? Scientists transform
bro.
skin cells into functional eggs in mice. Oh, that's crazy, bro. Rather than
That's
attempting
not-
to
I-
differentiate,
okay,
I don't know
well,
why I'm
okay,
being
okay,
overtalked. Is
okay,
there a
you
reason why I'm being
cannot-
overtalked? Is there a reason why I'm being
You're
overtalked
not
right now?
answer- that-
Why am I
that's
being
not
overtalked right
evidence
now?
because-
Why is your mouth moving while my
Because
mouth
that's
is
not
moving?
evidence. That's
Why
not
is that?
sufficient
That's
evidence.
crazy. Okay, so rather than attempting to differentiate induced pluripotent stem cells (iPSCs) into sperm or egg cells (OHSU), researchers are focused on a technique based on somatic cell nuclear transfer, in which a skin cell nucleus is transplanted into a donor egg stripped of its nucleus. In 1996, researchers famously used this technique to clone a sheep in Scotland named Dolly. In that case, researchers created a clone of one parent. In contrast, this study described the result of a technique that resulted in embryos with chromosomes contributed from both parents. The process involves 3 steps. Researchers transplant the nucleus of a mouse skin cell into a mouse egg that is stripped of its own nucleus. Prompted by cytoplasm, liquid that fills cells within the donor egg, the implanted skin cell nucleus discards half of its chromosomes. Right. The process is similar to meiosis when cells divide to produce mature sperm or egg cells. This is the key step resulting in a haploid egg with a single set of chromosomes. Researchers then I don't know why I'm being overtalked. Is there a reason why you're overtalking me? Don't do that again, okay?
Yes.
Keep it shut.
This is the
All right.
important-
Researchers
this is
then
important.
fertilize the new egg with
I'm making
sperm.
my argument.
I don't know
You can't
why
come-
this guy's like. Okay, now because you're crashing out because you just got proven wrong and now you're mad. So now we're gonna drop you. Okay. I'm gonna finish anyway. Researchers then fertilize the new egg with sperm, a process called in vitro fertilization. This process creates a diploid embryo with two sets of chromosomes, which would ultimately result in a healthy offspring with equal genetic contribution from both parents. And then you can look at two male mice. They did the same thing. Where is it? Scientists create mice with two fathers after making eggs from male cells. So they did that. All right. Anyway, who next? Let's get
So it's about damn time.
It's about damn time. Intimate. Lexi, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 19.
All right. What's the reason for why being gay or lesbian is wrong?
So, I am gay, but I still want to argue because I'm practicing to build arguments, so I have to consider the other side. So I'm going to pretend like I'm not gay.
Okay, I'm looking.
Can I
I don't want to.
speak?
I don't want to do like LARPing or anything like that. I'm looking for people who actually believe it. Okay.
Yeah, if you want to hear arguments, just stay in the comments, and I'm sure there'll be some arguments.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay. I just had good science, so that's all right.
No doubt. You have a good one. Okay.
Okay, you too.
All right. Jay, can I get your age, please?
21. 21.
All right. What's your best argument for why being gay or lesbian is wrong?
I feel like it's wrong because why am I not in a relationship with both of them? You feel me?
It's crazy.
Because you're not a sufficient enough man. That's why.
It slips out when she comes up. Anyway, Sophia, let's get you in here.
She can't lean forward in case she's got it slipping out.
Chatting, can I get your age, please?
26.
Okay, I'm in the bathtub right now.
That's crazy.
Nobody
Okay.
needed to know that shit.
All right. Why is being gay or lesbian wrong, Chatting?
God didn't ordain for lesbian couples. So
Why?
I'm going to say it's an abomination.
Why doesn't he like
Because
it?
it is. Well, we can go back to the beginning of time with Adam and Eve, and the Bible verse that says all living things shall reproduce. So how is two females going to reproduce?
Okay, so as long as they reproduce,
Without
it would be fine,
science.
correct?
I'm sorry?
So as long as they reproduce, it's fine, right?
No, it's not fine because it's
Oh.
an abomination.
I
He
thought
says
you
it's
said
an
it was-
abomination. I stated that as well.
Okay, I thought you said that it was wrong in virtue of the fact that they're not reproducing. What's the other reason that it's wrong?
I said it's an abomination,
Why?
and I said all living things shall reproduce.
Yeah, why is it an abomination?
Females can't naturally reproduce, correct?
Yeah, why is it an abomination?
Why is it an abomination?
Yeah, why is it an abomination?
Because that's not how he created it for it to be. In the
Why did he
beginning,
not-
it was Adam and Eve.
Why would that make it an abomination? Is me
Because
wearing
he created
glasses
male
an
and
abomination? Because he didn't create me
It
with
doesn't,
that
it
eyesight.
doesn't say that in the Bible. I'm going off context. You can look it up.
Wait, did
It
he
says in the
create me
Bible
to
that
wear
it's an
glasses? Yes or no?
abomination. What?
Did
Why
God
you
create?
why you bringing up
I don't know
glasses
why I'm
right now?
being
That has nothing to do with the
overtalked. Is there a
Bible.
reason why I'm being overtalked right now?
There's
So
a
the
reason
question
why
that
you're
I don't know
overtalking
why
me.
I'm being overtalked right now.
You're
So the
overtalking
question
me.
that I'm asked right now is the question that I'm asking right now is did God create me to wear glasses? And that's just going to be a yes or no question.
You weren't born with glasses.
So that didn't
What
answer
kind
the
of
question.
question is that?
So I'm going to
What
ask
kind
the
of question
question
is
again.
that?
So did God create me to wear glasses?
What kind of question is that?
The one that I want you to answer.
That has nothing to do with what I stated already.
Do I need to ask the
Nothing.
question a third time?
No, you don't, because it doesn't make
Okay,
sense.
I'm going to
And
ask the
just gonna
question
do
a
my
third
answer.
time. So the question was, did God create me to wear glasses?
That doesn't make any sense.
What do you need clarification about the question? Does everybody understand the
What do
question
you,
that I'm
what,
asking?
you need to elaborate on that. What do you mean he
Okay.
created
Did
you
he
to make
did he
glasses? What
create
does that
me
mean?
with the intention that I would wear glasses?
He created you in the image of how he wanted to create you.
That didn't answer the
So if
question.
you just so happen to need glasses, you just so happen to need glasses.
Okay,
If that's
so
not answering the
was that his
question.
intention?
If that's what you want to say, you have more, don't
No,
you?
I'm asking what you would say, not what I would say. What would you say?
What do you mean? What would I say?
Did God
God.
create me with the intention to wear glasses? Like, how is this so difficult of a question for you?
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense. What
Yes.
do you
Wait, was
mean
that a
the
yes?
intention for you to wear glasses? You have
Okay.
on glasses right now, do you
Yeah.
not?
So why do people wear
Okay,
glasses? They wear
then.
glasses
So if
because
you
they
want to
need
say
to
he
be able to
created you an
see,
intention for you to
correct?
wear glasses, then he created you an intention for you to wear glasses.
Okay, cool. So you think that God created me with the intention to wear glasses. You're affirming that proposition, correct?
You have them on, so sure.
Okay. So if I don't wear glasses, then I'm doing something morally wrong, correct? Because I'm not doing what God intended?
Nothing in the Bible states about wearing glasses is morally wrong. We're going off the Bible right now.
Oh,
That is
wait.
my claim.
Okay.
And that is my
Can
support.
something be wrong if God didn't explicitly say it in the Bible? Like artificial intelligence, the way you use
You
it
can
and shit.
assume that it can be wrong if you
Oh,
didn't
you
put it
can
in the
assume
Bible.
it.
That's an
Okay, so it doesn't
assumption.
matter whether it's in the Bible or not. Okay, all that matters is whether it's
It does
lined up
matter.
with God's intentions. Okay, so if it's within God's intentions for Carbon to wear glasses and Carbon takes off his glasses, then Carbon is doing something wrong right now, right?
You're going off two different things, and you need to stay on the topic
Was
at
that a? I'm
hand.
sorry. Was that a yes
My
or no? I'm sorry, I
my
couldn't hear it.
claim is that two lesbian couples is not originated by God. From the beginning of time, with Adam and Eve, and we see throughout the Bible with male and female. Two, it says all living things shall reproduce.
Do I
Male
need to
and
repeat the
female.
question?
Male and female, all living things shall reproduce. Two women can't reproduce naturally, correct?
Gotcha. Can I yeah, can I was about to say a joke. Okay, so can I say that what I'm doing not right now when I take off my glasses, is that wrong? Yes or no?
I don't see how that would be wrong. If
Okay,
you need
because
them
it
to
goes
see.
against God's intentions. If I go against God's intentions, I'm doing something wrong, correct?
I never once said you wearing glasses was against God intentions. What
Yes,
are
you
you
did.
talking
Oh,
about?
so
You
now
keep
you're
bringing up
denying it.
glasses,
Okay,
and it's
so
not a
it's
good argument.
okay.
You
So
keep bringing up your
so
glasses, and
now
it's not a
so
good
the
argument.
answer is no. So it's not God's intentions for me to wear glasses.
It has nothing to do with you wearing glasses right now. Stay off the glasses, dude. Your
I'm
glasses
just
have
no,
nothing
no,
to do with
no.
what
I'm
we're
not going to
talking
stay
about.
off until I get a clear answer. It's
It doesn't
here.
make sense to what
It's
you're saying. You
either
keep
God's
bringing up these
intention. It's
glasses.
either God's intention for me to wear glasses or it's not. Which one do you pick?
You keep bringing up these glasses.
Yes, I will keep
Like,
doing
I
it
don't
until you
know.
answer the
What is your
question.
point? What is the point
Yeah.
you're trying to make? What is
Okay.
your point you're
So
trying to make?
you said that
Don't
if
keep
I
bringing up
do,
glasses.
you
So let's
said
get
if
to the
I'm
point here.
gonna,
Let's draw the
I don't
line
know
here.
how
What's
you're
your
not
point?
connecting the dot, but I'm gonna connect it for you. Okay.
Yeah,
So
go
you
ahead
said
and do
if
that
I don't know
because
why I'm being
glasses is
overtalked
just
right now. Okay. So you said that doing something that is not within God's design or intention for you is wrong. Did you or did you not say that?
That's not what I said. You're putting
Okay.
words in my
So
mouth.
now we're gonna go back to the original. Okay. So why is a woman being with another woman wrong?
Because they can't naturally reproduce.
Okay.
That
And
was
why
what I
why would
said.
that make it wrong?
Because all living things shall reproduce. Two women can't naturally reproduce. You want me
Are
to
they
say it again?
and they're obligated to reproduce?
That's what the Bible says. All living
Okay.
things shall reproduce. You want to look
Let
it
me
up?
ask.
Look
Okay,
it up.
cool. Let me ask you this question now. Are lesbians attracted to men?
Are lesbians attracted to men?
Yeah.
I can't speak for all lesbians. I'm not a lesbian. I don't know.
If you had to guess, what would you say?
If they're lesbian, well, why would they be attracted to a man if
Right,
they're
exactly. Okay, so lesbians are not attracted to men, but they are obligated to reproduce with men. So they're obligated to be and marry and reproduce and be impregnated by somebody that they're not attracted to, correct?
lesbian? No, you're twisting what I'm saying.
Oh, they're not obligated to?
Lesbians are clearly attracted to women. That's why they're
Right.
called
And
lesbians,
so,
right?
but they're
Okay,
but
then.
now
It
we're in a
doesn't mean that they
conjunct.
should be with a woman because they're attracted.
Yeah, that's not answering the question, right? So you
It
said
does,
that they are
yeah.
obligated to reproduce, right? The only people that they can reproduce with are the people that they are unattracted to, correct? That's a question.
No,
Oh, really?
no.
All things considered, yeah. Like what? So they can be. So they're not attracted to men. They are attracted to women. Can they reproduce with women?
I just told you that they can't reproduce with
Okay,
women.
but they can reproduce
What
with
is your
men,
point?
right?
They're supposed to reproduce with a man naturally because that's what they
Okay,
can
so they're
reproduce with.
supposed to reproduce with somebody that they're not attracted to, correct?
They can be attracted to them.
They're lesbian, are they not?
Yeah, but they shouldn't
Okay.
be. That's my whole point.
Okay, well,
Duh.
they are. So
That was my
are
point.
they? If they're not attracted to a man, are they still obligated to reproduce with men?
They should be with a man because they're supposed to reproduce. That's
Yeah,
my whole
so they're
point.
supposed
I'm
to. So
saying
your
lesbian is
position.
wrong.
So
That's your
God's.
question in the back of
Okay,
your
so
billboard.
cool. So
Why is
so it
being
looks like we
lesbian
got a
wrong?
nice
That's
little
what I'm
conclusion
answering
here.
to.
So God's position and your position, therefore, is that a woman, lesbian woman, are obligated to be with men that they don't consent to being with.
No, what women are obligated to be with men, period. Let's take the lesbian
even if they don't
equation.
consent to
I
be
already
with them.
stated that being a lesbian was wrong in my
Is
opinion.
that a true statement or a false statement that I just made?
I'm saying women should be with men.
Even if
if
they don't consent with being with them.
You have to consent to be with them, otherwise they would be raped. Duh.
Okay, cool.
So let's not be
Now
literal
we got a
here.
new principle. This is interesting.
Let's not
We're
be
getting
literal.
somewhere. This is interesting. So you are obligated to reproduce with men only if you consent to reproducing with men, correct?
You're supposed to consent to reproducing with them. Duh. That's why it's called
Okay,
marriage.
cool. So
No one is just saying.
wait,
you
hold
have
on.
to-
We're almost there. You are like 2 steps away. Okay, so if a lesbian does not consent to reproducing with men, she no longer has the obligation to reproduce with men, correct?
It doesn't make it right.
I didn't ask that. Is that a yes or a no?
Doesn't make it right.
Is that a yes or a no?
Doesn't make it right.
Hello?
Doesn't make
Are
it
you
right.
I didn't
That's
ask you
my
if it makes it
answer.
right. We'll get there.
Doesn't make it right.
Is it true that a lesbian, if she does not consent to reproducing with men, she is not obligated to reproduce with men, correct?
God gives us free will. We're not obligated to do anything, but that still doesn't make it right. That's
Oh,
my whole
because
point I'm trying to make.
earlier you did say you're supposed
God
to.
gives us
Supposed
free
to.
will to
Supposed
do
to.
any
When
and
you say
everything.
somebody is supposed to do X, that means they're obligated to do X. The reason why you're obligated to
No,
do
that's
X
not- that's
is
not
I don't know why I'm
obligation.
being over. I don't know why I'm being over talked right now. Okay, so for example, if you have a 3-year-old child, right, you are obligated to feed your child, right? The reason why you're obligated to feed your child is failing to feed your child is a wrong action. If you choose to not feed your child, you are failing in an obligation, and failing in obligations are wrong. Okay, cool. So, do you think that a lesbian has an obligation to reproduce with men? That's going to be a yes or no.
Like I said before, God gives us free will to do what we want to do on
And
earth.
sometimes we can use our free will to take a wrong action, correct?
I'll let you talk. Now you're gonna let me talk.
Cool. So, we can use our free will
You keep cutting me
to
off,
take
and
the
you can't-
wrong action, correct? Because you're not answering my question.
The days you keep over talking me.
Okay,
so let me
cool.
get my point across because I can't get a word in edgewise.
Go ahead and I'll repeat my question.
Okay, thank you. Like I stated before, God gives us free will to do what we want to do. With that being said, just because we have the free will to do things does not make it right. That's why sin was implemented. So, from what I've read in scripture, all living things shall reproduce. Male and female can reproduce naturally. Two women cannot naturally reproduce.
Cool.
Therefore,
Now,
it is wrong and is an abomination. Period. Point blank is the point that I'm
Roger
trying to
that.
make.
Now we're gonna
Being a
repeat my
lesbian is
question
wrong.
that you failed to answer. Does it
Which
mean
is
when
what?
you say that they should reproduce? Are you saying that they're obligated to reproduce with men? Yes or no? Lesbians specifically.
I'm going off scripture, so it's not about what I said; it's what God says.
Yeah.
We're going off
Is
scripture.
that a yes or no?
All living things shall reproduce. So,
Does that
if
entail-
you are a lesbian and you are with a woman that you cannot naturally reproduce with? Yes, that is wrong. That is
I didn't
my
answer
whole.
my question, so I'm going
That
to
is
repeat the
answering your
question.
question.
I need you to listen very, very closely to what I'm about to ask
I
you.
hear you
okay?
loud and clear.
Okay.
Don't be
So
condescending.
the question is, a lesbian, is she obligated morally? Should she use her free will to reproduce with men? That is a yes or no question.
Yes, that's what I just said.
Okay, cool. That's step number 1. So I'm gonna write this down on my notepad so you don't forget this, because I feel like you're gonna forget this. Okay. So if a lesbian, if a lesbian is capable of, I don't know, bearing children, right? Then she is obligated to reproduce with men. Do you affirm that?
I don't really agree with the way you're wording it, so no.
Okay, how do you want me to change it?
What I already said. You keep putting it lesbian.
Yeah, we're
means
specifically
that
talking
she's
about
a-
lesbian.
Yeah,
We're
you're
analyzing
making
whether
it-
it's
you're
wrong to be
basically
lesbian.
You're basically making it seem like if she's lesbian, I'm saying that she needs to go ahead and reproduce with any and everybody. That's not what
I
I'm
didn't say
saying.
that's
I'm
not what
saying
the
being
statement says.
I'm saying being lesbian is wrong, period.
Okay, we'll say with a man, right? If a lesbian is capable of bearing children, then she is obligated to reproduce with a man. Is that?
If a female, let's take lesbian out of it.
No,
I
we're
already
talking about
said
lesbians.
Yeah, but you can't. We
Are-
can't
now
get
you want
to.
to pivot
We
away
can't
from
get to the.
lesbians?
We can't get to the reproducing
Oh my
part.
God.
If
Whatever.
we're
Like, it
if
doesn't
we're
matter.
lesbian.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's going to be the same argument.
It does
If
matter.
a biological female is capable, let's just say adult, just to make sure we're not talking about children here. If a biological female adult is capable of bearing children, then she is obligated to reproduce with the man. Is that true, false, true or false statement?
She should reproduce with a male. I wouldn't say obligated. I would say she should.
That's what
Because
should
like I said, all
means.
living things
That's what
shall
should
reproduce.
means. That's literally
Shall,
what should
should.
means. If
Shall,
I said,
should. Put what I
yeah,
said, not what you want to
yeah.
say. Put what I said, because you're going to write down what I said, right? Okay, put
Wait,
down what
so
I
cool.
said.
So wait. So should you feed your children?
I am.
Should you feed your children?
Yeah, if you have.
Are you obligated to feed your children?
Should feed your children. Yes, you should. That is your responsibility.
And the next question, are you obligated to feed your children?
You should feed your children. Yes.
That wasn't the question. You said obligated and
It's the
should
same-
are
it's
two.
the same thing.
Oh, they're the same
Yes,
thing.
you
Okay,
should.
so it doesn't fucking matter. Okay, if a biological female adult is capable of bearing children, then she is obligated or should reproduce with the man. Okay, so that's premise one of the argument. Okay, we're gonna type that out. Okay. All right. So now we're gonna go through premise two. Okay. All right. A typical lesbian is a biological female adult under your semantics, right? Do we agree with that?
What?
Do we agree that the typical lesbian who is an adult is a biological female adult? Do we agree with that?
What do you mean typical lesbian? If she's lesbian, she's a female. Is she not?
Okay, cool. So we can just take out typical. So a lesbian is a biological, or an adult lesbian, right? Is a biological female adult, correct? Okay, cool. Conclusion. Therefore, an adult lesbian is obligated or should reproduce with the man, correct?
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, let's take that proposition. I'm gonna type that out. Hold on. All right, so cool. So we got premise one: if a biological female adult is capable of bearing children, then she is obligated to reproduce with the man. An adult lesbian is a biological female adult. Well, let's add this: an adult lesbian who is capable of bearing children is a biological female adult. Conclusion: therefore, an adult lesbian who is capable of bearing children is obligated to reproduce with the man. Do we disagree with anything so far?
Nope.
Okay, cool. Now, next question. If you are obligated to reproduce with the man, is it wrong to choose not to reproduce with the man?
Yeah, you're sinning. It's a sin.
Okay, so if, hold on. All right, if you are obligated to reproduce with a man, it is a sin to choose not to reproduce with a man. An adult lesbian who is capable of bearing children choosing not to reproduce with a man is sinning, correct?
Yep.
Okay, and if the reason why she chooses not to reproduce with a man is because she doesn't consent to be with that man, would that be still a sin?
If she's choosing not to consent with a man?
No, she doesn't consent, and that's the reason why she doesn't choose to be with a man.
If she doesn't consent to what?
To being with a man or reproducing with a man.
Yeah, she's sinning. She's choosing to be with a female. She's sinning. Yes.
Okay, so the only way for this lesbian who is capable of bearing children you're trapped here. The only way for the lesbian who is capable of bearing children, the adult lesbian who is capable of bearing children, the only way for her to not sin is to be raped by a man.
Negative.
Yeah, she doesn't consent.
Incorrect. Yeah, she wouldn't consent to a man because she's a lesbian. Lesbians aren't attracted to men.
Yeah.
Therefore, they wouldn't consent to being men, right?
Yeah, you're saying she's sinning by
And
not
if they're obligated to reproduce with men that they do not consent to, that is by definition rape. Unless you're saying like, well, no, because even if a lesbian practiced celibacy, you would see that as a sin because she's not reproducing, correct?
I'm not saying consent as in giving consent to sleep with a man. I'm saying consent as in just being with a man, period.
No, we're talking about reproduce. The argument says reproduce
You
with a
obviously
man.
have to give consent to be with someone. Duh. I'm
Okay,
not
so
saying
if-
you shouldn't.
You have to
Okay.
give consent to have
So-
sex with somebody too.
Well, duh. I know that as well.
Does
But
the
that doesn't
obligation-
mean that first of all, let's not put words in my mouth. I never once gave an okay for anybody being raped.
Okay,
let's
so
start
answer
there.
this question
Just the
then.
logical
What I'm saying
Does-
is, what I'm
Does the
saying
obligation to reproduce require consent or does it not?
yes, it requires consent.
Okay, so if they don't consent, they no longer have the obligation. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
lesbians
Cool.
don't
So
reproduce.
that follows
That's
that
because they're
lesbians.
choosing not to have the consent.
Well, hold on, wait. So if consent is required, it is a necessary condition, right?
Yeah, that's
for
why I said it's a
Hold on,
choice.
wait. Just go through the reasoning with me. If reproduction and reproducing with somebody, this obligation, right? Specifically the obligation, if that requires consent, and especially of both parties, right? Then if you don't have it, you don't have the consent, then you no longer have that obligation, right? Now
Yeah,
you're
yeah, that's
saying that
true.
what makes it wrong. You're saying what? Hold on, I'm almost done. You're saying what makes a lesbian couple doing something wrong is they're failing an obligation that they do have, but they don't have that obligation by your own logic because they don't consent to being with that person, right?
Yeah, because they're choosing not to consent. That's what I already said.
What?
You're choosing not to consent to being with a man. You're choosing
Obviously,
to
that's what
you're choosing
consent is choice.
Well, duh. Okay, don't cut me off. Duh. But what I'm saying is,
Well, they're
that's
not
why I'm
attracted
saying-
to men.
That's why I'm saying
Oh, I'm
it's
sorry, they're
wrong.
not attracted to
You're supposed
men.
to be consenting with a man and not
Wait.
a female. That's my
I
whole
can't-
point.
Okay, so
That's
listen,
why I'm saying it's wrong.
I'm sorry, I'm a straight man, right? So if there was like some religion or something that said that I'm required to be with a man, right? And then I'm just gonna be like, well, and then I'm sinning by choosing not to be with a man, right? Then I'm just gonna be like, well, I'm not attracted to men. I don't choose to be with. I don't want to kiss a man. I don't want to do any of this stuff with a man, right? So why should I be with a man? They're gonna be like, well, you're sinning if you don't choose to. Well, okay, so you're telling me that it's either I sin or be in a non-consensual relationship with a man. Which one do you think that I would choose rationally?
You would probably choose to sin, but it's still wrong because, like I said, you have a choice.
Yeah, it's
You're
either
choosing to be. Women are choosing to be with women. It's not like they're forced to be with women. You're choosing.
No,
to
but
be
they
with
are
women.
born with their
Just like
sexuality.
you're choosing to be with a man. It is a choice. That's why I said God gives us free
No,
will.
you were born with
So
your
it's either
sexuality.
yeah.
No, you're
So
not.
the
You're not born
position
with your
is
sexuality.
the
That is the-
position is to either be raped or sin. That's the only two options that the lesbian has, all things considered.
No,
She has
it's
to
not.
either
I
be
never want to-
she has to either be forcefully impregnated by a man or she has to sin.
No, that's not what I'm saying, and you're twisting my words.
you're committed
and
to
that's
it. Tell me
something
how
that
it's
you're
wrong.
really good at doing for what I've seen previously.
You can't tell
But
me how it's wrong.
I'm gonna let you have that. But what I'm saying is, no one
Of
is.
course you will.
I'm not agreeing with anyone to be raped. That one never once
Yes,
came
you
out of
are.
my mouth.
You're saying
No,
they're
I'm not.
obligated to be
No,
raped.
I'm not. What I'm
You
saying
are.
is, it's sinful
Ice
to be
water,
with a
bro.
woman, and if you're choosing
Okay.
not to be with a man, you're still sinning as well. I'm saying you're both sinning either way it goes.
Okay. So if a lesbian does not want to sin, right? Her only option.
There's no
because
such thing as a lesbian not wanting to sin.
Shut up! I'm still speaking. So you said that even choosing to be celibate, to not be with a man, right, is a sin. So being with a woman is a sin, and being single is a sin, right? So the only other option in your eyes for her not to sin is to be in an unconsensual relationship with a man.
That's not what I said.
That means rape. I don't
No,
know how,
that's
yes,
not
it
what
does.
I said. That is not what I said, and I'm going to keep saying it. What I said was, I'm going to clarify for the 500th time. What I'm saying is, it's simple to be with a woman. That does not mean that she needs to be with someone she doesn't want to be with. You need to pray and get on your knees and ask God, why am I sinfully having a sexual
Because
connection
you
with
are
a
born
woman,
that way.
and allow
You
him
are
to
born that way.
allow you to be with a guy that you are attracted to, so you can reproduce and have children. That's what I'm saying.
No,
Okay.
you're
You
like
understand that you are
saying
born
something.
gay, right?
Yeah, you're not only are you born gay, but
You're
you're
not
saying
born
that
gay.
the
It's the
reason.
biggest lie one
So
was ever
not
told.
hold on, just
There's no such
stop.
thing.
So I don't know why. First of all, yeah, you're born gay, right?
No,
But
you're not.
second, yeah, you are.
I have a
She has
study.
a study that's literally shown right there. It's called Large Scale GWAS, which is the
Don't
Genome Wide
care.
Association study
I
that
don't care about
reveals
you.
that. I don't know why you're
I
over
don't care
talking.
about.
I
Yeah,
know
you
you're
don't care
crashing
about
out
science. You
because
care
you
about
don't
your
like
I
mythical
don't care
book.
you
about
don't
your
like
study.
empiric. Yeah, you can keep saying you don't care, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to cite you the study. All right. So
It doesn't
anyway,
mean
so large. I don't know why you keep over talking me. Stop
being
crashing out.
gay is wrong.
It's fine. That like you can keep like. All right, we're gonna drop you, okay? Because you're just like crashing out. It's ridiculous.
Go ahead.
All right. Anyway, Grandmaster, thank you for the kick. I appreciate you. Now she's crashing out. So that's what they do, guys. Whenever you start citing evidence and things like that, they just start crashing out. I love it. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results because it primarily directs people off the platform. This is in line with the TikTok live section under our community guidelines. Okay, because I have Twitch and YouTube, they don't. What? The fuck?
We haven't even mentioned it. We
I
were
haven't
just
even
talking about
mentioned
a study. We haven't talked anything about fucking any other apps.
That's crazy.
You think maybe it's my thing right here?
It probably is, yeah.
I'll take
I
that off.
haven't mentioned Twitch or YouTube at all.
Hey, links in bio.
And so now they're
by the
saying they're
way.
gonna suppress my live. The fuck? Like I'm making
You wanna restart?
I'm making your fucking app money. What the fuck are you doing? Anyway, yeah, we're gonna do a quick restart. I'll be back in about 10-15 seconds, y'all. So I'll see you then.
Let's go. I'm surprised Annie stayed quiet that.
It's stupid, bro. Radstorm, thank you for the $2. Why did God make animals gay? Penguin dads, exactly. Let me see if I missed anything. Nope. Okay, we're good to go for now. All right, let's restart. Jesus Christ, that girl's not the brightest tool in the shed. All right. Mom likes a quick restart. All right. What's up, everybody? Everybody. Make a face. All right. If you think that being gay is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. We're gonna just do a quick restart here. We did a quick restart here, so we're back in there. Clip that last combo. Yeah, I got 2 combos. Actually, that's a good point. I got 2 combos I'm gonna put on YouTube. One from last week, and probably that one because that wasn't terrible. Hold on. That was about an hour 15 minutes in. Yeah, that shit was wild. All right, let's get some debates in here, y'all.
Hello.
Jay, you were live. How you doing, man?
Fine, how are you?
Doing good. What's your age?
21.
All right, and why is being gay or lesbian wrong?
Yes. Well, can I just say something that's coherent with the prompt? Is that okay? Can I argue from something?
As long as it's an argument.
All right, that's cool. So I don't believe that same-sex marriage actually exists, which is like what's on the prompt. So
you think it's just like a semantic thing?
Well, yeah, I would say, yeah. It's ordered towards a procreation.
So you don't think infertile marriage exists either?
Oh, no, they definitely do. But in principle, right,
I would say that it's ordered towards the procreation of a human.
Well, it's not in principle, because if you're infertile, the principle is that you can't procreate, right? That's what infertile means. So then,
Yeah,
like
but
a man who's dating a
theoretically,
woman who's infertile, they wouldn't. That's not order for procreation in any sense, right?
right? Yeah, but
Yeah.
like, you know, from the majority standpoint, right? That's what distincts like marriage from like dating and is procreation of a human. That's why.
Yeah, but that's only for fertile people, not for infertile people.
Yeah, right. But like I said, usually speaking, like it's ordered towards that goal. And you know, I was assuming that like people who are married and that are infertile would more likely want kids, right?
Yeah,
So they would probably go and adopt them or something.
yeah, lesbian couples too, and gay couples, gay male couples, they also want kids usually. So they either
Yeah,
adopt or
yeah, I
go through
understand.
like IVF or something like that.
But usually it's ordered towards procreation. That's why like dating would be like trying to understand the other person better and stuff like that. But
So
marriage
if
is like a commitment.
so if two women, for example, wanted to go get IVF in order to reproduce, you would say that is a marriage that's ordered towards reproduction, right?
What is that thing that you said, IVF?
IVF, they go to like a clinic, and it's not a man that does it. It's like a doctor that fertilize her eggs. In vitro fertilization is the name.
So like, what was the question that like they would?
Do you think that two lesbians in a relationship with each other, that relationship where they're choosing to go out and get pregnant through like this means, is that a marriage that's ordered towards reproduction?
No, I think what would distinct that is that the action of itself is actually because of someone else, right? Like you obviously can't create a child that's to the same sexes.
But that's true for the
So
infertile
I don't
couple.
think
They
that.
have to go like adopt. That's somebody else that gave that child, right?
Right, yeah, that's true. But like I've said before, like if we're like in general, like majorly speaking, like it is ordered towards procreation. And if they weren't infertile, it'd be likely the case that they would actually have a child.
Right, but like then we're just doing an association fallacy where you're just saying, well, other people have this property and they tend to have reproduction, and therefore even people who don't have that, people who also have this property but they can't have a child, we're just going to give them those benefits, right? But that's just going to be that's just fallacious.
Right. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is, you know, they can't really procreate, right? Like two same-sex people, but like even people who aren't infertile, they could. Well, like I said, obviously they can't, but like that's what the design is, right? In general, like it's ordered towards that, the design specifically, right? So that's what distincts them from like same-sex couples, right? Who are like quote unquote married. It's
Yeah,
design
well,
alone.
like if you're naturally infertile, then you're not designed towards reproduction.
Right, but like when I
Like
say
let's say
design,
you have a
I'm
genetic
simply
condition that you can't like have a uterus or something like that, or you can't produce sperm, then that's just a natural ordering away from reproduction, not towards it.
well that's just kind of getting into like these kind of like trans issues and stuff, I would say. But like
I'm not talking
if
about
you're like
trans people.
if you're infertile and stuff, we'll say like the design in originally speaking like is ordered towards like procreation, we'll say.
If you have if you have a genetic mutation that doesn't allow you to reproduce, how are you ordered towards reproduction?
Well, then you're not, right? Obviously.
Right. And if you're not ordered towards reproduction and you date somebody and marry them of the opposite sex, then it follows from that marriage is not ordered for reproduction. If that marriage is not ordered towards reproduction, then your position would be that it's false to call that a marriage. And that's the
Well,
objection I'm raising, that if you're saying that a marriage is only a marriage if it's ordered towards reproduction, well, then any marriage that's not ordered, that doesn't have people who can reproduce with each other in that ordered way, is just not going to fulfill that classification. This would include infertile couples.
right. So I guess the negation, I guess to really negate this is the design kind of comes back to like the original design, right? Like people who are infertile, obviously they can't, and genetic mutations and stuff, they maybe don't have certain things, right? But like if they're still considered the opposite sexes that are in marriage, like originally speaking, they would have still been theoretically ordered to procreate, even if they can't technically, right? Because of these like issues, But with same-sex couples, like they can't, like nature, right? Like in nature, they can't, right, and stuff like that.
Yeah, same for a person who naturally has a genetic condition. That's nature as well.
Right, but there is a distinction to be made there between them. Like that's a naturalistic.
Well, there's a distinction, but it's not a morally relevant one. I don't see how it's a morally relevant distinction.
Right, because this is, I guess, this kind of comes down to like a kind of cause, like natural cause, right? That just happened, like unfortunately. But if it weren't the case, it would probably
listen, like the reason why somebody is male rather than female is because a particular genetic a particular gene was swapped on, right? Like an SRY gene, right? And the reason why somebody won't have somebody can be male be born infertile is because, again, some genes swapped on to, or some genes swapped off to not allow that to happen. They're both like as a result of genes, right? That started some pathway as you were, being developed in utero, right? So like, I don't see why in one case, one developing you down the male pathway, I don't see how that's going to be a morally relevant difference.
Okay, yeah, I mean, like I've said, like, theoretically speaking, if they weren't infertile and they were married, do you think that they would be aiming towards procreation?
Yeah, and just like in the case that if the woman was not like if she wasn't a female and she was a male, would she be ordered towards reproduction?
Right. So yeah, I understand, right? But they unfortunately can't do that, and I guess there's a deeper reason for that, is because they're not really married. Like they're not really ordered towards design, like by design to do that. It's between, usually speaking, right? Between, if we're excluding exceptions, like usually between a man and a woman. Which I understand, like you're trying to kind of justify lesbian or same-sex marriage by saying these rare circumstances are somewhat like applicable to them, but I really don't understand like how.
What I'm saying is, the objection is that it's just special pleading. It doesn't have adequate justification, because what you want to do is you want to say that this is not a marriage in virtue of this fact, but that fact is not just exclusive to like gay couples. It's also there's some classification of straight couples that it applies to. But what you want to do is you want to exclude those straight couples from that charge, right? But you're doing it without adequate justification, in my view. So that's why I'm calling it special pleading.
Well, I mean, I think there is a justification, right? Like I've said, in general, right? If they could, they would, type of thing. I agree. Like a couple would. But like I said, it's by nature and by design that it isn't the case, because it's not like normal. I just say like it's not something that is normal in nature, right? Because if it were the case, they could procreate, but that's why.
You're saying it's not the average person is born with an infertile mutation?
No, I was speaking on the same-sex couples. Not infertile.
Well, infertile people are also not normal, right? The average person is able to reproduce.
Right, yeah. Well, I guess, like I've said, the distinction would be that they were this was just like a naturalistic cause or something that was due to like these like genes and whatnot, but like them being like same sex and choosing to like marry, quote unquote marry, but even though they can't procreate, is different, because like I've said, like, and you've said yes, that like if they could procreate, they would. Like if they weren't infertile.
We just want to clarify, sometimes they do reproduce, right? Like, but they have to go through outside sources to like reproduce in the same way that a lot of infertile couples do as well. But that's like, I think that's getting away from the charge here, right? Like that there's like a morally relevant distinction between a natural infertile couple and a homosexual couple, right? I don't think there's a morally relevant distinction that you've been able to justify here, because they both have natural genetic mutations that caused their biology to be the way that it is, right? And somehow only one is wrong, but the other isn't.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, because I guess would be it would be because of the biology, or them not allowing for procreation because of like things that happen in the womb and stuff. But them, they like, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, like no. I can't really speak right now.
Okay.
I'm having issues kind of speaking, but like, it's hard to like explain it really, but how would you did the IBF thing, or sorry, what the IBM or so?
VF.
What was it?
Say IBM.
VF.
I still can't hear. You said what, sorry?
I as in indigo, V as in Virginia,
IV?
and F as in Fox.
Okay, IVF, thank you. So how is it the case that the same sex couples are gonna procreate through the IVF?
Okay, so basically, so you take somebody who donates sperm. It's gonna be a male, obviously, and that's stored, or they might know the male. Who knows? But usually, like, actually, I don't know how typical it is that they know the person who's donated the sperm. I actually don't know that. But regardless, like a male donates the sperm, and then the eggs are then fertilized in vitro, which is like a petri dish kind of situation in the lab. And then she then becomes pregnant as a result of that, right? And because of that, now she can give birth to a child, right? So like we've had people on this panel who have had IVF before.
Oh, okay.
There's also IUI, which is where they take donated sperm and essentially do a turkey baster method. And that also can get people pregnant. And that's not just for gay people, that's for all people who struggle with procreation.
Okay. But yeah, I guess I'm trying to just say, like, with infertile people, it's like unfortunate for them. But like, I do believe that there is some distinction between them, like between the same-sex couples and like the infertile people. In their case.
Well, I think, to be fair, like, I understand there's like a distinction. I don't think it's morally relevant. Like, if I provide two cases, like, obviously, like, an analogy to be an analogy, there must be like a distinction physically. I would say so. But in principle, there isn't a distinction. And the distinction you're kind of providing isn't, like, I don't know, morally relevant when it comes to like,
Right. If I said like, this person went into a house and stole a TV, right? And then next door somebody went into a house and stole a couch, right? There's a distinction between those two, but they're both morally relevant. Like, there's no morally relevant distinction there because you still stole an object that was not yours in either house, right? Just because the object isn't the same, the principle is the same, that you stole an object that did not belong to you against the owner's consent and all that stuff. So in this case, right, if the principle is you're in a marriage or in a relationship that is not ordered towards reproduction due to some natural facts about yourself, right, then that's not just going to apply to homosexual couples.
Right, but like with infertile people, like, these are terrible circumstances, but like male and female ordered towards procreation, we can all agree that's the case. And that's just
Fertile
by nature,
male and fertile,
by design.
Fertile male and
Sorry?
fertile female.
They're both infertile.
No.
Wait, I'm sorry. So, wait. So, like, is it an unfortunate circumstance if a woman dates another woman and she's like, "Oh, I really wish nature had been in the way that females can reproduce with females"? Right? That's unfortunate that they can't do that.
No.
Nature didn't give them those powers. Right? So, yeah.
Right. So I guess, my argument here is that it's unfortunate in the case that it's actually the two sexes that are by design and by nature ordered to procreate, or so not ordered, but like by design could procreate, have that potential.
Like, all I would say is that the lesbian couple are just further away from being able to reproduce than the infertile couple. It's just like there's a smaller number of things that you need to change in the infertile couple in order for them to reproduce than the female couple, right? Because you'd have to change a lot of facts about them. But nonetheless, it's just the amount of things that you'd have to change about them, physical facts that you have to change about them in order for them to be able to reproduce with each other. So, I don't see how that's morally relevant.
Like, is that purely subjective, you saying that it's not morally relevant, or could you substantiate why is it
Well,
not
like,
the case that it is?
I have no reason to believe that they're morally relevant, right? You have to give an argument for how it's morally relevant. Right now, you're doing what it means to special plead is to give an exception without adequate justification. So far, you haven't given adequate justification.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't really know. I'm just a guy, you know. I just wanted to talk about a couple of things, but thank you guys for letting me on, bro. I'm gonna go. Appreciate you guys.
Brilliant. I'm gonna throw that 25 for the next one. I got you. Just tag me in chat whenever you want it to be used. I'm gonna say I'm just a guy. That's crazy. Radstorm Crow, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. Caller, testicular cancer equals infertile men, no bald life.
Me too.
All right, if you think that being gay or lesbian is wrong, go and hop on in the guest request, and we'll have you on up here. Let's see what we got in here.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Let's get this person in here. Carly, can I get your age, please?
Carly, you're live.
Carly?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
You
you.
can now, yes.
I said I was 21.
Okay. Why is being gay or lesbian wrong?
Okay, so first I wanted to ask you before I made any claims, because I have to understand why you're saying that it's not wrong to even argue your point. So why are you saying that it's not wrong? What is your reasoning behind that?
Yeah, well, in order for me to like have the justification that something's wrong, I just need an argument or like at least a moral perception that it's wrong. I have neither, right? So far, all the arguments that I've heard are just like fallacious so far. The reproduction argument, the theological arguments, I see a lot of problems with those. Now that's just like arguments for why it's epistemically wrong, like why I don't have any good reason to, accept
what
the
I can
proposition.
say, what I can say based off that is you can really go two routes. You can go the biological route or you can go the moral route. Neither are independent of each other in giving a reason to why it would be wrong. Both you can find evidence that it could suggest something is wrong, right? I would also like to point out that you had made the statement that I can't remember what it was. I think the exact statement you made was that if you're naturally infertile, then you're not designed to reproduce. But if you apply that logic everywhere, then that would be implying if you have depression, you weren't designed to be happy, which we can understand that that's completely not right, because there's a difference between malfunction and design, right?
Yeah, that's the argument I was deploying was an internal critique. I don't think we're designed by anything, right? So I just think these are just like descriptive facts about us. So I don't think we were like designed intentionally, right? So I take design to be like an intentional state, right? So I was just using his language and how he used it, right? If design just means how you are, how you were born and stuff like that, then it just follows from that if you're born infertile, then you were designed to be infertile.
So I think that science with biology and moral reasoning can actually provide evidence as to why there is a divine, or you're designed for, natural reproduction. What I mean by that is there was a study conducted on animals who had same-sex relation. In those studies, well, first of all, it was only 0.02% of animals out of 8.2 million animals that they saw had same-sex relations. What they realized in these studies was it was all due to environmental factors. So it was when they're...
Can you give me the study real quick so I can look it up?
Yeah, I'll have to look for that.
I accept that. It sounds right. But what's the argument?
Well, in conducting the study, they saw that the animals who were having same-sex relations was due to environmental factors. So things like distress, there wasn't enough opposite sex animals for them to reproduce with. It was a lot of them were like children, animals that were babies. They weren't mature, so they weren't able to distinguish the different opposite sex, and a lot of them were due to not enough population, like I said, of the opposite sex. Once they took those animals and placed them in an environment where everything was environmentally perfect, the heterosexual sex between animals went back to normal. So when they're placed in a normal environment, there's no same sex happening. And if it is, it's over dominance reasons or things in that source. But also biologically, the biological purpose of sex is reproduction. It has nothing to do with orgasms. It has nothing to do with any of that sort. And you can see the consistency in this because if a human does not ever have an orgasm their entire life, nothing negatively impacts their body, right? Nothing negatively happens in society. There's no negative outcomes. Obviously,
that's disputable because there's reasons to believe that like men who don't do that as often have like prostate cancer. But like, listen, this is like way out of the purview. Okay, so I don't know what that study's supposed to. It doesn't really tell me anything about anything. Right. So unless you can give like an argument for how we can infer things from that study to therefore being gay is wrong. And then secondly, it seems like you made a claim. It seems like you said the purpose of life is to reproduce. When you say purpose, do you mean intention?
No, not the purpose of life, the purpose of sex, the biological. I mean, you guys can look this up. This is a scientific.
Wait, just to be clear, when you say purpose, do you mean intention?
Yes, the purpose of sex biologically is reproduction. That is the biological definition of the purpose of sex.
So biology has a purpose, like it thinks and has intentional states?
No, this is showing that the use and the purpose of sex is not for orgasms, but it is to reproduce.
Stop, please. I'm trying to understand what you mean by purpose here. Because usually when I think of purpose, I mean it's like I'm thinking of it comes from like some sort of person or an agent who thought about that stuff, right? Like I wouldn't say like the purpose of this rock on this hill is to roll down the hill, right? It just doesn't make sense to just.
Well, no, but you would say, what's the purpose of drinking water?
Right. So the purpose
water is to hydrate.
Yeah, it's to hydrate because I intend for that to be the case, right? So what do you mean by purpose here?
Well, it's not that you would intend for that to be the case. Yes. You can, when you take humans out of the picture and we solely look at animals, you can biologically, because the definition for the word natural in science.
Can you please just tell me what purpose means?
The outcome. I mean, what do you mean? Do you want me to look up the purpose, like the definition?
Like, when you're using the word purpose, you said the purpose of sex is reproduction. What do you mean by purpose?
Purpose, the definition of purpose is the reason for which something is done or created or for which something exists. That is what the definition of purpose means.
Okay.
So
and the reason is an intentional thing or an explanation? Because like I can say, okay, so like I can say the reason why this tree is on fire is because it was struck by lightning. Did I say the purpose of that tree was to be struck by lightning? Does that make sense to you?
Well, yeah, you're actually understanding everything I'm saying. I'm not talking about.
Oh, so you're just So you're just using descriptive language. Okay, so you're not using prescriptive
in a biological
language.
Scientific sense.
Cool. So you're not using prescriptive. Hold on, real quick. So you're not using prescriptive language that tells us what we should do. You're telling us what just is the case. You're just saying sex often results in reproduction. That's all you're saying when you say sex is purpose is reproduction.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the purpose of sex is for reproduction.
Yeah, when you say the purpose of sex, you're saying that's what you should use sex for? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not insinuating that that's what you should use sex for.
That's all I'm insinuating with. Because when we're talking about why is being lesbian wrong, I'm asking, what should you do? Should this person in this same-sex relationship be in that relationship, or should they refrain themselves from doing that? Right? I'm not asking about descriptive facts about whether the sky is blue or whether sex sometimes brings about reproduction. We all know that, right? We're asking what we should do.
Okay, so you're speaking from a morality level because everything you're pointing to has nothing to do with. Okay, that's what I was asking from the start. That's why I was like, okay, is this biological? Or are we talking moral like senses, if that makes sense? I wasn't understanding.
Also, I would say biologically that like we can see like multiple different animals do practice same-sex sexual behaviors even in like their natural habitats.
It's
like for example, bonobos.
8.2 billion. So, and even with those studies, it's
majority is due to environmental factors.
Wait,
Redheads.
all of bonobos are right. Yeah, all of bonobos are like inherently bisexual. Like all of them are bisexual. Like the entire species is bisexual.
Okay, but we can also look at a sea animal, a seahorse. The male is what carries the egg in its belly, but we can see that that's not like that doesn't mean it applies to absolutely everything. So that would be an inconsistent.
Wait, really quick, Carbon. There's actually somebody in the comments who studies sex economics and mating ecology. Would it be okay if they come up?
What's their name?
Goofy.
Well, I can bring them
that's
up,
my
but I'm not
point.
exactly sure like why it would even be like a morally relevant point, because if you're not making the inference that hey, we see this in nature, therefore that's how things should be, then it's not a relevant point.
But what you have to understand is to make a moral decision, you have to look at the origin of the situation. So to even make a moral
actually
claim,
false. No,
you have
that's
to
not true.
understand the
That's false.
natural design of something.
Harley,
Wait,
that's
okay,
like that's
and then,
really not true.
Yeah.
Also,
Why
I
would
just
that
really
not
wanted
be
to point
true?
out the biologic factors that you're trying to talk about are not applicable for many a reason. One, we have proven since
prompt on the screen
1886
in
that
YouTube.
SMEX within Homo sapiens is for pleasure, and that we specifically evolved for pleasurable responses, hence pleasure centers, hence oxytocin, hence dopamine response with orgasm.
What are those studies?
Oh, sure. So NCBI.NLM.NIH
Specifically says?
has 16 different studies about this that have been published within the last 10 years.
So did we look at the environment of these animals?
So I can point out many animals. For example, dolphins are hyper intelligent, pigs are hyper intelligent, cows are getting there, but they're not quite deemed hyper intelligent yet. There's many animals that biologically within their natural habitats do engage in same-sex interactions, and it's also not 0.02%. What you're talking about is a
Out of
specific.
8.2 billion.
Hold on. What you're talking about is a specific study within a specific field group. There is not a singular scientific study amongst animals that studied 8.2 billion animals as the control group. So I would love for you to cite that source.
No.
Hold on. I would love for you to cite that source. Can you give me the code for that? The PMCI? Can you give
When
me
I say out of 8.2 million,
You said billion.
That's in million. If I said billion, I misspoke. I was supposed to say million.
So again,
But
there's still not a
regardless,
singular.
I'm talking about the population of
the human population. So more than 0.02%
animal.
of. Okay, then what population are you talking about? Because there's not a singular animal.
Animals.
There's not a singular animal sex economic study that had a control group of 8.2 million people. There's not a million animals. I'm sorry.
8.2. It's just it's saying you
Are you
have
talking
to.
about out of species?
What's the name of the study? I'm sorry. Just
I'm still waiting for the source.
Yeah,
I
what's the
just
name of the
made
study?
it-
I'm trying to find it.
What's,
Because it
do you
doesn't
remember
exist.
like what generally the name said?
Right. Like something.
I mean, I have multiple studies up, so I don't want to give you
Yeah.
guys the wrong one.
Hit me with them. I'll pull it up right now so I can read it. Because as somebody who studies this field, I've never seen a study like that ever in my entire life. So either you're misrepresenting a study or you're not understanding it correctly. Because not a singular study would.
When I
represent-
say 8.2 million, it's in correspondence to the population group of animals that
I think
exist
you mean
in the world.
correlation, and that's not how that study works, right? Do you remember what species
Okay,
it
if
was?
I say 32% of humans get lung cancer out of the entire population of the world, the control group isn't the entire population of the world. It's just a set number
No.
to
Yeah,
show
no, I'm
in
tracking all.
contrast. That's what 8.2 million is coming from.
I'm tracking all, Carly, but what I'm saying is if you're saying there's a specific group of animals that you only see same-sex interactions with in 0.02% of those animals, then I would like to know what animal. Because I can point out dolphins have a 32% same-sex interaction rate. Bonobos have a 46% same-sex interaction rate, female to female.
But that percentage matters if you're talking about that exact species or it's in regards to every animal of every species.
Carly, that's
in the
not
world.
Carly, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that your first
Yo,
thing
Goofy's
was that
kinda good, though.
biologically it's bad and it's not natural or whatever the fuck you said. I'm pointing out that that is not true. And mind you, appealing to nature is already fallacious. I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. But if you're going to appeal to nature, then you have like it's fallacious no matter what.
Okay,
right?
but do you know what the definition for the word natural in scientific definition is?
I do. You want to tell me?
What naturally happens in nature. That is the scientific definition for it. That is what that means. So when you look at sex and you look at the purpose of sex, which is reproduction, otherwise, if that wasn't the case, we wouldn't be populated. Therefore,
That's not true.
It is true because animals don't have IVF.
Carly,
Humans
can
have
you give me?
IVF.
No, yeah, of course, but we
So how do you think they
Hold
stay
on,
populated?
Carly,
How do they stay populated?
Carly, we manually inseminate many animals to maintain their population. So that's not a good argument either.
No, to maintain their species.
Yeah, that's what
Their
population.
involved with animal
So their population. Again, if your claim is
no one
biological,
walks
you're wrong.
around and
Carly,
injects a deer with.
Carly,
freaking
can you explain
sperm.
to me why
It's
we
to
evolved?
continue a certain species that's
Okay.
becoming.
Carly, can you explain to me why we specifically have notations of evolution causing pleasure centers in reaction to social settings and sexual interactions within Homo sapiens? Can you explain that to me?
Yeah,
As to
it's
why
to
that would happen.
motivate sex. It's a
No.
good thing that comes
What's the
along with
clitter?
it. It's not the purpose of sex.
So I'm not. Again, we're back to this purpose word again. Like this is the problem.
Like
you're missing the point that I'm talking about, Carly.
Okay, so then why is IVF? The definition is a artificial. They're mimicking. They're
They're not
mimicking
mimicking
sex. That's what they're mimicking.
No, they're not mimicking sex.
They're
They're
manually
the
causing.
product of sex. Which
No,
is
no. What they are doing is they are
Look at the
causing.
definition. Look at the definition.
They're causing they're causing conception.
In
they're not
vitro
mimicking.
fertilization is
Yes.
explicitly
They're not
labeled
mimicking
as
sex.
an artificial or assisted
Carly,
reproductive
time out for a
technology
second. Carly,
in medical literature.
Time out. That's not what the definition of IVF is.
Yeah,
IVF,
it is.
in
Look it
vitro-
up.
Hold
Literally
on.
look it up.
In vitro fertilization is a medical procedure involving fertilizing an egg with sperm outside of the body.
Yeah, and it's artificial and assisted.
It's not artificial.
No shit.
It's actual. It's
obviously
You
it's
don't
not
understand
natural.
what medical literature is.
Carly, I do this for a living. I promise I do.
Okay.
So in vitro
Well,
fertilization.
something's going wrong here
Hold on.
because
Carly, in vitro fertilization is a form of assisted reproductive technology, right? Which means that medical techniques are used to help a woman become pregnant. There's IVF.
that's
And,
artificial.
hold on, Carly. Carly. For it to be artificial, that means it would not be something that actually created a result, right? Artificial, if you're trying to say that because it happens outside of the normal scope of having sexual interaction and then therefore getting pregnant, sure, but you're using words wrong, and that's very important. In vitro fertilization is a series of procedures that cause pregnancy involving the monitoring and stimulation of the ovulatory process, removing that ova or ovum, and enabling sperm to fertilize it in a culture medium, right? And I don't think you know what some of those words mean, so I don't think this is something that you should be talking about. Like, this is not your field, babe. If you want to argue the moral thing, that's a totally different ballpark, but biologically, you are wrong. There is nothing abnormal, unnatural, or against nature fact of same-sex interactions in any species. It's identified in most major mammalian species, as well as some birds, fun fact. That's just simply not true. Yeah, there's a few birds. That's just simply not true. If you want to argue the moral fact, Carly, you might have a stronger base if you're trying to argue why it's wrong morally, but biologically it's not wrong. It's very... Your argument of it's not natural, me showing that it is natural, therefore beats your argument. So,
okay, so first off, literally in the immune system in a human, right, you have something called passive artificial immunity. That is when you take antibodies made from a human or an animal and you inject it into a person. You could tetanus, for example, right? You're injecting that antibody into them. It's called passive artificial, but the antibodies are naturally made from another source, an animal or a human. So in medical literature, yes, in vitro fertilization is labeled as an artificial or assisted reproductive technology.
Can you tell? Wait, Carly. Can you tell me
not-
what passive artificial immunity is again? Can you tell me that?
Passive artificial immunity is when you take antibodies made from another animal or human and you put it in a human, you inject it into a human as an anti-serum.
It's not always an injection. Like, for example...
Wow, not an injection.
No, Carly, you're arguing that it's... Carly, time out. Carly,
how it's given to the person does not matter.
That's my
it doesn't
point.
erase the fact that it's passive and artificial.
Well, no,
that's the medical
time
literature.
out. For example, maternal antibodies are considered passive artificial immunity, and
Really?
they're not
You
actually
cashing it out?
artificial.
I got you.
That's
not
duh.
what that word
That's
means.
why fertilization IVF is called artificial.
In
It's not
vitro.
actually artificial.
Carly,
It's coming from
it's
another
got the
male.
panties in a twist. You ain't gotta come in here with this
Carly,
fucking
it's-
attitude and like mockery,
Yeah.
right?
Mind you,
you're an
it's in
adult.
vitro.
Please fucking act
I'm
like
meeting
it.
y'all with your logic, and you
No,
hate
you're
it.
not
You hate
meeting
your
with
Not
logic.
though.
So
and I'm
the
not talking
problem-
about logic. I'm talking
I
about your
feel like
fucking
you're stuck-
attitude up here. Chill the fuck
I feel like you're
out.
stuck- I feel like you're
Fertilization
stuck
is
on the-
explicitly
hold on.
labeled.
I feel like you're stuck, Carly. Oh, she left.
$25. Thank you, Berillian, for the 25 to kick. I appreciate you.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Sorry, that was just really bothering me. Medical misinformation is dangerous.
Yeah.
That's actually crazy that she said. I'm sorry. Also, nice to meet you, Carvin. I've seen your lives a few times.
Thank you. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, that's actually. I don't know how you feel about Chris on your panel, but that was the most batshit thing I've heard to date about why being
Heard my
gay is
mouth
bad.
this entire time. Like Corbin does not give a fuck.
That's just that's not what that word means. She said, well, technically, medically, the word artificial, that's not what that means.
I know, like what the frick, guys? Like, holy crap.
That's a lot.
What the flip? What the flip?
Yeah, she was pretty bad. Oh my god, bro.
That's just, yeah. Sorry. I've written 2 research papers around sex economics and mating ecology amongst humans and other hyperintelligent animals, and that's just simply not what happens. There's actually most hyperintelligent animals have more same-sex interactions than humans do.
Yeah,
Humans make about 9 to 11%.
Yeah, and it's definitely important to like call out, some of the misinformation they give. But then on top of that, like even you can imagine, like even if they were right, it still doesn't make any argument for why being gay is wrong because
Right.
appeal to nature fallacy, it's just a fallacious
Exactly.
argument. So yeah.
Like, it's super easy. As soon as they say that, you say, okay, cancer's natural. How do you feel
Yeah,
about that? Is that good?
Driving a car is unnatural, right?
Like 261 species have annotations of same-sex sexual behavior. At least 1,500 animal species spanning mammals, fish, amphibians, fucking invertebrates. There's invertebrates that have same-sex interaction. That's a very common behavior in them. About 5% of those species and 50% within families of the species that have that interaction. So that
they gay.
yeah, there's more same-sex.
Me too, I'm gay.
There's more same-sex interaction in bonobos, in dolphins, in many species, more than humans. Because humans, out of like self-identification, is about 9 to 11% conservatively and liberally, right? Dolphins are like 39% gay.
Real, honestly. Gay dolphins.
Giraffes have a pretty high percentage. I think over 90% of observed sexual encounters are between males. So specifically bottlenose dolphins, those guys are kind of out there.
Bottlenose.
And they do it specifically, like bonobos, it's a really interesting one, is the one they studied to find interactions between like humans. Because they usually stick with the primates. Specifically, the primate species bonobos, they have same-sex contact to reduce tension and form social bonds, similar to humans who have sex for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
W sex for fun.
W sex for fun.
Inverse, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Alright, what's your best argument for why being gay or lesbian is wrong?
Sure. Do you want formally or informally?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, sure. Premise 1, the flourishing and continuity of society depends on institutions that ensure biological reproduction and the transmission of cultural values. Premise 2, the traditional heterosexual family structure is the primary institution that fulfills these reproductive and cultural functions. Premise 3, a social shift of legitimized and normalized relationships that do not fulfill these reproductive and cultural functions diminish the society emphasis and the reinforcement of those institutions. Conclusion, therefore, the normalization of exclusively same-sex relationships may, in the principle, undermine the foundation of societal continuity and development.
Wait, if I may ask, like, I'm really curious, the argument for premise 2.
The reasoning for premise 2 is just going to be that heterosexual families enable biological procreation, and by providing a stable setting for raising children, it serves as the main channel for embedding moral and cultural values. Many traditional asserts that historically societies have organized legal, economic, and moral systems around the structure, considering it a foundational for both generations and the socialization of new members. Normally, we can see this to be argued by people like Rosia, or I think that's how you pronounce his name. I would have to double check on the name, and Confucius. Those are two people or two philosophers within this.
I know, I'm really curious.
Well, is this? I'm sorry. Does this argument entail? You're saying like normalizing it, right? Is wrong, but does that follow from that it itself is wrong? Like doing the action is wrong?
If you're saying if it's an odd claim, well, yes, it would follow it to be. Well, for one, I don't think when we talk about morals here for like odds, I would just go into metaethics, which would be I'm a merit theorist type A. So I don't think like these things in which pursue some sort of objective moral grounding, if that's what you're trying to insinuate.
No, that's not what I asked.
Did you not ask if it's an odd claim?
No, I asked if it's an odd claim in virtue of the fact that we ought not normalize it. That like if you're
it's just going to cause a deprivation.
Huh?
It's just a deprivation. It literally harms society. It's a theological and
okay.
It's just a theological argument.
It harms society.
Like the moral aspect. When we talk about like the moral side of it, outside of like the societal continuity and theological side of it, well, we would say that that would just presuppose what my foundation is, and if I can prove that foundation, well, I'm an error theorist. I believe that these things are systematically false. There could never be an objective moral framework due to J.L. Mackey's principles of metaphysics and epistemological factors for morals, and that everything is just a predication of action or like indicative of like their own intuitive alignments.
Does an individual? Well, no, that's going to be a different question. But does the individual, is an individual who chooses to be in a relationship with somebody of the same sex in virtue of them being attracted to them, is it your position that they ought be single, or should they be in a heterosexual relationship?
They should try to pursue a heterosexual relationship. They should not. Obviously, I'm not saying that they should just force themselves to be single, or they shouldn't go about this. I think the reproduction of society should be beneficial here.
Wait, so they shouldn't force themselves to be single, but they should try to. Okay, so all things considered, the better option for the gay, like for example, the lesbian, should be to be in a relationship with a man. All things considered.
Yes.
Okay, and if she can't do that, the next best option is to be single because she's not attracted to men, probably.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that it's wrong for her to be in this relationship with a woman, right? In virtue of the fact that it harms society. Do you have, that sounds like an empirical claim. Do you have like studies on that?
Right.
Not an empirical claim. This is a deductive argument. There's no empirics to it. More or less, if you're asking for like the argument for premise 3, which was a social shift in which it legitimizes the normalization of relationships that do not fulfill these reproductive and cultural functions, diminish the society emphasis of the reinforcement of those intuitions. Well, if you're asking the reason for that, I can give you that. But I'm not making any sort of empirical.
Wait, so okay, so you don't think that if we normalized same-sex relationships, that there's not going to be any empirical claims that can be appealed to? Well, it's not relevant. I'm sorry, it's not reason giving to look at any empirical claims about whether that benefits like any harm or, you know.
To be clear, when we see like an empirical claim, well, I think those just fall pursuit of a rabbit hole where we would have to first clear up if you're just saying it's gained by the 5 senses, I should clarify that. If that's all you're saying by empirical data, well, I think that this data is just going to be subjective. Personally, when we talk about like epistemology for like the knowledge and how we formulate to this data, well, I'm a fallibilist. I don't believe that we can have certainty in any data given the facts of this. And normally I would contain that view within a radical skeptic view where certainty is just not there. So normally I would say that this would just be something like an intuitive alignment of their knowledge and not anybody else's.
Of who's there?
I'm just saying the entity who did this study.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so
I'm saying that this would just fail.
Wait, okay, so let's take the case of a lesbian couple that chooses not to. So you think, well, this is going to be consistent because it seems like you're just talking about like normalization which entails like some sort of publicity about it. Do you think it would be okay for a lesbian couple to be in a relationship given that it's not public? Is that your position too, or
No, I still think it's wrong. It
it
doesn't
would
matter
still
if it's
be
a public
wrong?
thing or not, right? It would still detriment society or the sociological development there,
How would it detriment sociological development?
because the reproduction would not be being met there. The criteria,
Reproduction
which is
can still be
stipulated
met.
in,
Wait, that is
hold on,
empirical
which is
claim.
stipulated in premise 3.
Wait, that is empirical claim.
That's not
Yeah,
empirical.
that's
Yeah, you're saying they're
yeah.
not going to reproduce, so like that's an empirical claim about the world,
What do you
about the
think
state of
empirical
affairs.
claims are?
Yeah, statements about the world that we can observe
That's
with
not.
our five senses, right? So like
That's not
when we're looking,
empirical claims.
yeah, that is what empirical is, right? When I
No.
think of
What literature
that's
does
fine.
that
So when I
endorse?
think of like empirical
What?
research, when I'm looking, I don't know why I'm being overtalked.
Yeah, empirical
So like
research is
when I'm
based
thinking
on
about
data.
empirical, like it just might just be some sort of equivocation here. But when I'm thinking about empirical, I'm just thinking about like research about the world and like what's likely to occur in the physical states of affairs. And then we look at those through like, experimentation, scientific method, abductive reasoning, and things like that about the world. That's just what I mean by empirical. If you mean something else, then whatever. But when you say that these two lesbians who are not publicly like, out or anything like that, and then they're just not reproducing, well, that's like that statement can just be false because they can reproduce IVF, things like that. But
No,
yeah, so
that's
that's just like a statement about the world, right? Which is obviously
yeah.
false.
This doesn't follow. The IBF argument will just fall short or be mute because, for one, it doesn't follow cultural functions. It wouldn't be covering that. You're still ignoring the cultural factor. So when we
What
talk
cultural
about this, is
factor?
why I said this is why I talked if you were listening to premise 3, I said that this is going to be a sociological and theological argument because we bring in cultural norms and we also bring in societal norms. So you may cover it, sure. You can say like, due to IBF, the societal reproductive factor is being covered. However, they're both necessary conditions in which the cultural norm is not being made.
Wait, how is IVF not cultural norm?
Yeah, because we would say like there are going to be some religions or majority of religions in which are, I guess, normalized, or not normalized. I shouldn't say that. Majority of religions will not pursue having a lesbian or just a lesbian relationship as something which should be pursued. Would you disagree with that?
What does that have to? I didn't ask about like religions, right? Just because like some
Hey,
religions
that's how I'm taking cultural norms.
wait, like okay, that's gonna wait with respect to which country, right? Because some countries are more secular, some countries are
Again,
more religious.
I don't
right?
think they're right. I don't think like the country matters in the sense that if you're trying to apply it towards like, oh, it's going to be the case that if the U.S. holds to more of a Christianity framework, but obviously like in Japan, we would say they hold to a more Buddhist framework or more, I think it's something with an L, it's about spirits. But anyways, there's many frameworks, right? Well, obviously the framework, I'm talking about more so the scriptures and what they entail within their ideology and how they're applying it. I don't think that we can get ever a conclusive understanding of like, oh, because the majority agrees to this, then it should be the case that we should pursue this, right? That would just be appeal to majority. I think that reason is fallacious.
Well,
Wait,
if I may,
oh, go ahead.
you can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm sorry. You're saying that the cultural norm, like most religions, view lesbian. They might view it that way in virtue of the fact of this, like, reproduction argument, right? But nonetheless, they're going to give this. They've set up. IVF was originally set up not for like gay couples. It was set up for infertile, like straight couples, right? That's the cultural norm with respect to it. Now, if they have like some sort of argument that you can appeal to, that I would like to, hear for why is it the case that the only people who would have access or should have access to IVF in order to produce, have this reproduction, should be infertile couples and not like, for example, lesbian couples. I'm going to need some sort of argument for that.
That's never once did I claim that, I don't know how you're insinuating that from the argument.
I would also
Did
point
you
out
not
that
say
the
that
basis
IVF is not a cultural norm in virtue of the fact that like religions
I
don't want
never said it
lesbians?
wasn't a cultural norm. I
Okay, you
never
said it
once
was
said
two.
that.
You said it was a conjunctive statement of cultural and societal norms. Did you not say that? And you said it only meets one, which is the societal.
I said it only meets one, which is the reproductive, which is the societal for reproduction. However, just because you can go to IVF, right, and they can have this reproduction does not mean that's something like we can appeal to 3 here, which can be like Buddhism, I guess you can say Buddhism, Christianity, and whatever. guess the two actually, because that's the two I'm more familiar with. We can just say that those two under the scriptures do not meet any sort of criteria, or would say that it's going to be morally, or we should pursue this type of thing, right?
Well, that's not true though.
Okay, why
Like
do you think it's not true?
there's many bases. Like if your basis is cultural, if your basis is cultural norms off the stance of like varying religious interpretations, Christianity, some denominations teach that homosexual acts are sinful. Islamic traditions can consider homosexual acts to be forbidden. Orthodox Judaism can as well. But 56% of Americans do not follow any theist religious faith, and many denominations under Christianity, such as the Episcopal Church, the United Church of Christ, are affirming of LGBTQ people. So that doesn't
We were asked if like society, that's like saying that, because majority appeals to this. So, okay, I'm answering the claim or the question which you
I
provided.
didn't ask you a question.
I said claim / question.
Well, there's nothing for you to answer. I didn't ask you
Is it
anything.
not? Okay, so you making the claim in which posits that 57% of majority do not follow these set structural rules within the Bible, right? That's not going to be something which I should address, right? I should ignore that and just not address
No,
that,
I'm not
right?
saying. I'm saying your
'Cause you're
basis was
confused
off
on the argument,
Christianity and
correct?
Buddhism. I'm not confused at all. I'm saying your basis was that cultural norms and like societal standards off of the basis of multiple religions you mentioned. So that's why I contributed to that.
Yeah,
You brought up
okay, so I'm
Christianity
saying
and
that's
Buddhism and
the
so on and so forth.
and I brought up only scriptures. I didn't talk about like the people who follow this, who deviate from the path, which we could say like they're not truly Christian, or they don't follow the pursuit of this.
I could show you with like original scriptures that that's not actually the condemnation that occurs, and it was a Greco-Roman.
Do you think like we can ever? Okay, well, this will just be going down a path of like, can we actually find or figure out like the scriptures in which bring up the most certainty or has the most truth at? Because
Yeah,
for one, we
absolutely.
don't know like what is actually conveyed under scriptures. We recently just made a New Testament and redid the scriptures for Christianity. Buddhism just dropped another
Right, but we
refurbished
can
one.
see
So
the
like if you're gonna
DLC.
see that, we should be able to go back.
We can see
and I
what
can
the
give you
variance
something
occurs.
that
Like, we can
wait,
see,
wait,
like-
wait, wait, hold on. Okay. To be clear, if you're gonna tell me this, or you're gonna go on this like rant about, it's gonna be the case that we can find the most objective thing from this
No.
scriptures. Okay, so then what
I'm
is
not
the
talking
point of
about
bringing
scripture at
older
all because
scriptures?
the variance of scripture has
Hold on, but
the
my
point that I
claim
made
is
is that
about
it has no
scriptures.
relevancy.
Wait, it would be relevant. What? Okay,
No, because your
I'm not
basis
taking
is that
cultural
the majority-
norms into the
your
like.
basis was that
okay.
cultural norms off the principles.
What do you think
of,
I mean
like,
by cultural norms? Let's get that
Oh
clear.
my Lanta.
You say on my land, but you don't understand. You guys obviously have a different definition of cultural norms. If that's how
No,
you're
we
taking the
don't.
argument.
This is the Jordan Peterson method. What do you mean by do? What do you mean by believe? What do you mean by
No,
the?
normally when we discuss,
Wait, hold
you
up,
can make
if
like
I
you can
may.
make like a joke there, right? Like, oh, okay, cool.
Go ahead, Auntie.
But then again, right? Normally when we discuss like frameworks, or I'm applying this, which I even told
Oh my
the
God,
host,
this
I'm not
argument's so
applying
bad.
cultural norms in the way you'd probably use it. I'm applying it within a religious aspect, right? Or what is normally conveyed under religion. Now, and then I brought up scriptures. So obviously you're not tracking there.
Right,
and again,
I am.
if you
I'm
were going to be
criticizing
the
that
case,
that's
hold
the
on, I don't know
cultural norm
why
within
you have a tendency of
religion.
interrupting. So again, if it's going to be the case that I bring up a proper definition, or not a proper definition, right? If I'm using it in a different way, maybe you would deem
Alright,
it
we got
idiosyncratic,
25,
right?
I'm
But I can
gonna get it in.
demonstrate why it would be idiosyncratic, or how it can apply
just gonna let
to the framework,
Auntie
and why
do
the
his
separation of sociology, not sociology, sorry,
Ah.
the society construct in which I'm bringing up versus the claim of cultural and how we should appeal to that is going to be different. You seem to bring conjunct the two.
No, I understand
you
what you're
don't.
pointing out. I'm
Why
saying
are
that
you
your
interrupting
basis on. I'm saying that your basis off the principle of Christianity within Scripture of Christianity is already a misinformed basis, and also the factor that that specific norm within that specific faith or religion or culture, whatever you want to call it, isn't actively the majority praxis within America. So you referencing hold on.
Stop interrupting.
You referencing that as the cultural norm that is applicable within the majority of a commonwealth is the wrongdoing. That's the point that I'm saying, is that you said, well, within Christianity, within these scriptures, homosexuality is wrong, therefore within a cultural norm it would be viewed as wrong. I can point out how it's not wrong within Christianity, the faith, but I don't think that's relevant here because I don't think we're having a variance of religion.
Like variance of religion.
Yeah, like simply,
if you're gonna say like
for
due
your
to the
claim
application of
that's
faith
okay,
and
I
how
wasn't
people
finished.
change
That's
it.
okay, I wasn't finished.
Well, you pause. Okay, yeah. Let's shock and let's do another fallacy for an argument. Go ahead.
I'm not being fallacious. I'm simply saying that
It
your
is.
base
What
is
shock and
being,
fallacy is.
your
it's a
base
shock
is
and
being
fallacy.
religion.
I'm waiting.
When a
Go ahead.
majority of people don't follow that praxis,
Bro,
doesn't
shut
have
the fuck up.
applicability.
Let them finish.
That's the point.
Auntie wanted to ask.
good point.
Auntie, you wanted to say something?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like, well, I actually am curious in how you're using culture in a specific sense, since you brought it up in in multiple of your premises. I'm pretty sure all of your premises, in case of the sociological thing. I'm also really curious in how you like defend teleology in this specific case, in virtue of the fact that I could just like low key reject teleology. But I'm really curious on what you mean. Let's just start with
Teleology is crazy. Well, culturally, I would just take it to be the basis of the makeup of a religion and religious laws. So when I say like cultural norms or what we appeal to when we say that, it's just going to be like indicative to the scriptures and how we apply them within our day-to-day life. So normally when we take like to a Christianity versus like a Buddhist view, we normally say they have applicable moral values, customs,
we're gonna change the topic in a
and
couple
ideas
of
behind them
debate
in which we should
sessions.
follow in
Like one or two
pursuit of
debates.
reaching this like state of eudaimonia in which it tries to bring us to. So that's kind of where I'm using scripture. I'm not using like any sort of societal, more so just the religious text and so forth.
Okay, well then I'm actually like really curious because obviously we can see it in multiple religious texts. In that case, if we're going to use it like cultural sense in that specific case, because in multiple religious texts don't actually necessarily like make it to be the case that, you know, it's like wrong, or they don't make like any moral claims specifically. Right? Like I think Christianity Buddhism could be a perfect example. Like Goofy brought up specifically, right? Because presumably, I think it's kind of like contingent on the fact that this is wrong, or are you saying specifically that it doesn't necessarily matter that if the scripture says it's wrong as long as people interpret it in a specific different way? Because maybe that's like the delineation that I'm having a problem with here.
Right.
Well, if it's gonna, I don't think like interpretation is gonna be like the key thing. Why? Yeah, it could be the case that interpretations could pursue this as wrong, and that makes up the framework there, and that could just be a appeal to like the modal scope of human epistemic limitations, or the fallibus account, which I've mentioned. Like we don't know these things with certainty, and we're limited by this 3D nature, so we would never be able to understand that. But if it's going to be the case that these scriptures don't convey, I would love to know what scriptures you're trying to pull and which would incite that, oh, being lesbian or being gay is going to be proper, or that
I
we
can
should
point that
pursue.
out within Christian scripture, absolutely.
Well, real quick, like, what's your methodology for determining which cultural norms tied to these religions ought be rejected?
When you say, are you just saying how
Yeah.
like what's
When-
the
yeah, when should
what
we
I'm using
reject it?
for reasoning? No, I wouldn't have like, if you're asking like how should we reject them, well, I wouldn't have a framework. I'm not saying we should reject either or, right? I'm saying that's, well, we would say under the framework that Buddhism incites its own framework and Christianity incites its own framework, but both are contracting views, right? Or contradicting views, because one is an atheistic framework, the other is a deistic framework, normally formed to classical theism. Now, if we were to say that we should pursue either or, well, we can take like the status of both, seeing that obviously murdering is wrong. This means that would be something which is a rejected good under all religious frameworks. So I wouldn't say that we can ever say that one is just going to be the most linear, most progressive, and most, I guess
Well,
you say.
let's just talk about in America, because America has laws that we ought to abide by. I'm asking if America decided. Well, hold on. So if America in the United States, somebody implemented some sort of law, like banning same-sex marriage, do you think that is consistent with your premise 3? Or, yeah.
I'm sorry, say that again?
If like banning like same-sex marriage, for example, do you think that that's consistent with your argument?
If they ban same-sex marriage, yes, that would be consistent.
Okay. That would be consistent with your argument. And what objections would an individual have to have, right? I'm sorry, how would a politician, they would have to use your argument to defend that banning of same-sex marriages, or at least that would be one argument that they would use. But in that case, I'm asking you, like what for the lesbian couple or the gay male couple that actually does want to get married, what would they have to appeal to in order to object to that law as unreasonable? What would they have to appeal to? What would have to be true about that?
For one, that question is just a loaded question fallacy. We know that under like.
Okay.
Yeah,
listen,
I can explain.
okay.
Wait, I can explain
Wait,
my
hold on.
stuff.
No, I know what he's saying. Like, hold on. I'm sorry. If there's a cultural law that's as a result of things that are consistent with your argument, how would somebody object to it? Like, how would
Again,
I'm trying to give you like the better way to phrase it. What would be So for example, you have like slavery, right? So you had Texas seceding from the Union, all these southern states seceding from the Union, and every single one of them in their secession documents cited the Bible and cited God in their religious texts for why they ought to be able to like own slaves, which that's what the Bible says. You're allowed to own slaves. So, what us like, it seems to be your argument would just be consistent with something like that, but nonetheless, the slave very clearly has like a reason to object to that.
Sure, there's always going to be an objection. Again, this would just
Reasonable
bring up, this would
objection,
just,
my guy.
okay, if you believe in moral, sure. Again, this is why I said we should get some grounding before we pursue this. Because for one, if you're saying that there's going to be some sort of reasonable objection, and if you're holding to account that like these laws should be abided for some sort of reason, well then are you saying that there's going to be some sort of moral objective goods in which we should always?
Well, that doesn't follow. That wouldn't follow.
Okay,
But no,
so
I'm
then-
asking, like, do you believe that the individual... Hold on, just answer the question. Do you believe that the slave would have a reasonable objection to be owned as a slave owner, the African slave, in virtue of the fact that these cultural norms tied to this religion permit him to be a slave? He would not have a reasonable objection?
No. Okay. So I don't think you can name me one reasonable objection which you can make.
All right, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you. That's just gonna be the reductio, my guy. All right, thank you so much for the $25 over there to Kick. I appreciate you guys over on Super Chat.
Yeah, that was me, big dog.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah,
W Goofy.
Dude, just like listen. I love philosophy. I studied under one of the greatest philosophers in America. His name is Michael Huemer. He's an amazing philosopher in Boulder, Colorado, when I was stationed there. But also, can we be fucking serious? I beg and plead. What do you mean?
All right, so the people. Yeah, that was crazy. So they have $25 over. They kick pulled $25. So that's gonna go for them. So Goofy, I'll let you use the 25 for the next person that you want to use it for. Okay.
Slay.
Thank you for that. I appreciate y'all.
Actually, you know what?
Shout out to
Dude, because that was a bad argument.
Yeah.
Right.
Shout out to Gretchen. Thank you for the kick pull, Vrillian, and Unamused Moniker. Thank you so much for the kick pull. And then also big shout out to Natalie. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Natalie says, another bad dad joke. I gave my handyman a to-do list, but he only did jobs 1, 3, and 5. Turns out he only does odd jobs. Oh my god.
Carbon, I redeemed orange.
Charles, thank you for the $10 on Cash App as well. I appreciate you guys. Listen, if you do think that being gay lesbian is wrong, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you guys, and then we'll get you your orange. There we go.
Good boy.
Mind you, people. Good boy is crazy, by the way.
That's how we are here.
That's funny as fuck.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a really good question, Carbon. Because I understand that he was like an error theorist, and I can understand that like the
A
question.
conditional error theorist, by the way.
Yeah, true. But what, like, I'm kind of confused, or I might be a little bit confused on the basis of the question, because if he's a conditional error theorist, then, like, maybe I'm, like, a little bit confused. Like, could you explain, like, the thought process behind the question?
The question that I asked him?
Yeah, like, the last question before you, like, was picked.
Oh, yeah, because, it doesn't, his argument doesn't depend on the content of the cultural norms of the religion.
Right.
It could be, like the cultural norms just be that men are allowed to like grape women for like children, for reproduction. And he would be committed to the view that that's the cultural norm, not doing that, violating that cultural norm. It's just, he's going to be committed to the view that the woman doesn't have a reasonable objection to that.
Right. And also ignoring all factors around empirical identifiers of what actually is within cultural norms of this specific culture it's silly. And mind you, is he just steel manning the opposite side? Because he's arguing off the basis of faith. And error theorism believes that all moral claims are false because they cannot be provably true. So he was like steel manning a different side.
Well, like, error theorist is kind of like that as well. But also, like the one that inverses, I'm pretty sure, if I can remember, a specific one that's just says that morals are specific actions that we do, like index down or not, like something we like or not, right? They're not objective and they're not true in virtue of the fact that we don't have epistemological knowledge, in virtue of the fact that he's, a fallibilist. He thinks that no empirical evidence or no evidence can actually, it's all infallible. So they can't have 100% certainty. That's, like, I think the delineation in this case.
Yeah, it's the variability that if like unaliving a person is wrong being true, then everyone would have a reason to not unalive a person. And then there's variability within that epistemological moral skepticism and the criticisms around it.
All I have to say is I hate Phil Bros.
I don't hate Phil Bros all the time. I hate him sometimes, though.
Hemlock.
That was a good
98% of the times I hate them.
I parted from my hard-earned government. Well, I'm not getting paid right now, but my hard-earned $25 because that was irritating the fire out of me. Because can we just be serious? Can we please?
Common, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
You all just got cooked.
It doesn't sound like your age.
That doesn't sound like your age. And by the way, you got cooked. But I'm sorry, what was your age?
I don't know why you're over talking me.
Oh, okay. He's a troll.
Oh, you're a fan. You a fan.
He a fan.
Okay,
All right,
Diva.
let's get the next person in here. Cam, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
Diva's crazy.
Cam, hello. Okay. All right, I'm gonna clear the guest request. Only if you think being gay is wrong. Go ahead and hop on in the guest requests, and I'm gonna clear it out here.
Also, really quick, what's up with these fucking gifts, guys? Come on. We should all at least be at 1K. This is ridiculous.
Minimum.
Hello, can I get your age, please?
I'm 35.
Roger that. What's your best argument for why being gay or lesbian is wrong?
Being L is wrong because it's not real. First of all, there's no a lady thinks like girls only.
I can't hear you.
Wait, I do.
What do you say?
Lesbians
Girls can't like girls only.
Yeah, it's not a thing.
Well, what's the argument for that?
It's not a thing. It's
yeah, you're repeating the claim. What's the argument for that?
They're brainwashed.
Yeah, what's the
They're brainwashed
argument
to hate
for that?
men.
Why?
It's a population control thing.
By who? Jewish people? Is that what you're gonna say?
Oh no.
Oh yeah, there's
It's to have
violence,
more
yeah.
control over people and
Yeah,
brainwash
mhm.
people.
Yeah, who's doing the brainwashing?
Rich people.
Rich people. What kind of rich people?
We want less peons. So that they tell people that being L is okay.
So
and
like
it's a
Donald
thing.
Trump. So like Donald Trump is like forcing women to be gay. Because he's
Trump's a
rich guy.
faggot.
Huh?
Oh, there's a
faggot,
slur.
sports faggot.
Bye-bye, guy. Get out of here, bro.
Uh-oh.
Stop being a degenerate in the chat, guys. All right.
Yeah.
Let's get
This
the
is
next
what
person.
happens when you get no play. That's what you turn into.
No bitches.
Well, I was kind of
No
frustrated.
bitches?
No bitches.
I was kind of frustrated about the previous comment because, like Earth, like I would consider myself as an Earth theorist. Not gonna lie, I think it's like really intuitive. So that kind of made me mad when Inverse was kind of using it a little bit to like justify the proposition. but
Right.
It is what it is.
AK Mac, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, guest request is now
Appreciate
empty. So if you are opposition, if you think that being gay is like wrong, we'll go ahead and let you in here. I'll run this topic for like 1 or 2 more debates, then we'll switch over to the Donald Trump topic, and then after that, if we have time, we'll do the religion topic. So all that good shit. So hit me up.
I can't do the Donald Trump one because I'll get PP smacked, but I can do the rest of them.
Billionaires are definitely consolidating media. That's true. Yep. TikTok too. Annie, thank you so much for the heart. Me, I appreciate you. Speaking of Annie,
You're
Annie, where
welcome.
are you? I have not heard you all like stream, bro.
I'm here. I just haven't had a moment where I can interject because there's a lot of smart people up here doing smart people things, and I'm here for it.
That's a first.
Well, you're smart. Let's.
No, like, no shade, but like,
I know.
you kept your mouth shut.
I'm definitely struggling right now, pain wise, but like I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
right.
I'm learning.
Felt that in my spirit.
Too much
right there.
Which I'm like, yeah. No, I have a inner and an outer ear infection in both ears.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah, I hope
I'm
you
sorry.
get a better time. And also, you are smart. Let's be self-real.
I am.
Bro,
I am.
if
It's
you
just-
call me or any twin one more time.
I will drop you.
Bro commented that on my fucking nail video. He's like, "It's so good, Swin." I was like, okay.
Not too much on my guy. Let him live.
Nah, I love Auntie, but I just have to pick on him. I have to.
Hey, Auntie, I made you your special hemlock stew.
So, Void,
You ready
somebody
for
needs
it?
closure from you. Somebody needs closure
Oh?
in my YouTube comments. I'm gonna let that simmer for a second before I actually ask you.
Oh, no.
I'll-
You can't do that. my anxiety.
I would
Yeah,
love it.
hold on, let's just give her a little bit of anxiety.
Okay.
Just for a second.
No,
Did the
'cause
woman
the-
did the woman working on her nails in Procreate ever figure it out? I really need to know. There you go.
Oh yes, I did. I got down what I need to know. If I need to know anything else, I'm definitely watching a YouTube tutorial.
They said they
But
put
I figured it
disclosure
out.
on it. So.
No, that's
Yeah,
valid.
thank you. No, because whenever you like, I don't know why, because like my baby daddy knows that I debate on your channel, like he knows you're at and everything. So like, I swear to God.
Oh my God.
Could you imagine if my baby daddy was in your comments like, I need closure?
No, there was this guy. He was running. Fuck, I forgot his name. So this was like 2.5 years ago. So he was running for office in like I think Arizona. It's like a Senate seat or something like that. Not. It was like a state house seat, I think. And he was running. He had the whole website and everything, right? And so we convinced him to take the pro-choice position. So we got him to go through his campaign website to change his pro-choice position on his campaign website, right? And then it just kept getting crazier because his ex joined the stream and saw him. So, whoa, that's my ex. She was like in the comments, oh my, OMG, that's my ex. And I was like, is this your ex? And he looked at it, he's like, oh my God, yeah, that was in high school.
Oh no.
That was the craziest shit ever. I was like, what the fuck?
The way
Oh my
I
God.
ever refer to anybody that I dated in high school as an ex is like
That's
insane. What do
crazy.
you mean?
Listen, I
No.
get that there's high school sweethearts or whatever. Not to sound like a hater. Please hear me out. Please hear me out. But to be a hater for a second, high school isn't real. Like dating in high school is
Yeah,
not
it doesn't
real.
exist,
If it works,
actually.
honestly.
I didn't
It
even go to high
actually
school.
is propaganda.
Yeah, I just kind of like, I was born an adult and just like, you know.
Yeah,
No,
no,
but,
I
like,
actually
I will
came
say
out
that,
the
like-
womb. Yeah.
I
Exactly.
wouldn't say that it's not real, but once you get past like your 20s, I wouldn't refer to anybody that you like messed with in high school as an ex.
As an ex?
It's like one
Well,
of those-
that doesn't
it's
count
one
for
of those
me
things
because
that
I
are
did
like
get.
technically true, but just like we should have another word for it because it just doesn't.
Yeah, no,
seem
exactly
right,
that. Like,
you know?
there's a few contexts where I'm like, okay, fine, but otherwise, I don't want to hear it. I don't buy that.
What's the verdict on the
Correct.
Hassan shock collar gate? Did he?
He shocked his fucking dog.
Yeah, it's my understanding that everybody thought that he did, but he didn't, and then now. it's
Yeah.
No,
like-
he did.
Like, yeah.
Honestly,
like,
it's a toss up.
No, he
No, I
he
100%
showed the collar.
agree.
It was a vibrating collar. It wasn't like a shock
No.
collar.
Right. The,
But
pro-
people
the,
like-
the shock. Hear me out though, because the shock
Somebody
prongs have
turned
been.
up. Yeah, he took the prongs out, right?
But
'Cause
I
people
don't
were
know, we
asking
don't
to
know
show on
if-
stream when he
Yeah,
did
but
that,
it was a
and he
different shock
refused to show
collar.
it.
Somebody like lied
Yeah.
about him and shit. Like it was a different shock collar. That's the problem.
Yeah, like that's the beef is that the collar that she had on in that clip where she like the dog like yelps or whatever.
Yeah.
The
And then it also just
context
doesn't
around it makes it like, yeah, I don't buy it.
Yeah, and it also just doesn't explain why she's allowed to walk around in every other stream. Why would he shock her at that
Right.
exact moment? You know, he never shocked her before.
Exactly.
But
Wait, doesn't she just sit on that fucking thing
No,
the
she
entire time?
sits on it, but she sometimes walks around. He pets her. She walks around
Yeah.
the room, but she goes there whenever
Yeah.
she wants. She moves freely around, so it doesn't explain why he would shock her at
Yeah.
that specific moment. And then, it's just
And the context around the clip, like seconds before the part that got like soundbited, is that the whole like he was super frustrated, his stream crashed, a whole bunch of other shit happened apparently. So I don't know that I buy that he shocked his dog. I feel like with that big of a platform, he wouldn't do some shit like that dumb. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah, Vivian.
let's be
was
so real,
Vivian
that doesn't
Elon
mean
Musk's
anything.
Elon Musk's daughter said that it wasn't a shock collar. The memes are crazy. I saw like
Memes
he's
are
like
funny
his
as
dog
fuck.
is like he's like
He has a-
Zorro. Oh, not what's his
I
name?
was like fucking Raiden.
Raiden.
Did you
Yeah,
see
yeah.
his video about
Raiden,
it?
yeah, from
He
fucking
included-
Mortal Kombat.
He included those memes in his own video about it. That shit really got me.
I saw the
I
clash
personally
there.
believe it. I don't personally like Hassan.
I don't know. I don't believe it, and I also know from like because I'm working with my service dog is currently in training right now, and you can use a shock collar and it not be ethically wrong. Hot take, I know. But they're used heavily within certain settings, and so I don't know. I don't think he used a shock collar.
Well, I just don't like Hassan because he's a famous low tier, and I really don't like famous low tiers.
Oh, it's a lot. Yo.
Well, I actually have like a very much disdain for like people who are really dumb being famous. That's why I really hate Donald Trump.
I don't think Hassan is dumb. I do think that some of the things he has done or will do, or not will do, sorry, has done or like has been a part of are a little silly.
I think he's a misogynist and I don't fucking like him.
Oh, that's T. Why do you think he's misogynist?
Because of the way he used to talk about women on his stream, like prior to him like blowing up.
What don't I know?
Hold up, let me find some clips. Give me a moment.
Yeah, I was like, girl, I mean, I believe it, but I've never heard that ever.
He shouted me out once, by the way. Whenever he's brought up.
Retweeted you. That is not the same as a shout out.
Okay, how much you want to bet?
That's basically the same thing, actually.
$1.
You want $1 that he didn't say my full first and last name on stream and say, love you, buddy, keep getting those interactions? You want to bet?
Did you pay him to say that?
No, I didn't.
How much I gotta pay you to say that about me, Carbone?
Hey, Carbone, if it was me, I
No,
wouldn't take that disrespect if it was me personally.
It's called hot. So basically, you go to my Twitter, you can look at my pinned tweet, and that's where that video that I posted went viral, and I knew Hassan was going to watch it the next day when he got on stream, so I put in the comments, "Hi Hassan," and then I didn't know that he was like immediately gonna see that. So right after I put "Hi Hassan," like 2 minutes later, he saw the video and he was like freaked out. He's like, "What the fuck?" So it was just like a weird coincidence. So it was all on stream. It was pretty funny. But
So you scared him into it.
I scared the fuck out of him. He's like, yeah.
Yeah.
But he is kind of like, I've seen him debate before. The only debates I've seen him in were the one where he debated Charlie Kirk, the one where he debated Destiny. I think it was Ask Yourself, the vegan debate, and he was just like, yeah, I understand it's wrong. I just do it. I'd like to do it. And then
That's why I consider him as like a low tier knockout.
yeah, he can't really debate that well. And he's a college graduate, so he's not like super dumb, but he's just like he cannot defend a lot of shit.
Right.
That is true. Actually, I don't think because I watched sometimes I watch some streamers kind of like Dean or Hassan, and I just sit there cringing because they're making really bad arguments against other people. Now the other people are obviously bad as well, right? They're dumb as well. It's just it's
right. It's just two dumb people yapping about nothing.
You think Dean makes bad arguments?
Actually, yeah, I've watched him go against Kojo and the rest of them, and I don't think he did well.
Well, against if you go against a S tier whatever, but I don't think he makes bad arguments generally.
I think his arguments are good. I just think that he's a broken clock is right twice a day. I think he's a very performative person, unfortunately, which sucks because he was doing so good.
Yeah, but hold on, look, maybe because I have a different perception of bad arguments. I just think bad arguments or any arguments I can't just necessarily beat easily. I've actually I haven't talked to him, but I've actually watched some of his videos about his arguments, and I've easily could beat them. I'd say I would love to talk to him. Actually, it would be really nice to have just a one-on-one conversation. Yeah. Seems like everybody in the community but me is having that conversation.
I don't know. I don't like the controversy around being so big on the internet and then also saying some of the crazy shit he said / done. I think it's harmful. I think it's performative.
You guys perform for Grandmaster? I mean, I can give him the helicopter, but that's off stream.
Hello?
Okay. All right, Grandmaster.
Yo.
I'm kidding.
Yo. ACR, you just sound jealous at this point,
Right.
I get it.
I
there's
can
only
fly.
so much poppy toast to go around.
I can fly, okay, Grandmaster?
Goofy, I sent you some videos talking about Hassan's misogyny and things of that nature.
Okay, word. I'll definitely check. I don't really watch Hassan, to be fair. I don't know. I'm not big on Twitch, watching Twitches at least.
Watching Twitches. Hey, Andy, can I watch your Twitch?
Shut up. You know what I meant.
Whoa.
Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I believe this stream just became the T-Illogical stream now. Oh my God, Brilliant. You're banned. I'm taking your mod status away for that.
Did they bring up Teology?
That's funny.
Actually,
I love that.
I'm actually really curious on people's thoughts on teleology.
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Real quick, Gretchen, thank you for the 311. Fire up the meat grinder, Carbon. Kickball round 2, $3.11. Appreciate you. What are you invoking when you say teleology? It's like inherent aughts within the thing.
Sorry, I was using voice to text. Did you ask me a question?
That's crazy. Yes, I did.
Bro, did you say wait, pause. Because the
He doesn't
last
even
comment
type.
you made
I was
was
wondering how he types so
WTology.
quickly.
Yeah.
That shit was funny. I'm
Did
sorry.
you use voice to text to do that?
Eventually he's gonna forget the
Bro,
like.
you
mute.
don't piss me off.
Because Ahmed
Wait,
sent
no,
me a
'cause
text the other day, and it was truly illegible. And I was like, what the fuck are you saying to me, bestie? And that's why, because he always uses voice to text.
No, because like whenever you use text to speech, like on live, because I've did it before, it mutes you automatically. Because your
it
microphone is
deafens
being
you.
used.
Yeah, it's where you can't hear him, and he also can't hear anything else.
There's this funny ass
correct.
fucking video I saw like last year. I died laughing. So it was this girl. She was like talking to
You
her
died?
mom.
RP.
She was like talking to her mom, right? And her mom like was sending a voice note, not voice to text, but like she was audibly saying like the shortened text of things. She's like, "Yeah, I went back there on Saturday. LOLOL." Like she was physically saying the word LOLOL. And then like she responds with a voice note. She's like, "Mom, you know you don't have to actually say it. It's a voice note. You don't have to say the words LOL. I can hear your voice." And her mom just keeps doing it. LMAO.
That's so funny.
Like she did not understand. It was fucking hilarious.
That's funny.
Honestly, sometimes I say LOL just because like I'm being ironic.
Lamau.
Lamau. I say Lamau.
Lamau.
Moji, can I get your age, please?
Hi, yes, I'm 24. Hey, y'all.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, go ahead. Oh.
Do you have an argument for why being gay is wrong?
Oh no, I'm just wait. Do I have to be wrong?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I like girls. No shade.
W.
All right.
W.
Love you. All right, thank you for coming up. Appreciate you.
Okay, bye, y'all.
Oh, she's pretty as hell too. W for the women. W.
Oh my
Dude,
God, I love
women
y'all.
can't help but be exceptional.
Yes, I have kids, but I love the girls.
Girl, that don't matter to me. Let me chill.
Oh.
Okay, I'm joking. In Minecraft, I'm joking. I'm joking.
So what's the
I'm joking. You sound like fucking Ashby. I'm joking.
Somebody in real life, somebody I work with, mind you, which is scary because jump scare. Somebody I work with texted me and was like, "You remind me of her," and I've been writing that high for a month. Let that be said.
I was just paid by Bayou to kick Auntie.
Oh no!
That's crazy.
No.
How much did he pay you?
$20.
I'll match my 25 for him to stay. Now what? No, I'm joking.
Hey, I don't think those are the rules.
I'm joking.
I'm kidding, Auntie. You can come back up.
To be fair, I didn't actually kick him. I don't know.
Oh, did he drop himself?
Wait. No,
No.
I dropped him. I dropped him. Wait. However, wait. No. One of my fans is in the request right now. They have my profile picture as their, or they have my picture as their profile picture.
That's a jump scare for me.
Do they think that being gay is wrong? We can still
I
debate.
don't know. Probably.
You want to bring him up? It's up to you if you want to.
Yeah, actually, yeah. But I'm gonna see. Yeah, go ahead. Actually, yeah.
Oh, you meant saying like, oh, wait,
Bayou wanted me to like read out what it said. Hold on.
Wait, you were joking, Boyd. My
You're
bad. I missed that
saying
joke.
dumb too many times, Auntie. So don't say that anymore. Excuse you.
Why
Fuck
is he
her.
speaking through like a half-eaten potato? I don't understand.
That guy's talking to us through a cookout microphone. What the fuck was that?
Anyways, Auntie, don't say dumb anymore.
Bro's over here speaking through the plastic ends of the shoelaces. Like that's his device that he has.
Dead ass.
That's insane, bro.
You know when you talk into like a bass drum and it just goes.
Crazy. I'm sorry. Do you think that being gay is wrong? Sorry. I can't hear you, man. I'm gonna need you to say with your chest. Can you tell us why you think being gay is wrong?
Yeah, I think being gay is
Oh my
wrong
God! It's
because,
fucking Robbie. You are
yeah.
fucking weirdo, bro.
That guy's
You're a
weird.
fucking fan.
Oh, I fear I've missed a chapter.
Yeah, he has like 27 accounts. Now I'm the face of one of them. Which
Oh,
is
jump
Like,
scare.
I guess he likes
I
you,
mean,
maybe.
yeah, I mean,
Dude, he
you can
wants
call me
you.
overweight and fat, but you can never call me ugly, friend. You can't. I'm sorry, you can't.
Yeah, that's just that's a real quick El Bozo in chat. You know what I mean? Like,
Precisely, I would agree.
Can you do the
But yeah,
Trump topic? Okay, when we
sorry.
restart, would y'all want to do the Trump topic or the bathroom topic?
I can't talk
Bathroom.
about that guy because he's my boss technically, but
Well, are you in uniform?
No, but he changed the rules. He reenacted a article that got like disbanded in the late 80s, the contemptuous words against officials. And so now if you have any association or
Carbon.
No, well,
now mind
yeah,
you,
that's
it's pretty
just...
hard to get caught. But
Wait, hold on.
I'm
I
like
feel like
I'm like
that's
2
not
months
right.
out of my medical retirement. I'm like 2 months out of my medical retirement, so I'm trying to be safe. You know what I'm saying?
Carbon is also like active, so.
No, yeah, I'm tracking all. Funny story. Me and Carbon talked one time ages ago.
Really?
Yeah, it was
What
like
did
it
what
was.
did we say?
Oh,
Was it like
a
abortion?
while ago. It was a while ago. Yeah. Yeah.
Were you pro-life?
It was abortion. No, God no.
No,
okay.
Goofy has never been pro-life.
Yeah.
I've known them since like 2022.
Jump scare. Don't put that evil on me. I got papers to prove I'm not infected. What the fuck?
Okay, I don't see this rule that you're talking about. I don't know. Anyway,
I mean, I might be misinformed, but I remember we got a
probably
whole brief
'cause
about
that's
it from
just
our
like
fucking.
a violation of freedom of speech. Yeah, you can't do it like you're in uniform. If you're out of uniform, I'm not sure about like active, but like National Guard, like of course that's just like
Yeah,
obvious.
active.
That's obviously
We
like
got
you know,
we got a email, like a Pentagon email. At least those of us active did it at my post specifically. I don't know anybody else. Couldn't ask anybody else. But we got an email with like a big fucking dissertation about, oh well, you have to
dissertation.
Yeah, I'm being a hater about the things you can and cannot do and can and cannot say. If there's any representation that you can be seen as a service member, even the whole like views do not represent the DoD bullshit doesn't help anymore. And we've had like 3 soldiers get kicked out because of it ever since.
yeah, there's something like off about that.
Yeah,
I didn't get
absolutely.
any of
But I mean, look who's in charge.
Yeah, true. God of Logic, thank you so much for the motherfucking raid. I appreciate you. Hope you guys had a great
Have you God of
stream
Logic?
over there. Thank you so much.
Well, that he hasn't answered my question, and I actually asked him a question like a while ago, and he still hasn't
What?
answered it. I feel sad.
What happened? Oh, you were talking about teleology.
No. Oh no, I'm talking about God of Logic. I asked him like a question like months ago.
Oh.
I keep asking them the question, but they just don't answer.
What is the
Um,
question?
The question is like, what's their thoughts on the ontological argument for God? And if they have,
Oh well, they hate Kill Bros, so that's probably why.
Okay. I think I concurred that later on.
Like I asked Jolly, I'm like, what justifies the laws of logic? And he can't answer. He can't answer the question. Right? He always dodges. Jolly, he's a regular.
His name's Jolly Cheese.
Sorry, I actually did not at all whatsoever in any manner whatsoever gauge the answers to my question about which topic should we talk about, Trump or the bathroom talk. I did not look at any of the comments.
I think the bathroom
Bathroom.
topic would be a good refresher.
We haven't done that in a hot minute.
Did you get Cash App or Venmo recently, Void? Somebody take
But I'm actually really curious.
my
to
bad.
know
It was
your thoughts. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, I'm actually like really curious on the thoughts on teleology.
It's like something inherent to it, a reason giving facts.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think there's certain things that are just going to be inherent in virtue of the fact that, I don't know, there's certain uses for it. Like, I don't know, like a door. Like, a door is inherently something that you go through.
Mind independently?
Mind independently? Oh, I could think teleology could be like stance dependent or mind dependent.
Oh, yeah, I don't have any reason to believe that.
Yeah.
What? Well, it's going to be the argument against it.
Well, like,
Wait, doesn't sorry. Doesn't teleology, like its history, most of that discussion revolves around like the like religious belief of a godly, purposeful existence?
Kind of. There's like a couple like forms, I'd say.
Yeah, there's
Like, some
Platonic,
atheists
there's Aristotelian, modern philosophy, Kant.
Yeah. I'm kind of using it like. Well, Kant sometimes pisses me off, but I'm kind of using a way of like something that'd be like analytically true, right?
Yeah.
Like I would say that's analytically true that people have purposes, right? Or like certain objects have purposes, right? I don't put any moral worth to those objects. I'm just saying that it has a purpose.
So just like the inherent nature of the things themselves.
Yeah, but like it's like but you got to ask the question, like, in virtue of what does it have this purpose, right? You're just saying like that's irreducible, or
I would say in virtue of its nature, but after that, I would say yeah, it's irreducible.
Isn't that more ontological?
Of course,
Not
but
to be
ontology is my favorite topic. I guess I could go through a route like just say like it's ontological, like ontological parsimony. I think it'd be like the case, but I'm kind of confused in how that comes in. I don't know. Maybe I'm confused. But I just like teleology because I like saying teleology. So I
Yeah.
teleology.
LOL. That's
I like
funny.
the,
I mean, understanding what the purpose is.
for people who do like the natural law thing, I like using the sugarless gum example. It's pretty awesome. I love it. Just be like, yo.
What is that?
It's like
Yeah,
they'll say something like, what it means to do something wrong is like is to frustrate your body or a body part against its natural end, right? So like they'll say something like, well, the natural end of the eye is to see, so to frustrate that or to use your eyes in a manner other than or contrary to seeing is just like morally wrong or something like that. And then
That's
the problem.
wait.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry. Is that like they use that in conjunction with natural law theory?
Yeah, something like that.
That's not even what natural law theory is.
So then they'll say something like, well, then I'll say something like, okay, well, sugarless gum, right? Like you're doing it, you're using your nutritional faculties, right? Your nutritional faculties, but you're frustrating its end, or you're using it for a purpose that's other than its end of nutrition, right? You're just kind of like chewing a gum and then you're going to spit it out, right? Is that wrong? Well, they don't like that example, so they then changed it to contrary to. It was like, okay, well, now if you're chewing the gum so much, it's like starts to degrade your mouth and your jaw and stuff like that. Like that would be wrong. Okay, that makes more sense. But now, because a lot of these people, they're highly motivated to use that for like homosexuality arguments. Well, how is it that you're frustrating your reproductive, you're using your reproductive system in a way that's contrary to or degrades your reproductive system? Like a woman eating out another woman doesn't like make her less reproductive.
Yo, W Grandmaster.
Thank you, Grandmaster,
That's
for the
funny.
train. I
See,
appreciate
that's not even, I don't know why someone would bring that up within natural law theory. That's not even what natural law theory is about. That's funny as hell.
Well, some people use it in a way where they like Thomas Aquinas kind of uses teleology and like theistic beliefs, right? So they kind of use it in a way like saying, "Oh, you know, God gave you this and this specifically has a purpose."
Well, yeah, but that's the cultural and historical associations we see around teleology. It's explanatory in like the terms of goals, not just causes, as opposed to ontology. But for natural law theory specifically, that like its applicability there makes no fucking sense if you know what natural law theory is.
I would agree.
Shout out to B for the $8.86. I think that's.
Slay.
Yeah, thank you. It's very. I guess it was split up. Thank you for the 886. B, appreciate you.
I think the only person. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so they sent me 9/11, and then because it like I guess it charged Annie to send it.
Yep.
Oh, what? Oh, okay.
I don't know. Sometimes it does that. Sometimes it doesn't.
Michael, your long ban is not up yet. It's up in April. Okay. But
Yeah, well,
Just check out mine.
unfortunately, they charge you when you take money out of PayPal, like any other pay app. They
Well,
charge
if you do it, immediate transfer. Otherwise, you gotta
Yep.
wait like 2-3
That's
days
the
or
only way I was
something.
gonna be able to get it to card.
Wait, how much is a permaban again?
Permaban is
250.
250, so it's 250. But if you're Grandmaster, then it's like 100 something.
Okay,
250
perfect.
Bs?
Yep.
When it's
Jeez.
April, remind me because I'm gonna permaban Michael as well.
That's crazy.
Bro, this app ain't gonna be here.
Yeah, Michael's band is almost up, isn't it?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
It's in April.
A few months.
April.
Yeah, I saw
Remind me in
the
April.
naked site
please.
was protesting ICE in Portland. Yeah, I saw that.
Let him come up for all of 30 seconds and then reban him for
He
another
said he had a
year.
change.
Just
in heart.
long
He's not a
enough.
Trump supporter anymore.
Just long enough to tell him Happy New
wait,
Year.
Are you willing to put your money where your mouth is and pay the ban?
Me, like, I would 100%, but not now because I'm too broke.
Or at least, wait, you know what? No. Donate it. What is like a super leftist organization? Planned Parenthood. Donate $250 to Planned Parenthood. Show us the receipt, and then your ban will be up.
Oh yeah, I gotta start doing that again. When like conservatives don't join the guest request, but they hide out in the comment, I'll be like, I used to say, I'm gonna send you a request, and you have 20 seconds to accept my request. If you don't, then I'm donating $5 in your name to Planned Parenthood, and that got
In
them up
your
here
name.
really quick. It's crazy.
That's funny as hell.
It really did. It did the
Yeah.
job.
Honestly, W gaslight.
I'm not even gaslighting because Carbon did the shit.
Yep.
The blackmail or some
Sending
shit.
me for my 8th abortion. Wait, what'd you call me? I'm kidding.
What? Did I say something?
You called me a black what? All right.
Girl, no, I didn't.
Yeah, you called me a black male. Something.
Oh, a blackmail.
Why did that take you so long? I don't understand.
Because I didn't even remember what I said. That's why.
I'm
Damn.
weak.
Tucker, what
Are
are
you
you
being
doing?
ableist now, Carbon? Why did that take me? Maybe I have a processing issue, Carbon.
Yeah, Carbon.
Well,
Unbelievable.
I don't see
Cancel
it in the
culture.
debate. I don't see it in the debate.
Hail
So,
Carbon.
like, explanatorily, it just
Not
doesn't
all-
seem to be a probable
No,
hypothesis.
not all disabilities. Not all disabilities are visible, nor do they
Hey,
happen all the time.
A lot of them are
Very
dynamic,
not
Carbon.
racist.
I have dynamic disabilities. What are you talking about?
Me too. I
Yeah,
only
Hashtag
don't.
cancel Carbon.
I only don't have my ADHD when I debate, when I play video games, and when I'm at the gym. That's the only times I don't have ADHD.
Honestly valid.
Real.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Oh, when I go hiking, it's like, listen, I have a model for why ADHD like is selected for. I think it's selected for, right? Because
What do you
every
mean by
time,
that?
like, I think it was beneficial to survival. That's why some humans have ADHD.
I would
The
love
reason
to
why
hike
is
and
because
walk.
every time I go fucking hiking, like everybody just takes the path. I'm like, oh my god, there's this little trail, and I have to take every single motherfucking trail, every single one, and I have to explore it. And I can't fucking just take the regular trail. It's like I can't not do it, even if I've done the hike before. I
Right.
think that's interesting. You know, you find new fruits, you find new foods, you find new places to stay, right?
Well, I think that's the theological predicate of humanity.
Okay,
Oh my
listen,
god. I'm going to
ontological-
fucking kick you.
I'm gonna jump out the window.
See, even Carbon's getting sick of it, bro.
All right, guys, we're gonna what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back. We're gonna do a quick restart. We're gonna debate the bathroom topic. So anybody who wants to debate that or listen to that debate, we're gonna do the bathroom topic. So I will be back in about 10-15 seconds. So once you see the live end, just count down 10 to 15, and I'll be right back. Okay, take it easy, y'all.
Oh, is he restarting? Oh, okay. I thought you.
That's what he just said, friend. Lock in. Lock in, twin.
So I was.
Banned.
Oh my god, bro. All right. Okay, so fuck, where's the bathroom topic? Fuck, it's all the way in the back. There it is. Got it. Got him. Settings, video quality, 720p. Go off. Carbon, guess what? Oh shit. As an ADHD day hiker, I can relate to the temptation. And again, the marked trails I have been taking lately. I've been taking before anyway. Huh. I got a $2 raise at work. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. L capitalism, but W dino. W raised. I'm pretty sure you earned it. You probably earned a lot more, but capitalism, so you don't get all that you earn. Okay. All right, we back. What up, y'all? What up? My boss looked at my pay and was like, "That's all you get? I'll fix that." That motherfucker knew. He knew. He said, "Oh, you about to quit?" He sensed you about to quit. That motherfucker knew. He knew what's up. He been knew what you were getting paid. It's just like, oh, I had a sudden epiphany. All right. Hey y'all, thank you for the hard means. I appreciate y'all. All right, let's get some. Let's do this. Do it now. Do it good. Right now. Just like you should, man.
What the fuck?
Wait, what's going on
Okay.
with the? What the fuck? Where'd Andy
Hello?
go? Andy, what happened?
The app. Maybe they're off the app. Sorry if I had to say it again.
Hello, Andy, are you in here? Are you okay? Are you okay, Andy?
You know, you're okay.
Andy, where'd you go?
I sent an invite as well.
Are you in the
freaking
guest
heck?
requests? I was up to not. Well, send a guest request. Where you at? You're not even in the guest requests. All right. Let's see. Let's see what this is. Andy, hello. Where are you? Zuki, can I get your age, please?
23.
All right. Do you think that trans people should be able to use the bathroom that they choose?
No.
All right. Can you give your best argument for why not?
So basically, my stand is so people who are trans obviously are men or women from birth.
Okay, you're really muffled. Either take your headphones on or off.
I have my thumb on my speaker. That's
Oh,
my
there you
fault.
go.
Okay,
much better.
Now say it again.
So my stance on it is if when a man or a woman is born from birth, that's what they're born with. So say a man goes into a woman's bathroom when he's trans, there could be kids in there, could be middle aged, could be older people. I'm comfortable with the fact that there's a man born.
Okay,
A man
so your problem
in the
is that
bathroom.
your problem is merely that somebody might be uncomfortable about it,
Absolutely.
and that justifies them excluding themselves from that bathroom.
But I mean, what do you mean excluding themselves? They gotta go to the bathroom. They gotta go to the bathroom.
Well, like a trans woman who's there's like a lot of echo. Is this?
Yeah, I hear it.
Is that me? I don't know.
It probably is, but anyway, everybody mute until I guess whatever. So okay, so you're saying that what justifies you're saying it's wrong for a trans woman to, for example, who's assigned male at birth, to go into the women's restroom because she could or she will make somebody in there uncomfortable. That's what you're saying?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, does that only apply to trans women?
I believe so. I
Anything?
mean,
What about like
why would another?
well, like what about a
Go ahead, go ahead.
cisgender woman who appears to be a man? To those women in there, they would also feel uncomfortable, right?
Wait, elaborate on that. What do you mean by that?
So like, I don't know, just take what like somebody who is like biologically female and was assigned female at birth, but everybody just perceives them to be a man. It seems like they would also be uncomfortable under that same standard if they went into the men's restroom, the women's restroom.
Right.
Would that justify that woman excluding herself from the women's restroom? Would she still be
No, I
wrong going
mean,
in there?
it wouldn't. But if she identified a man, half the time she's gonna be going into the man's bathroom, not
Yeah,
the
but
woman.
if she goes in the women's restroom, is she doing anything wrong?
I mean, not necessarily, but it's definitely gonna make people uncomfortable if they think this woman's a man and my 6-year-old daughter's in there trying to go to the bathroom and she sees a man in the woman's bathroom. It's really confusing for a lot of people.
Yeah, but if
So
that's the
I'm
reason why it's wrong, then it shouldn't matter what the actual sex of the person is. All that matters is what they perceive it to be, right?
yeah, I mean that's true. And in my opinion, to be honest, maybe if this is such a big thing, like people are gonna be transgender regardless of where we stand on it, maybe we should make separate bathrooms. I mean, 3 bathrooms isn't too bad to me. But
Well, yeah, that's a different like sociological like issue, like whether we should have men and women's restrooms at all. But I'm saying in the situation where we do have where somebody does have to choose between a men and women's restroom, I'm trying to find a good reason for why a trans woman should exclude herself from the women's restroom. And you're saying that it's because she might make other people feel uncomfortable. Now, that doesn't tell me that it's wrong in my view. It doesn't seem that it's wrong. Like, somebody, if I use the men's restroom and a man takes the urinal next to me when he could have just taken another urinal, I feel a little uncomfortable, but I wouldn't say he's doing anything morally wrong. It's just like weird.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a double-edged sword type of thing. I mean, it's almost opinion-based, almost. There's no really right and wrong answer for it.
Well,
It's just in my
argument.
so this is my opinion. So it's not necessarily fact-based or anything like that. Just basically individual's opinion on it, in my opinion, is that it's just something needs to change. Something needs to be set in place or something like that. That's basically what it is. It's no factual.
Yeah, but like if there's no justification, right, for a proposition, right, then we just have reason to reject it. And if you have a good reason, a reasonable objection to something, then you're not really doing anything wrong. If there's a principle out there and there's a reasonable objection to that principle, then I wouldn't say that you're doing anything wrong.
Okay, right. Okay, let's base this on a school or like a mall where there's gonna be underage women, girls using the restroom, and say the transgender person didn't receive the process, or didn't go through the process with getting, that thing removed, and she's, she has that thing.
Yeah.
But she's in a restroom with little.
We should get the pronouns correct.
I don't know the pronouns.
That's fine, but I don't know what her genital situation, how that's relevant to anybody else in there. She's going in a stall. Nobody should be looking at her genitals, right? She does her business, washes her hands, and leave. I don't see what's going on under her, dress in this case, would be relevant to anybody in there. It just seems like it's a mind your own business. You said it's a mall or a store or something like that. Just a mind your own business.
Yeah,
And you're
just don't
saying
look
these
at
are
people's
children,
genitals.
right? It could be a trans girl who's underage too, who's 16, 15. She would also go into the women's restroom, and probably with her cisgender friends, because if you've ever met trans women, they don't hang around men, right? Just like cis women don't tend to hang around men. So
For the girls and to the girls only.
yeah.
Okay, do you have children by chance?
Not that I know of.
Wait, I have kids, Dookie.
Okay, you have kids. What gender is your kids, if you don't mind me asking?
So they haven't expressed any other gender than girl at the moment. So I would say they're girls.
Okay, so I don't have girls. I have all boys.
Okay.
If I were to have a girl, me personally, I just would not feel comfortable with another man that was assigned a man in the bathroom with his daughter. That's 5 or 6 or 7 or even 12. I mean, I just wouldn't feel comfortable with that.
I have a question. So say a trans woman has a daughter. What bathroom should she take her daughter to?
If a transgender woman had a child, wait, say it again?
Yeah, if a trans woman had a daughter who was about the age of 7 or 8, where should she take her to the restroom at? Because as you also are a parent, I hope you wouldn't allow your 6 or 7 or your 7 or 8 year old child to go in the bathroom alone in public. You would assist them, right? Yeah. So where would this trans mom take her child?
Most likely the family restroom, which a lot of places in public have.
A lot of them don't actually.
Yeah.
I live in a small town, and most of
my local mall.
places we
I live in a
have-
small town as well. My local mall doesn't have a family restroom. They have men's and women's restrooms.
Yep. Also, I have a question for you, Zuki.
Wait, really quick. I want to know where the trans woman who is a mother should take her daughter. Where should she go if there's no family restroom available?
If there's no family restroom available, open the door. Hey, anyone in here? Someone's in there? Like you said, you live in a small town, so that's most likely people aren't in there. Because a small town, bathrooms are usually not occupied.
What the fuck? So you think that the bathroom should be clear for this 8-year-old girl to piss?
Absolutely. If you're not transgender, if you're not anything, you should always make sure the bathroom's clear.
Right.
Wait, so should I clear the bathroom for me to use the restroom?
Absolutely, you should make sure there's no pedophiles or people who are trying to hurt you.
Wait, Zuki,
Especially in a public place.
time out, Zuki. If you believe that the gender on a sign is going to stop a predator, you are fundamentally ignorant to predatory behavior.
We make them
that's not what I'm
president. We
saying.
never
That's
don't need bathroom
Zuki,
signs.
hear me out.
Okay, go ahead,
Never
go ahead.
in the history of ever at all has somebody who was going to be a predator and do it within a bathroom, whether that's a gas station, whether that's a Walmart, whether that's a mall.
Right.
Never in the history of ever have they walked up to the bathroom that is gendered and said, "Oh man, I was gonna go in there and be a predator, but it's a girl's bathroom. I can't do it now." That's never happened, right? That's
Also,
not.
nor
Where are
has
you
there
getting
like,
saying that?
hey, is there any predators in here?
Yeah, like that's
Yeah,
not.
give me a
Guys,
second.
listen,
Like, you think that?
listen.
But Zuki, I do have a question for you. So, like you said, you only have boys, which is understandable. But a lot of
16,
men who
22.
have
All right,
daughters,
bet.
especially young daughters, will bring their daughters into the women's restroom. Do you think that's wrong of them to do? Because they're a man. You said men can't go in there.
Right,
So do you-
right. So that this is where maybe I was raised different. I don't know. I'm not judging anybody, but if my mom was with me,
No, we're talking about dads with
No,
dads,
dads
not
with
mothers with
daughters. I'm
sons.
not talking about
okay, dads with daughters.
A lot
If
of dads
were
with
a dad-
daughters will
if I
bring
were
their
a
daughters
dad
into
with a daughter.
Zuki.
Sounds
If
like
I
a
were a dad with a
Republican
daughter.
political group.
I'm not asking what you would do if it was you, Zuki. I'm telling you this is something that occurs. A lot of fathers who have young daughters bring their daughters into the women's restroom. So do you think?
I think
do
that's
you-
100% wrong. If you're not
Why is
clearing
it
out
wrong?
first, because there's other women in there that they.
Zuki, when you go into a public
uncomfortable.
restroom, do you like open all the doors and crawl under them and look who's in there? Are you,
No,
right?
because
So
I
that's
have
not
all
a
boys,
reason.
so
No,
I'm
not,
going into the restroom with my boys.
Take a breath, my man. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about like clearing. This is not something that normal people do. No one is walking into a bathroom and opening the door and saying, "Hey, is there a rapist in here?" That's not happening, Zuki. So I'm asking you, do you think it's wrong if a father brings his two young daughters into the women's restroom? Do you think that's wrong of him? I'm not saying if there's a hypothetical predator. I'm saying on a normal day when there's no predators hiding in the back stall, do you think that's wrong of him?
Okay, you're misunderstanding when I said clear. the
Just answer
bathroom.
the question, Zuki.
No, but
It's
you're
yes or
misunderstanding when I
no.
say that. I'm saying when a man has his daughter, he opens the door. Hey, is anyone in there? They're gonna hear a woman's voice saying, "Hey, yeah, I'm in here."
That doesn't happen, Zuki. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That is not happening.
Also,
you're making that
single
up.
dads shouldn't have to fucking worry about that, right? If their daughter has to pee, she has to pee.
Right.
Especially if she's very
And that's
young.
why
Or
the
just now
world's so
learned,
sad
I'm not
that I have
finished.
to worry about someone being in this bathroom.
Nobody's
trying to
gonna
hurt my
touch your
daughter.
fucking kids.
Wait, Zuki.
You are more likely to touch your child than a trans woman.
This is
okay?
true, yeah.
It
Statistically.
happens all the time. It happens
No,
all the time.
Zuki,
No,
it
it
doesn't
doesn't.
happen all
Sad.
the time. Zuki, can you give me cases of transgender men or women assaulting
I'm not
people
talking
in
about
bathrooms?
transgender men. I'm talking about normal predators.
Okay,
We
but
are talking about trans people.
We are talking about transgender people. This is the problem. You're making up
I'm
predators.
not gonna judge you and say you're gonna rape my. Or sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Do that to my kid just because you're transgender. I'm saying anybody is capable of doing that. If I have a daughter and I have to put her in the restroom, I'm not gonna walk in there. I'm gonna open the door, clearly state that, hey, is anybody in here? My daughter has to go to the bathroom. No one answers, and I'm walking in there.
Wait, if there is somebody in there, you're gonna make your daughter wait to pee?
No, if I hear a woman's voice, okay, go ahead and go to the bathroom. I'm gonna stand right by the door.
Wait,
so you're gonna leave your young child in the
okay,
bathroom
so
by
it's a
themselves?
it's a trans woman
depends
in
on
there.
how young.
It's a trans
it
woman in
depends on
there.
how
She's
young.
in the stall. She yells out. She's like, "Yeah, but I had like 3 Taco Bell like extras, so I'm gonna be here for a very long time."
I just don't personally don't feel comfortable.
How would
with
you
her
know
going
she's
in.
trans, Zuki?
What's she gonna do?
Because he just said it. He just stated that she's
What's she gonna do?
No, but
Like,
how would
this
you
is- this is
know?
not like-
That's like, do you know that the majority of attacks, like the majority of predatory attacks in bathrooms are against LGBTQ plus people? Did you know that? Specifically the youth.
So what does that mean? Who exactly?
So
is doing
the majority
crime
of
against
people
them?
who are being victimized by strangers in bathrooms are people who are not cis het straight people.
You don't know what that means.
I don't.
Cisgender as in not trans, heterosexual
On the
as in
same
not
side
gay.
of as like so cis means on the same side of, so that
Right.
would be referring to your assigned at birth. You're on the same.
Right,
You're
according-
incongruent with it.
According to the Williams Institute, as well as GLAAD, as well as fucking literally every source that we can find, this false claiming of like, what if there's predators in there? What will we do? Is actually causing more harm than good, right? Because mind you, Zuki, let me be serious for a second. Have you ever walked into a bathroom, realized that there's somebody in the stall next to you, and been like, I wonder what they're packing? Has that ever happened to you?
No. Why
Right, me either.
I've walked into a bathroom and been like, am I safe here right now? Probably not. I
Girl,
should probably
bye.
leave.
Sorry, let me be serious. So you walked into a bathroom with
Have
no
y'all not
context.
been to a city? Have y'all not been to...
I grew up in Houston, Texas. I'm fully aware about
Then you
safety.
know, going into
No,
a bathroom is going to be sketchy sometimes.
Zuki. Even in Houston, Texas, never have I walked into a bathroom and my first ditch thought was, I wonder if there's a bad guy in here. That's never happened.
Then that's on you. You should be always aware of, especially as a woman. You
Wait,
should always be aware of what's going on.
wait. Okay, statistically, who's more likely to victimize women and children?
Right.
Men.
Right, men. Right. And
Right.
you know what's funny? Okay, so if we look like at the FBI crime statistics, right, the way that they categorize men and women, right, trans women would be in the category of women.
Correct.
Because they do it by gender, they don't do it by sex.
Right.
What's the difference from sex and gender? I'm lost now.
Yeah,
so sex is your assigned, like sex is your like biological chromosomal characteristics, your genomal characteristics that
So
we
what you're
assign.
born as.
So can you shut the fuck up?
We
and let
usually,
somebody
yes,
answer?
Zuki, usually we assign it at birth, yes. Gender is a social construct in which exists around multiple different practices and how we associate those practices into roles for certain groups.
Right, okay. Makes
So, for
sense.
example, what you think would be manly versus what I think would be manly might be different, right? Because it's all made up.
Well, that's fine. It's an opinion.
Well, no, that's not. Time out. So, understanding that the biggest likelihood of harm to be caused to women and girls is
Gretchen. Oh my
straight
God.
men and also statistically straight white men. Why would I see a transgender woman and be like, ah, ooga booga?
Guys, okay, wait.
Also, I just want to preface that.
Statistically,
Careful.
no, that is
Careful.
I'm not going to be careful. I'm Latino. I can talk on this because I know the basis of the research on statistically a white man's not going to be the one to hurt you.
You want me to prove you wrong?
Are you serious?
You want me to prove you wrong?
I mean, if you can show me research, I'm perfectly
Yes, the
fine.
fucking
I don't. I
Yeah.
could be
All
wrong.
I'm saying
Zuki, so according
I'm not a professional.
Zuki, according to FBI.gov and the Criminal Justice Information Services Division for the crime in the United States,
Okay.
69.4% of that crime is committed by white people. Now that's overarchingly all crime, right? But if we go into violent crime like rape, 69.8% of it is committed by white people. White
Okay,
men.
I was wrong then. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I
Okay, that's okay. That's
didn't
okay.
know that. 100% can suck it
I
up
would
and say
also
I was
point
wrong.
out that for non-rape and prostitution charges, white men make up 74.6% of those stats. So again, tough break.
Very sad for the white people. I guess.
So yes.
Also, I want to point out that trans women are 4 times more likely to be victimized than
Correct.
cis women.
This is true. Yeah, they're disproportionately targeted for violent crime.
Okay. Hold on. I'm sorry. I don't kick me out for saying this.
Uh-oh.
But technically, if they're transgender, they're a man.
No,
which that means
they're
no. Stop,
trans
stop.
women are typically male. Oh, yeah, sure. They're
So
typically
strictly
male,
they
but
have
they're
the
not men.
male. Strictly they have the male hormones. to
How do you
defend
know?
as a
Wait,
man.
what is the male hormone?
Yeah,
If you're born a man, you're gonna be stronger than a
Wait,
woman.
no. What
Most
is the
of the
male
time.
hormone? What is the male hormone?
I'm just saying, if you're born a man, you're most likely.
What
when you grow up
is
to
the
be-
male hormone? You're not answering my question.
What are you talking about, man? What are
You said the male hormones. So what is the male hormone?
Testosterone. I'm talking about like if you have
Okay,
testosterone.
testosterone. Okay. Do
Most
women?
of
Wait, I
men
have a
and women,
question.
I know that.
Wait.
But I'm saying men have
Wait.
more testosterone. So when you
Okay,
grow up
okay.
as a transgender, don't you still produce testosterone
No.
as
So
a
the
man?
majority,
Unless you're
no.
going through testosterone therapy.
Zuki. So no, hormone therapy rapidly reduces HGB and testosterone levels significantly within 3 to 4 months. After 12 months of hormonal replacement therapy, significant decreases in measures in strength, LBM, and muscle.
They're
is
on par
observed.
with cis women.
And it elicits further decrements in these measures,
Yeah, I think
equal
Gretchen
and or
gave
equitable
the
to
whole-
cisgendered women who are born female.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're okay.
So no, they're not stronger because they were born boys.
I didn't know. You're educating me. I didn't know.
No problem.
Didn't know.
But that is
Okay.
specifically after about a year and a half to 2
I will
years
make
after
this
HRT.
statement. I will make the statement very clear. No matter what race, gender, whatever you claim to be, it's never right to get attacked and criminalized ever.
If I may jump in.
All I gotta say.
Yeah, no, if I may jump in, like, I think everybody agrees to that, but, like, to really back to the topic specifically, it seems like you don't have actually any rational reason to disagree with the topic.
I have an opinion on it. If you guys
But it's
can
an
keep
irrational
arguing with all
opinion.
these facts you guys have or whatever,
Oh no,
I have an
facts.
opinion on it.
Yeah, so Zuki, if somebody said I have an opinion that like black people should not go into whites only restrooms, what would you say to them?
That's crazy. Why would you say that? That's not.
But it's just their opinion, bro. It's just their opinion. How could it be a
Their
factor? It's
opinion-
not right or
their
wrong.
opinion can be their opinion, sure. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
is it
say
a wrong
that.
one? Is it a wrong opinion?
I'm gonna tell them, in my opinion, you're wrong. What are you talking about?
Wait, so why are
That's
they wrong?
Because they are. What do you mean?
that's
I believe that we're all
That's
human
great
beings.
reasoning there, buddy. Because they are. I hadn't thought of that one.
Well, that's the
You
reason
got
why
me.
like opinions are. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Goofy.
No, I'm just saying, let him cook. Clearly, he's locked in. Let him cook.
I'm not locked in. I came into this chat.
Yeah, that's like
with an opinion, basically.
Well, that's why. Look. If you have an opinion, you should have reasons for your opinions, right?
I have tons of reasons.
Justifiable.
I have tons of reasons, but I realize that
None of
the
them are
team I'm
convincing.
on is gonna get completely my head ripped off because all y'all.
I
are
understand, Zuki. Hey, listen, Gretchen sent $25 and like 6 different small super chats. Thank you so much, Gretchen, for the $25 a kick. I appreciate you, Gretchen, for the grind. Thank you so much. Thank you, Zuki, for coming up. Thank you, Gretchen, for the 25 to kick. Appreciate you. Everybody else, I don't know what the fuck is going on with the taps, but tap that
I don't know what
screen.
you're yelling at me for. I don't know who you think you are.
Oh, but yeah, by the way, Void, I sent you the PMCID in chat. Yeah, the study was done in 2021 or 2022, maybe March. Oh no, she dropped.
Yeah, I wonder where she went. What happened there?
Oh, you're such a hater.
Yo, you're a whole bitch for that.
That's crazy.
Keep tapping that screen, y'all, by the way. Let's get up to 25K. Appreciate you.
But yeah, to answer your question, Void, yeah, so it was done in August 2021. There's 6 main scientists who studied this, and it reviews.
Yeah, like, is it how does hormone
Yellow
transition
is
and
crazy.
transformation change
Yes.
the body composition, muscle
Yes.
strength, and hemoglobin?
Hemoglobin.
A systematic review with their focus. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it.
But see, the one
within
that
4
I
months,
use-
they're equivalent to those of cisgender women, and after 12 months, they've actually decreased. And the longer duration of therapy elicits further decrements in these measures. But the
But
data.
see, the one that I
wants
use
to be
is from
orange.
the, I think it's CESS.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Canadian study, and it talks about how after 2 years of hormone replacement therapy, specifically regarding sports,
Yeah,
trans women don't have a biological advantage.
I only use this one because it goes through Biomed Central, PubMed, Scopus, and the Web of Science, and it's throughout papers from 1999 to 2020. So it's an overarching study within different variables that creates that.
And it says within 4 months.
Yeah, within 4 months, after 4 months of hormone
Yellow is
therapy,
bright. Yeah, I know.
they have a hemoglobin and a hematocrit decrease, and they have a musculature, lean body mass, and muscular strength decrease equivalent to cisgender women.
There you go.
This became big, obviously, whenever I started fucking, what's that girl's name? Riley Gaines or whatever the shit her name is, when she started spazzing out about tying for 5th, lol.
You know what's so funny? Riley Gaines only has her career now because of a trans woman.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Unamused
Yeah,
Market,
they-
by the way, thank you for the gifted sub over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you so
You're
much.
on Twitch too? I put up your YouTube, but damn.
Twitch, YouTube,
Hold
at
on, let me
Triple
log
Stream.
in, Quinn.
Let's
Hold
go.
on. Hold on, let me log in.
Yellow, can I get your age?
I'm 21.
All right. Do you have an argument that you want to present?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I fucking hate faggots. Fuck faggots. Fuck all you fucking faggots. Fucking faggot
What you
niggas.
do
Fuck
in your
faggots.
own bedroom isn't my business.
you.
I don't know why
That's
you're
crazy.
airing it out.
Your neighbors can hear
Yeah.
you. You know that, right? Yellow?
Yeah.
They heard you.
Okay. Hold on, what's my password? Hold on, guys. I gotta lock in really quick.
Hello, can I get your age, please?
White Aussie is that's a crazy name.
Hello. Can I get
Whoa,
your
whoa,
age, please?
whoa, whoa, hold on. First of all, why is it a crazy name?
Wait, just stop. Okay, what's your age?
No, I mean,
I'm gonna drop you if you don't give me your age. I'm gonna drop you if you don't give me your age.
My age is
Okay.
48.
And what is your
My age-
argument
my age
for
is
why? I understand. What's your argument for why Trans people should not be able to use the bathroom if they choose.
And I promise you, I will be respectful if people are respectful to me, right? But she, like, as soon as I came up, she said, "Oh, that's a crazy name." Okay, can you explain to me why?
Can you
it's a crazy
stop
name?
talking about the meta and actually engage with the fucking
Yeah, it was just a side
debate?
comment.
Because I said a side off comment. You'll live, I promise.
You'll make it.
Just debate the proposition.
Okay. All right. Okay, so going by the reason why I joined is I read what you've got here, and why should trans people not use the bathroom? Okay. Oh my god. So, does anyone here have children?
Well, it depends. Like, are you like pro-life? Because if you are pro-life, then under your view, I would have millions. But yeah, some of the people on the panel and in the chat have children. What's the point?
Okay, the point is, I have two daughters. I've raised.
Oh, me too, twin.
Maybe I'll get to actually.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was the argument?
I agree with you.
You can finish your point. I'm actually just like having children is irrelevant to the conversation I had.
Right. It doesn't matter.
Well, but you're not letting me finish.
Go ahead.
Oh no.
So, see, what I was trying to say is, do I want my daughters using the same bathroom as a man? No, I don't.
They're women, actually.
They're women, yeah.
So
that's like saying
when you say,
No,
let me just understand what you're trying to say here, right? Okay, so you say, okay, so your daughters go into wait, how old are we talking about here? Like, what's the age range that we're talking about here? Oh, you're muted, my guy. Here, let me send you an unmute request.
Oh no, I didn't mute myself. Someone muted me.
So, what's the age? What's the age that we're talking about?
One is 25 and one is 20. One is 25. No, one is 25 and one is 21.
I can't hear you, man. 25 and what?
One is 25 and one is 21.
Okay, so they're not children. They're adults.
Well, no. Well, they are because they're my children. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So there you go. Okay. So why? So if your, let's say, 25-year-old daughter consents to a trans woman being in the same bathroom as her, why would it be wrong for that trans woman to be in the same bathroom as her?
Well, neither of my daughters do.
Well, like if they did, would it still be wrong, no matter what they consent to?
Yes.
Okay. Why would it be wrong, even if they consented or not?
Love the question, man. I love it. I love it. Like, finally, we're talking like adults. Okay. So because because I'm 48 years old, right? Now, this has only come in the last, what? And I'm being very generous here. This whole thing has only come in the last, like, and I'm being very generous.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Maybe 6, 7, 8 years, right?
6, 7. Well, are you saying the topic has only come up, or trans women haven't been using the restroom until the past 6, 7 years? Because trans women have been using, but you said you're 48. Trans women have been using the women's restroom before you were even born, right? It's only an issue in the past almost decade. I agree with you. That's only become a national issue recently, but they've always been doing that. Same with trans men. Trans men have always been using the men's restroom. So what's like? I'm trying to figure out like why is it being a recent like controversy? Why does that make it wrong?
Sorry, no. Fair question. It makes in my eyes, in my opinion, right? It makes it wrong because they are not women.
Okay,
I mean, they're just not. It's just a biological fact.
Okay, so when you say woman, you mean female, right?
that's what a woman is. Yeah.
No, that's not the
Well,
same.
so you're saying that what the trans woman is doing wrong is they're going into a bathroom that's for females and they are not female. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that
And
means
actually,
they.
I'll even add to that. Hold on. I'll even add to that. Well, why can't they use? Why can't they use the male bathroom?
Well, they can use whatever bathroom that they want. They just choose to use the women's restroom. The reason, well, I'll tell you the reason why most trans women choose not to use the men's restroom. It's mainly because when they go in there, they're usually harassed. They're looked at
Right.
wrongly. Like people like sometimes assault them, and sometimes even like extreme circumstances, like they'll grape them, right, or like sexually assault them and things like that, right? And trans women, like when they go into the women's restroom, most of the time, people don't give them a second glance. They just go in there, do their business, wash their hands, and leave. Women generally are more supportive of cisgender, of transgender women going into the women's restroom than men do. It's mainly men that oppose it. If you look at statistics, like for example, a recent Pew Research study showed that at least in the United States, I don't know how it is in Australia, but 55% of women support trans women using the women's restroom.
Oh,
compared to
it's becoming
compared
bad here too, man.
Well,
yeah, but
wait, it's
compared to
not the
45% of men. So it just seems like men are more opposed to it, while the women in the women's restroom are not having a problem with it on
right.
average.
Also, I'd really like to point
The
out
men
public
should
coming
be
thing.
more opposed to it.
Proud in Australia, if you still live there, I'm assuming because your username. In Australia, the first institutionalization of co-ed bathrooms or unisex bathrooms was 2013. PubMed and NCBI did a plethora of studies around the exploration of inclusive school environments, specifically in Western and Southern Australia. So that's not true.
Okay, so I have a and literally, guys, hey, I'm being respectful. I'm not here to be a prick.
Play.
I'm
That
not here
doesn't have
to
to do with
be
what we're talking about. I'm
right?
just saying.
I'm just saying. But I have an alternative, right? How
Is your,
about this?
is your alternative
Yes,
going to be just make a third bathroom?
yes.
Okay,
Well,
so do you know how much
I don't see what's wrong with that.
I can
Yeah,
tell you
because
what's
it
wrong
puts
with
a target on trans women's backs.
Australia is teeny tiny comparative to the United States, right? Like populace wise. In Australia, to make the Department of Education alone, only in public schools and public colleges, it took $42 million to make a few bathrooms within each school that were unisex or co-ed or accessible to all persons regardless of gender. It took $42 million.
Oh shit! Really?
It's a
Was that
big chunk of change, right?
I did
So
not see that, sorry.
practically, or saying that like in practice, every single place that has a public bathroom, which all is required in most places outside of like very specific state laws, that's just not a feasible thing, and that's a totally different issue. Like, sure, if you think that all bathrooms should be unisex,
So
why not?
you're saying money is the issue?
No, I'm saying it's just one of many economic and socioeconomic problems that would
But
occur
don't
if
you
we're
think?
just saying.
But don't you think that this would solve the argument straight?
No,
up?
I don't. I think it's just segregation with more steps. Here, have your own. Right? We did that already. You didn't know.
I wish I had my own bathroom.
You do.
If everywhere I went, they said, "Here, Tom, this is your bathroom." Oh, I'd love it.
Let me ask you this: why is it the fact that this person who is a trans woman, why is the fact that they were assigned male at birth, why is that relevant?
You mean a man dressed as a woman?
Why is that morally relevant that they're biologically male?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you. You said the reason, that's the sole reason, right? So why is that a good reason?
Sorry, I'm doing my paper.
No, sorry. I want to be. No, I genuinely want to answer the question properly. Can you repeat that?
Okay.
Sorry.
So here's where I'm going with this. So I can construct any property that I can restrict somebody out of the bathroom with. Whether you have blue eyes or green eyes, whether you're above 6 foot tall or shorter than 6 foot tall, whether you are male or whether you're female. So let's just take like some, like a case like in the 1950s United States, where you had black and white restrooms or colored restrooms that they would call
Oh,
them.
you're not really
So
going to use race in this
yeah,
argument.
so the reason, so the
No.
reason why I'm using it is so that you can tell me why discriminating on the basis of sex is somehow better than discriminating on the basis of race. If there is a
It's
relevant
not. You
difference,
should.
just real quick, if there is a relevant difference between saying the black person should not go into the whites only restroom versus the male should not go into the women's restroom, I need you to tell me why those are different. Can you do that?
Well, since you're using the racial thing, that was an evil part of history. That was the, everyone agrees.
I agree, but I'm just
Everyone
asking you
agrees
to
on
tell me how they're different.
Right, it's a biological factor.
Okay,
He's making it.
they're very
Because you're
different.
because you're
let
born
me
with
ask
your
you
sex
this.
and you're born with your skin color. So why
Right.
discriminate on one and not the other?
Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
Right, you asked me a question, brother, please. Right? They're very different. They're very different because how many African American men or Black American men do you think agree with what you're saying?
Wait. So
No,
I'm sorry. You're, wait, hold on. Wait, let me answer. Wait, hold on. You didn't answer the question, right? I asked you how
Right.
they're different. You just
No,
asked me a question.
but you got to be honest. Seriously, come on, man.
Are you gonna
The
wait?
Black community
I'll
is
answer.
not really
What,
behind this.
yeah, of course. Listen, African Americans are not going to want to have a racially segregated bathroom, right? Same reason a trans woman. Hold on, wait. A trans woman does not want to be forced into the men's restroom. Likewise, a trans man does not want to be forced into the women's restroom. They both don't want that. So my question to you is justify why
It's so
one is
different. It's so
okay. I
different,
understand
man.
that they're different. I'm asking you, how are they morally different?
Because a black man and a white man are both men. A black woman and a white woman are both women.
Yeah, is a white man and a black man both white?
Oh, come on, man. Really? I mean,
Yeah. Answer the question. Are they both? Listen, I can cite something that these two individuals were born that they have a difference with. This one was born with white skin. This one was born with black skin. Okay. Then I go to the next room in the infirmary and I say, okay, this person was born female and this person was born male. Now I'm asking you, why should I discriminate on the male-female dichotomy and not the white-black dichotomy? Can you give me reasons why one is better to discriminate on than the other?
Yes, I can. Very, very easily. Because, like I just said, there are males from every race and every culture, and there are females from every race and every culture.
That's true.
You're using... I mean, I understand what you're trying to do, but mixing race with this argument is not a good argument.
Yeah, but you saying that isn't an argument. You have to tell me how it's not identical or analogous. That's the word I'm looking for. Tell me how they're not morally analogous.
Well, I just did.
No, you just said that they're not analogous, but you didn't say how they're not analogous. You realize the difference?
Okay, no. Okay, no. With all respect, I mean, literally, man, like I just said, every race of human being acknowledges men and women, right?
Yes.
So it's not really right of you to bring race into it.
Everybody, I didn't
completely
say anything about race. I said skin color, which is not necessarily race, right?
Right.
So when I asked you, I specifically cited skin color as the reason, right? So if white people say, well, we want to segregate this bathroom from people who have black skin color,
color.
hold on, real quick. just like I can. It doesn't matter what I use. I can use eye color. I can use eyebrow length. I can use the angle at which your knees bend, like when you like sit down. Like I can use any property of a human being to discriminate on a bathroom. I'm asking you why specifically male and female should be a dichotomy that we use.
Because
on fleek though, by the way.
we are born. This is so, because we are born male and we are born female.
That's true.
No matter what race. Hold on. No matter what race you are.
Are you born with your skin color?
Of course you are. Yeah.
Right.
Cool. So citing that as a fact doesn't explain the difference, right? Tell me the morally relevant difference. Because people are born with their eye color. People are born with their skin color, generally, right? People are born with like certain types of dispositions, right? Right? Why, if somebody was born male or female, is that relevant compared to why somebody was born with black skin or white skin? And that would be morally relevant to discriminate on who goes into which bathroom.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just not gonna agree with you, bro. I mean,
well, it's not an
I don't want to be
agreement.
disrespectful.
I didn't give a proposition. All I did was ask why they're different, like morally relevant different.
Yeah, and I feel like I've said it like over and over again because there's a very big difference between eye color, skin color, hair, to what you're talking about here.
But
is there a big difference? Let me ask you this: is there a big difference between skin color and eye color?
Well, I mean, a good person's a good person. It doesn't matter. Who cares?
Right. So, okay, I agree, right? So it depends whether you're a good person. Okay, so, I mean, skin color and eye color are two very big different things, but it's kind of weird to discriminate bathrooms based off of skin color or eye color. Okay, it's also true that male or female are also big different things from skin color. So I'm trying to figure out why it's not, like, why we should have, like, male-female restrooms.
Okay, all right. I'll just be straight up. I do not want. I mean, my daughters now are old enough to choose for themselves, and they choose to be in a bathroom, in a ladies' bathroom with other women, right?
Wait. Did your daughters go to college?
Please let me answer your question, and I promise I'll shut up after.
No, I was curious. Did your daughters go to college in Australia?
Unfortunately, I'm from a work. Well, unfortunately, almost unfortunately. What are we talking about? I'm from a working class family, and we didn't quite have the money to send them.
But that's okay. I was just curious because the only reason I ask is because Australian colleges have unisex bathrooms. They're co-ed. So, like, if your daughters go to college in Australia, they will, in fact, go to a bathroom that is.
Don't worry. I'm not upset that my girls didn't go to college.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That has nothing to do with. That's fine.
College is the biggest indoctrination.
That's not what I'm. That wasn't the point that I was making, Proud. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Bro, whose dog is barking?
That was
I don't
my
have
dog.
a dog. So.
All right,
Yeah,
listen, Proud.
disagrees with you. Free
Somebody
him.
did pay the kick, but I do appreciate you for coming up and all that good stuff. But thank you for coming up. You have a great rest of your day. Okay.
Man, I wish you all the best.
Verillion, thank you for the 25 to kick. I appreciate you, Verillion, with the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. Appreciate that.
That was very.
Who would have thought he would have got uncomfortable when race was brought up?
Right. Of course, because he would never say anything like that. What are you talking about?
All right, let's see if we get some. Let's see if we get another debate in this bitch. Hello, can I get your age, please?
19.
19. Okay. Do you think that trans people should be able to use the bathroom that they choose?
Well, no, but yeah, I've got a point for the other point.
Yeah,
So you know how he was talking about transgender people something about. Oh, what was it? Well, anyways, my point
Just
is,
to be
if
clear,
a
like,
boy-
you're sober, right?
I'm just English.
Okay.
I'm just from a weird part of England.
Chat clip that. Somebody chat clip that.
All
Wait.
right, go ahead, finish. Go ahead, continue.
So, if a boy can be a girl, how can't a white person be black?
If what?
If a
You
girl
say-
can be a boy, how can't a white person be black?
Well, what do you mean by a girl here?
Just like a female, be a male, like
So-
transgender.
Yeah, that trans people aren't saying that females can be males.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
only,
no.
like,
So how
religious
can she
people believe
change?
that. But she doesn't change.
So what you-
there's
so
a,
what you
there's a
changing to?
sex-gender distinction.
Right.
Right. So how can she be a whatever you're saying a
woman?
male is?
What?
How can a woman turn into a man, but I can't turn white to black?
This is like asking. Okay, so this is just an equivocation,
Well-
right? So like this would be like asking, if an infertile adoptive mother calls herself a mother, if she can like all of a sudden give birth, then how come black people can't become white people? Right? You're just equivocating
Exactly.
on
So
what
how
it
can
means.
she
So
how
for in
can
this
she be a
case,
girl or a
if you
boy?
don't mind,
How can she
don't
be a
mind.
girl or a boy then?
Yeah, so it's going to be like you're asking the way that you're using the terms. You're asking how can a female be a male, right? That's
Uh-huh.
not the claim that anybody or any trans people or trans activists they don't believe.
So
that.
what's the
Only, like-
claim?
yeah, so the claim is that there's a distinction between sex and gender, right? Your sex, there's a sense of woman that has something to do with your biological sex, and there's a sense of woman that has something to do with a gender identity. That's a psychosocial schema, right? That's not going to be. It's linked to one's sex, but it's not identical to one's sex, right?
So how could I be black?
Because he just answered that, right? The understanding of the social construct around gender versus the social construct around race and it being a phenotypical variance and a combination of inherited characteristics is very different, right? Because for example, 100 years ago, men were wearing dresses and wigs and makeup, right? Now a lot of men don't. The construct around gender consistently changing and evolving is not the construct that exists around race. Race is a combination of inherited characteristics, phenotypical variants, as well as cultural traditions passed down. So they're not the same
Well,
kind
you
of construct.
before you say his race and skin color were different. I'm gonna be the skin color.
He
not a
didn't
race.
say race and skin color were different. He was just
Yeah, he
pointing
did.
out. No, he
He
didn't.
did.
No.
No, he said that he never mentioned race, that he was
said that
talking
he
about
was talking
skin
about
color.
skin
When
He
that
didn't say
white
race and
Aussie
skin
was
color is
targeted with the
different.
race before.
No,
you
because
see
race
race
has
and
a
skin
co-
color
you know
were
what-
different.
Do you know what
Okay.
polygenic is?
Don't know what?
Do you know what polygenic is?
No.
Like it's determined by your polygenes?
Well, for
Right.
is that for your skin color?
Yeah, so race at its core, even
I
in its
thought
crudest...
pigment was skin color.
That's
like for your
okay.
skin
That's
color.
okay. That's okay, CB. I wasn't finished. Even
Sorry.
at its crudest classification, race has a polygenic basis. Races and the conformations of them is based on your genes, right? So whatever traits you have are phenotypically within your genomic build, as opposed to gender. Gender is a construct that is social, that it is somewhat neurological as well when we see within the case of transgender people or non-binary people. So they're not the same kind of construct. This is comparing apples to oranges. The reason you can be transgender and you cannot be transracial, or what do they call it, race change to another, I believe is what people call it, or something like that. The reason those can't be the same is because one is based off of a construct around how you feel and identify, and the other one is based off of biologic trait.
Yeah, nobody believes that it makes
How
any
come
sense
I
for
feel-
somebody
how
to
come I
have
feel black?
like a black brain or like a white brain
Right.
versus like what it's like to be
Sexually dimorphic brain.
Right.
So there's no racially dimorphic brains.
There's no
Precisely.
such thing.
Unless you believe in like
The
race
whole-
realism,
You
then
allow
that's
one
just
thing, you didn't allow the other.
Well,
I know what
CB,
it's like,
race
you know what I
race
mean?
as a construct was created in the emergence to establish a
But,
hierarchy.
yeah,
right?
that's the one
Gender
about
vari-
race.
Hold on, CB.
I want to be black.
Do you agree that race historically emerged as a construct to establish a racial hierarchy with the white race on top? Do you agree? Yes or no?
To be honest, I didn't understand it.
Okay, I'll break it down.
It's okay. I know you're English.
So, race was not something that we had as a division for a very long time. And we created the division of race with the intent
terminology time.
to create a hierarchy, which is like tiers of people, basically. And white people were at the very top of those tiers.
Right. Like race isn't real. Like you understand that, right?
Race was created around the 1300s. Right, but here's the difference is that race was based off of biologic traits.
Yeah, you know
And-
what? Your whole argument is pointless because did I once talk about?
Can
race
you
Nazis
speak
to be
without
free and
smoke
black?
in your lungs?
Wait, so
I'm
you're
gonna
just
fuck
only,
what
wait,
you
I'm
say
sorry,
to
so
me.
you're only talking about skin color and nothing else?
Aye, how could I be black then?
Wait,
Uh,
what do
I'm-
you mean
I'm
by
explaining.
wait, hold on, wait, what do you mean by black then? Because it sounds like you're
How could I
equivocating again.
change my skin color then?
Yeah, when you say skin color, you just mean the levels of melanin in your epidermis?
Aye.
Oh,
Well, I
yeah,
don't
you
know
can just
what
do
I
that.
was
Just go
used to.
outside and get a tan. You can change the levels of melanin in your skin.
Right.
Oh well,
There you go.
you tricked us. I didn't know what it was.
I can't hear
Right,
what you
so
just
if
said.
And if
Tricked us, man.
Trip? What? What is he saying?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Gotta
He's
stay-
English.
Say something I didn't know.
Huh?
Could you like just repeat yourself quickly without like mumbling?
Yeah, you listen. You've been quiet the whole time, so go back on mute, you little daft cunt.
Oh, now you know what? Now you know what's gonna happen?
Wait.
Everybody mutes except for ontological. And now ontological,
Yep.
you got it.
I mean, like, yeah, actually, I'm really curious because, you know, I understand that you want to be like me and Carbon, but you can't in virtue of the fact of what Goofy specifically
Mate, who
is.
the fuck are you?
I don't
Who are
care.
you,
I'm
like-
going to ask you a simple question.
Who's this kid
Wait,
with
is
the
ontological
anime
black?
profile picture?
Well,
trying to
actually,
say I'm trying to
no.
be
Like,
him?
I can explain perfectly who I am.
Like, how I could?
I'm
Who are
an
you? Like?
intelligent individual that's going to dog the shit out of you. You're going to answer simple questions. Number one, I'm going to need an argument for the proposition how race and gender is going to be the same. And if you don't provide the argument, I'm going to count that as a dodge. Now you can unmute. I'm going to allow you to unmute, right? I'm going to allow you. Now go ahead, unmute, and provide the argument.
Yeah, listen. I came on this thing just.
That's going to be a dodge to the argument. What's going to be the... All right, are we going to go for two dodges? Let's go. Let's see. Provide the argument.
If you think I've actually came on here, mate,
That's gonna be a second dodge. Oh my god, you're dog shit at this, bro. Don't do this. What's gonna be the argument? Are we gonna count?
I just want to tell you this, CB. Every time you dodge Auntie's question, I am going to mute you, right? And then once you unmute again, you will be asked again to answer the question, right? You're not running from this. So sorry.
True, but I have like a tolerance. I have like a tolerance of 5 dodges. Then you're just gonna be completely running from the other. So now you're at 2.
Threshold
Let's see if you can
deontology.
get 5.
Let's go.
So CB, what's the argument that race and gender are the same thing? Now, if you unmute and say anything else but the argument, then it's gonna be a dodge. You only have 3 left, so use them wisely.
Auntie, I love you. I love you so much.
I know, I love you, boy, too. Oh, what's wrong,
Right now,
buddy?
UCB, unmute. Send them on mute request.
Did I bully him too hard? Is it my aura?
It's a challenge.
It's your aura. It's your aura for sure. Auntie aura.
And even, who are you? Like, who are you?
All right, Auntie, I think you put a little bit too much sauce on that, so we're gonna drop him.
Wait, no, please bring him back for 2 seconds. I beg. No, bring him fucking back now. No.
Need a debate.
Hey, really random question, Carbon. I'm on both of your streams because I'm a supporter. I'm here for you. But the YouTube, I'm having a stroke. Give me a second.
No, because this is him.
No, I'll get there.
This is fucking
Oh my god, did you see his rapping videos?
No, I just got DM'd about that. Somebody's like, bro, it's a video of him rapping.
I'm weak. British drill rap is I can't say that on here. Damn. That would have been funny. No, anyways, your YouTube and your Twitch have the TikTok chat, and then what's the other one?
Yeah, so left side, that's gonna be the
Yeah.
TikTok chat. That's blue. Right side is both Twitch and YouTube chat integrated together. I had to
So
do,
it's definitely opposite on our screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
they're
had to
just
do
mixed.
fucking HTML, CSS. That shit was hard, right? I had
I
to
bet
do
it was.
HTML, GSS, CSS, and JS in order to get those two integrated. And right now,
Yeah.
the engineering challenge is to get the fucking TikTok chat integrated so it's all on one side. But that is incredibly difficult, I found out. So JavaScript
And you
BS,
use,
this ain't BS.
You use what is it called?
OBS Streamlabs.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I'm having a fit. It seems fucking hell.
All right, if you do want to debate, if you think that trans people should not be able to use the bathroom that they choose, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. We would love to absolutely, positively talk to you in a pejorative sense. So let's go join that guest request, and we'll get you on up here. I'm going to be, what I will say is I'm very disappointed. I am very disappointed in my chat for not tapping the screen. I've been live after this restart for like an hour, maybe almost, and I've only have 12,000.8.
Yo, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
12.8k likes, right? The first one was 25k, right? Listen,
Y'all
Kaylia, there's only been a few people tapping, right? Like, listen, that gets the
Y'all
live
got
out, it gets
6
it on the For You
minutes.
page, it gets more people in here, okay? I'm 8k of that, bro. Listen,
Y'all, okay, now y'all got 5 minutes.
I'm gonna look at who's the top.
Wait, you got 5 minutes to get to 50k. 5 minutes to 50k. I'm turning off the comments. I'm not playing.
Who's the top?
Tap the screen now.
Unrelated.
Also, get those fucking shares up.
Top like
Corbin,
holy
if
shit!
it-
So ontological got 1488.
Hell yeah.
1488. Fucking bro,
Ontological.
That's what I'm talking about.
bro. No, this motherfucker has tapped the screen 1,488 times.
1488. Auntie, we come to the front, Auntie.
I was eating food and I was tapping because
Oh, now it's at 1,500. Yeah. Okay. Number two is Kaylia with 997. It's almost at 1,000. And then number 3 is Nick with 420. Bro, everybody's like in the 300s, 200s. What's going on? Okay, I see some people. I see Sarah's tapping. I see Dragons tapping. Hashtag Corey's tapping. We got, okay, Shorn of the Dead just overtook hashtag Corey. Below that, we got Dragon Doll. We got Fonzie. We got Michelle. All right, let's fucking go.
If it helps, Harbin, only because I stream sometimes.
Yeah.
TikTok is a finicky little bitch, but you can use Caster Labs to combine all your chats into one widget and then put that widget into your Streamlabs widget.
Can I customize it with my HTML, CSS
Yeah,
shit?
like you can customize it, chroma key it, screen color it, smoothness, color spill, whatever you want. You just have to add the browser source and then paste the Caster Labs link into the source settings, and then you can adjust from there.
Cool. I'll give it a shot.
For sure.
Would that previous caller be a mumble rapper by default? All right, so Dragon Doll just overtook Sarah JS. Okay. And Shorn of the Dead just overtook. Well, Shorn of the Dead is now number 4. Dragon Doll is number 5. Sarah is number 6, and hashtag Corey is number 7. If I start tapping, I won't stop. Listen, I can get my massage gun. That shit gives me like 1,000.
Yeah.
It looks weird. It looks like I'm like doing something like that people generally wouldn't consent to if I was doing it right here, but like it does get the numbers out. Okay.
Wait, I'm gonna try it.
Oh wait, oh yeah, Void doesn't have a massage gun, by the way.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
LOL.
All right, let's get some debates in here. If you are opposition, go ahead and hop on the guest requests. Let's see. Let's get the next person in here. King, you are live. Can I get your age, please? Hello?
Hey, yeah, I'm 31.
All right, roger that. Do you think trans women should be able to use the women's restroom? Likewise for trans men in the men's restroom?
I don't know if I have the debate that is saying no necessarily. I myself identify as non-binary, but cisgender male.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't say you're opposition then. Sounds like you're not opposition.
I guess, but my brain is always kind of like swirling with these things, so I've just been sitting here like interested.
Okay.
Do you believe that trans people? I don't know. Like, do they just choose either or? Like, they're allowed to go to.
They usually choose the one that they're most comfortable with. Like trans men generally are comfortable using the men's restroom. Trans women usually comfortable using the women's restroom.
But with this question, because it says they choose, so it's like,
yeah,
is that okay for them to choose whichever? And I guess it's fine with either.
If you're like trying to broaden it out, like can they if they choose to use the manager's restroom in the back against the manager's consent. Like, I don't know what you're asking. Like, what do you mean?
I think they mean like a trans woman choosing the man's bathroom.
Oh yeah, they can do it, and it's very rare, but sometimes they do.
Unlikely, yeah.
But more likely than not, they're gonna choose the woman's restroom.
Yeah, the restroom that's incongruent with their gender association.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I grew up too much in the like LGBT space, so I find a lot of this stuff to be even confusing for me, because a lot of spaces I frequent are just co-ed bathrooms, and you can have heterosexual people there, and they usually don't blink an eye. Like nobody, I guess, because the space is so it's normal to everyone,
right?
And we don't have any issues. When I am more feminine presenting, since I am not a trans woman, I'm just always in the men's bathroom, but it is uncomfortable. And I don't know, it's just I don't know, I guess I'm just trying to get some discourse on other things, but yes, they should be able to choose to go to the restroom that is, it's a trans woman, go to the women's bathroom, trans man goes to the men's bathroom.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up and sharing, but yeah, it looks like you agree, all things considered.
Okay.
All right, you have a good one.
Really quick, I need to check on the ranking.
The check on the ranking. Number 1 is still ontological at 1676. That sounds like is that like a special year for you in American history? You like that? You like year 1680 ontological?
Meta, come on.
Is that what's going on? Yeah.
No.
Bro, just tell me.
We got Kalia for number 2, 1200. We got Nick number 3, 878. Below that, we got Dragon Doll, Shorn of the Dead, and hashtag Corey and Sarah.
What the fuck, dude? Where's Clipped at?
Let me scroll down. Yeah, I gotta scroll down.
Because my hand hurts.
You're not even like in the top 10.
God damn it, okay.
So, yeah.
Oh yeah, by the way, Geeky, if you didn't know, I'm Clipped, by the way. Surprise.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
The fact that you think I didn't know that when you told me when you made that account is offensive and mean.
Wait, did I?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Let me do some shout outs real quick. Hold on, let me where the fuck did my YouTube shit go? Okay. Radstorm, also thank you for the $2. I think I missed that one. Who's gonna tell the caller that clownfish turned male to female? Thank you, Radstorm. I appreciate you for the $2. Appreciate that. I think also Radstorm gave another $5. I keep missing these guys. So just as a kid, I was told the gays and the lesbians were going to attack me.
Oof.
Hold on, let me widen this. I can't read the whole comment. Okay, as a kid, I was told the gays and lesbians were going to attack me in the bathroom. Today, GOP shifted the blame from the LGB to the T. Why do they care what's inside my pants? Yeah. Yeah, actually, like, there, I forgot her name. Was it Anita Bryant? And she was like, yeah, like, I'm not a straight woman. I'm a woman. I was in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Straight is a slur. It's crazy.
Yeah, and you see the same replication of that with cis versus trans. I'm not a cis woman, I'm a woman. Girl.
Like, it's both the same. Those are both consistently... Anyway. Yeah, JD Vance. Oh my God. George Stephanopoulos cut off JD Vance in his fucking ABC interview. It's the most satisfying fucking thing ever. I like that fucking, like, journalists are starting to, like, you know, actually, like, toughen up against politicians. I love that shit. All right, let's get a couple more debates in here, and then we'll call it a night.
How do you see who likes your live? That's neat.
Tickfinity. You can use Tickfinity.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
Yeah, it's how. Yeah, that's where the comments come from. Tickfinity. Clip your number 8. Alright, let's see if this person wants to debate. Miss Jenny, thank you for the heart, man. Appreciate that. also offended and mean. Oh, now you're number 6. What are you doing? Oh, you must be using that thing.
What? This is for people who like your live.
Yeah.
Oh.
Top gifters right now are Goofy.
Type shit.
Henzeus, I think that's the name, and then Corky Prime. Goofy has 69 coins.
Type shit.
Henzeus with Henzeus is gone. They're no longer in the live. So now Corky's number 2 with 44, and then Grandmaster with 27. Oh my god, Grandmaster.
Wait, hold on.
Now you're at 70. It just says now you're at there you go. Carrie, thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. Anita Bryant is also the person who got a pie in her face. She's the reason there isn't any equal rights for a woman amendment in the Constitution, and she did it by claiming that men could enter the women's restroom. That's fucking Grandmaster with the motherfucking Viking hammer. Let's go. Captain America, that bitch. Now Grantham, yeah, that's 1500. Looks like.
I don't appreciate you, Grandmaster. How about you chill the fuck out, pal? Stop trying to steal my stuff.
Okay, what am I at now? I have to give my hands a break.
On likes, you're at number 6 still.
Okay, bet. Hold up. Oh, my hands hurt.
Yo, thank you. Thank you for the dragon crown.
Yo, Grandmaster, you haven't blessed me in a while. So, tit for tat. Tit for tat.
Tit for tat. All right, let's get another person in this motherfucker. Leah, you are live. Can I get your age boost?
What else did he do? Oh yeah, Peace Through Strength. He's been doing.
What the hell?
You can back up a little bit, but we're good. You're good. Yeah, you're good. Oh, okay. The ceasefire that he just proposed, which is.
Are they watching another live?
I think so.
Peace in America. And the whole men and women's bathrooms. We can't.
A little bit quieter, but yeah, okay. So, would you ever vote for a candidate that like a man specifically that walked into the changing
Is that
room?
Parker? That's Parker.
That's not Parker. Parker's
That's
not live
Parker.
right now. Oh, he's watching it back.
No, I think they're watching a clip.
It doesn't have to be personal. I think if they're good politically, then yes, I would still vote for them. Yes.
Wait, so then you don't actually care.
Yeah,
about
that's
it. You just
Parker.
said you
Yeah, that's
wanted
Parker.
to ban that. and you support
That is
that.
Parker, yeah.
I like how we're just eavesdropping on this. I'm gonna drop them because they don't feel right. But
I'm weak.
probably like watching some Parker debates. Yeah, I always get surprised when people tell me that they watch my entire streams back when I'm not even streaming. I'm like, I can't fathom somebody doing that. So when they tell me that, I'm like, oh, that's cool. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Jennifer. I mourn when Carbon doesn't go live. Jennifer, you're live. Can I get your age, please? Hello? Hello?
Sir,
What's
how
this
are you?
profile picture? Is that the thing from Neverending Story?
Fuck.
I'm weak.
The little white dragon thing? I can't see it. It's so small.
I think it's a cat. I think it's a selfie with a cat.
It's yeah.
I'm way off.
Just the proportion is what's tripping you out.
Dude, my fucking hand hurts.
She been commenting, but she came up here and went mute.
All right, I'm done. Tell me my final count.
I don't know how this count thing works because as soon as he mentioned it, I started liking it, and I threw about 1,200 likes on that bitch.
Yeah, you're number 10 now. Goofy.
Type
and then
shit.
Are you so serious?
Let me log
Clipped is-
in.
No, well, Clipped is number 6 still. Goofy's number 10. Ontological is top again still, 2,200. For gifters,
What if I just block him?
it's Grandmaster. Grandmaster's now at 3,500. Goofy's at 574, and Bayou is now in the race, 215. I should
I
put
don't
these.
appreciate
I should put these
Grandmaster
in my
stealing my
Twitch,
flag.
in my YouTube. Then people will be able to see it. But people on TikTok wouldn't be able to see it. Only Twitch and YouTube. So it's But I
That was
could
a fair
stream
point.
from TikTok Studio. That could work.
That's true.
Oh, this fucking guy. Wait, did I get a year long ban?
Yes,
on this guy?
he's banned
Wait, hold
now.
on, wait. Wait, let me see if he has a year-long ban.
I know he does.
He does?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
That's the one that harassed Annie.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Let's try this person. He does. It banned him. Hello, can I get your age, please? Hello? Hello, Poppet.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
Hi, can I get your age, please?
41.
All right, and why should trans people not use the bathroom like they choose?
I guess it would depend on how far the transition is. If a woman is presenting as a man and is in the active transition, as in dressing, looking like a man, I don't see a reason why they can't. However, I would be more uncomfortable with the idea of a man who is in mid-transition going to a women's bathroom when they're not fully transitioned. That would make me uncomfortable.
What's fully transitioned?
Looking and presenting as a female.
Well, that's
a passing.
So that's so.
Wounded.
Yes.
Transitioning. There's like 3 stages of social, medical, and surgical. So that would be this first. That's not fully
I would say
transitioning.
then the deeper part of the first transition and mid-second transition, not necessarily needing medical.
So they would
transition.
have to be well. Medical transition would be like undergoing hormone replacement therapy, which would make them more feminized or masculinized, which would make them more easy to present as their applied gender. So that would be what your qualifier is.
Yeah, that would be my qualifier.
So they have to be passing to use the bathroom?
I would say so.
What if it's a cis woman who's more masculine? Should she be allowed to use the women's restroom?
I would question whether or not she'd be comfortable doing that.
Well, I mean, she's a cis woman.
If I was uncomfortable and I thought she looked more male than female, I would probably let her go in and stay out.
Well, let isn't a factor. No one's
if
barricading the
it's
bathroom.
a cisgender woman that you perceive to be a man, right? Should she be able to use the women's restroom?
Yes.
Why?
So well, that's passing. She's not passing.
Right, she's not passing. Your qualifier is passing for trans people. So if a cis people don't pass, wouldn't that contradict it?
Usually, from what I understand, is most females, cis females, even when they're masculine presenting, don't tend to look masculine.
That's not true at all. There's
But
multiple.
that's just an ecological fallacy,
subjective.
right?
Mm.
It doesn't follow that if most cisgender women, right, have this trait,
No, we're
that at least
talking
some
about like
cisgender
the
women wouldn't have that trait.
1%
Yeah, so of that
of
1%,
females that have the
should they
most
be allowed?
masculine traits.
Understood. So
Wait, but it's
of
not
those
one.
of those 1%, whatever the percentage is, right? Of
Right.
those of that percent of women, whether it's a minority or whatever, there are some
Mhm.
women who are cisgender women, they're not trans, that you would perceive to be a man. The question is, are they wrong for going in the women's restroom knowing that you're going to be uncomfortable?
Are they wrong to go?
Yeah.
Right, are they wrong?
No,
to
they
go?
wouldn't be wrong to go. If I felt uncomfortable, I would stay out
Okay. So
until they left.
So if I just swap that person's sex to male, is it all of a sudden that they're wrong to go in there?
Probably. I would
Okay, well, what-
stay out. They need to use the restroom.
Okay, so why when they're now male, why is it like morally relevant? Why is it like wrong now?
Now, are we talking about the transitioned male or are we talking about the cis male?
Well, so the situation I gave you was a cis woman who you perceive to be a man, a male, right? And then,
Right.
so you said it's not wrong. You might be uncomfortable, but generally speaking, it's not wrong. But then I said, okay,
Mhm.
let's take what they look like, let's hold that the same,
Uh-huh.
and then just swap them. Now they're actually male, and of course, you still perceive them to be male. But now it's wrong for them to go in there. Why, after I did that, is it wrong?
I would be more along the same, it's an opinion based on objective societal norms. So basically, I would say that the reason I would think a male presenting male going into a female restroom would be bad because I would think it would be for ill intent. Only because, based on history, males that go into female restrooms tend to be doing it for not just for bathroom reasons. And so I would stay outside of the bathroom. I might even get an attendant.
Right, but that's
Okay.
what we talked about earlier, is that the majority of assaults in bathrooms aren't cis men assaulting cis women. It's the majority of cisgender people assaulting LGBTQ plus people. So it's not like men aren't going into the bathroom. A man who's going to assault someone isn't going to be stopped by a sign that says women's. And also the majority of them aren't going to do it in a public bathroom. It's not like forensically smart for most criminals. It just simply is a non sequitur of crime. Like that's not what happens for men who are assaulting women, it's not happening in bathrooms because that would be a stranger assault, and the majority of assaults are done by someone you know.
Wait, if I may interject real quickly, Carbon, I'm gonna like hit it in the comments, but I know Geeky's better than me at this, so if they could come up, that'd be perfectly fine, and I could just drop.
All right, man. Take it easy.
But yeah, that's simply just not like that's not what's happening. Like men who are, of the few times you'll see a cisgender man in the women's bathroom, he's not in there to assault women. That rarely happens already because it's just like not a social norm. But even if it does happen, the majority of that is not because their intent is to assault someone in broad daylight in public as a stranger assault.
I can understand that. As a personal experience, I do find that the majority of the assaults that do happen in bathrooms do happen at night. And the only reason I know that is because I work night shift and we have open bathrooms 24 hours a day. And
Yeah,
most of the time we end up calling people to assist when there's an assault in the bathrooms due to the fact that it's usually at night. And you're right, most assaults would happen
I feel
quiet
like
and
at
solace
that point,
rather than
you
in
just
public.
need to close the bathrooms if that's the case. Now, here's the question that I really wanted to ask you, Rage. Can you define transgender for me?
No.
Huh?
You can't. Like,
I can't.
Sorry.
Wait, pause. Are you refusing to
No, I
define
really don't
it, or do you not know
understand the
definition?
definition of transgender.
Okay,
From what
okay,
I
okay.
understand,
Okay.
the basic understanding of a transgender
Thought you were
is to
just
me.
refusing.
No.
I thought
I'm
she
actually
was
being
just
honest. I do
refusing.
not actually know the general term for transgender because it keeps changing every time I have this discussion. From my basic
No,
understanding
there's
of what
one
transgender
there
is the person who
one
believes that they're one or
definition.
the other gender and
No.
they transition
Incorrect.
into the gender they feel
No,
most comfortable.
you're incorrect immediately. You are immediately incorrect. It is a person whose gender identity is incongruent with their sex assigned at birth.
Sorry.
It's very simple. It's simply just an incongruence with their sex characteristics and their association. But I'm still stuck on the bathroom thing because again, even before there was a big push for allowing the televisation of problems with trans women and men going into bathrooms because they've been doing it since bathrooms existed publicly, right? But the studies that have been conducted around nationally that assess the empirical evidence of impacts on safety and privacy in restrooms shows that incidents of safety and privacy violations, regardless of if it's transgender people in the bathroom or not, are already very, very rare. They're 0.02% of assaults. So that's a very tiny, tiny amount of victimization. And the prevalence of violent victimization perpetrated by strangers is even is a small percentage, which would be what that is.
Look at this.
And the majority
about gender identity non-discrimination laws in public. This might be the one you're talking. I'm not sure if it's the same one. In public accommodations, a review of evidence regarding safety and privacy in public restrooms, locker rooms, and changing rooms, where they show that the study finds that the passage of these kind of laws is not related to the number or frequency of criminal incidents in these places. Additionally, the study finds that reports of privacy and safety violations in public restrooms, locker rooms, and changing rooms are exceedingly rare, and it provides evidence that fears of increased safety and privacy violations as a result of these non-discrimination laws where trans women are allowed to use the women's restroom are not empirically grounded.
Right. There's no data to show that there was more victimization as a result of transgender people having access to restrooms that accord with their gender identity. So that's just simply something that does not happen. So if that's your qualifier for why they shouldn't, that doesn't exist. That's made up. And the majority of people who are harassed or victimized in public restrooms are transgender men and women and gay men and lesbian women.
Okay.
Fun fact. They're disproportionately targeted for crime.
Hey, Rage, how are you supposed to know? Like, who's gonna do the junk check?
Yeah, so there's the Spider-Man method and the copying method. You never know which one.
I'm weak.
Yeah,
Hey,
like,
Carbon,
is it
can you
like
Spider-Man
measure the
method me?
That's
Autism is
crazy.
Hey, that's the BDSM. That's the tying up thing.
If we talk about the numbers, Rage, like the actual numbers of people who are harmed in bathrooms, 55% of transgender or LGBTQ plus people report not using public restrooms when they needed to. 32% of them avoid eating or drinking so they would not have to use a public restroom. 8% of them reported medical conditions due to avoiding using public restrooms. 13% of them experienced verbal harassment or denied access. 10% of them experienced physical harassment, and 58% of them experienced some form of verbal or physical harassment in conjunction. So the majority of people who are getting harmed in bathrooms is because of the negative impact of the rhetoric around unsafe restrooms, because transgender people are there.
Right.
That's caused more harm.
I see.
I can promise you that there have been people who are trans that have pissed next to you.
Yep.
Oh yeah, sure, totally. It
Also,
has
like-
happened. I actually know somebody who is what you would consider female coded, but they present.
I don't know what
as
that means. What does that mean?
What does
Female
that
coding?
mean? Female coded means that they have the appearance and the looks of being feminine, boobs, face, not in a first
that's not a
form
coded
transition,
thing.
I guess you can call it. But they tell me that they're male.
Oh, so they don't tell you they're male. They probably say they're a man, right? He,
No,
him
no,
pronouns
they
count.
tell me their pronouns are he, him.
Right, so they say they're a man.
Right.
Man and male are different. We already talked about gender versus sex, right? So saying that somebody who is telling you that they identify as something is female coded is like semantic reduction, right? You're saying you're reducing them down to their biology. That's a yucky thing to do, right?
Interesting.
But I still don't understand if your qualifier means they have to pass. What happens to about androgynous people who at first glance you can't tell if they're a man or a woman? Where do they go?
I guess they go to either bathroom.
Well, your qualifier was they have to be passing, so I'm just trying to make that logic consistent.
They go
So-
in the void.
Yeah,
They go in
exactly.
the void.
No, they don't.
Everyone
They
knows
do
where
not.
the void
Boyd
is.
said,
Well,
hang
I don't
on.
think Boyd is into that kind of stuff.
Whoa, Boyd said, what do you say? 5 people?
No. I'm into androgynous people, but I need to consent and
Right.
maybe payment.
No, I'm-
Exactly.
to be
Clock
serious,
it,
though.
clock it.
To be serious,
Let's keep it back. Let's roll it
yeah,
back.
to be serious, like your qualifier was they have to be somewhat
Consent.
passing.
Yeah.
So what about androgynous people? Where do they go? Because they're not passing male or female, man or woman, right?
Well,
so
then
where
it
do they
becomes
go?
a personal judgment, doesn't it? So
Why wouldn't it just initially be a personal judgment? Why would
well,
it not?
because I
always-
would be looking at them and trying to determine male or female traits, right?
Why are you looking at
That's a weird
anyone
thing to do.
while they're pissing?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
kind
are
of
we talking about if we're in the bathroom? I thought we were
Yes.
talking about
This
when we're
whole
outside the bathroom
conversation
and
through
choosing.
the
stall?
No, I don't care if they're in the bathroom.
Then why do you care if you see them walk in? That doesn't make any sense.
Because that
logically.
gives me the choice of whether or not to go in myself.
Hang on, Rage. Hang on, Rage. You are more concerned with the idea of a trans woman powdering her nose at the fucking sink than you are with where they're peeing? Like, what is...
Right.
I don't understand.
Oh.
That's the part that's not making
No,
sense. 'cause,
I'm,
like,
I'm sorry. Maybe this will be a better explanation. If I'm already in the restroom and a transgender person comes into the restroom, I can't do anything about it. Yes, I'll be uncomfortable, but I'm not going to be like, hey, scram, I don't understand why you're in
would
here.
you be uncomfortable? I don't
Yeah,
understand.
I'd be uncomfortable. It's a normal face.
Rage. I have a follow-up question. How would you know that they're trans?
In the same way I would know they were androgynous or if they were female or male.
Well, no, you don't know. You don't know if someone's
She already
female.
did. She already covered that one.
Male. Are you junk checking when they walk in? No, that's not a reasonable thing to do. That's actually a
You assume based on
Why
their
are
presentation.
people so
You're
obsessed
assuming.
with junk? I mean, seriously, everybody
That's what the
looks
qualifier
like
you're
a
making.
certain way that presents
not
as a
true.
gender.
For example-
A certain way.
For example,
What
we brought
looks
this
like
up
a certain
earlier. We brought this up earlier with like cisgendered women who look more masculine. For example, a lot of women who have PCS have masculinized traits because they're hormonal imbalance, right? There's a big struggle that a lot of them experience, and a lot of them try to fix that with hormone replacement or any kind of therapeutic things that might help them lean more feminine, right?
Yeah, like gender affirming care.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. But you just looking at somebody, if they had masculine traits, you're saying that's a boy. That's like fifth grade logic. That's why I'm trying to like get to your point, because I don't, if your entire premise is if I look at someone and I feel uncomfy, therefore they don't get to do something, that feels like we're towing a line. It feels kind of dangerous.
I have a question for you, Rage, and this comes from Grandmaster. What year did it become an issue for you to potentially pee next to a trans person?
Right.
An issue to pee next to a trans person.
Yeah, like in 10th grade, were you worried about being
Probably around the 90s, late 90s when I started college.
The motherfucking mid to late 90s?
Yeah.
After counterculture,
What?
you were worried about trans people? That's crazy.
Well, that's only because it wasn't a norm.
Yes, it was.
Not
Do you know
as
what
norm as it
counterculture?
was
You know,
before.
wait, Rage. Do you know what counterculture is and when it happened in America?
You know that she doesn't know what being punk is?
It's not even just punk, to be fair, Geeky. Like, Rage, do you know when counterculture was? Just anything. Give me a tiny piece of bait, I beg.
Probably around 1970, around 1969.
No, we're getting warmer. Early 1960s was counterculture, right? Summer of Love, things like this, right? And transgender people have existed since before World War One. They've existed since before Columbus, right? This is not a unique factor. It just uniquely became a problem because every 10 years or so in America, we find a new group to target, right?
Yeah. Yes.
You gotta have our boogeyman.
So you gotta find a bad guy, right? So
that's why the increase in femicide is actually increasing. I think it's the
that's
next.
one of the reasons. There's a lot of
next decade's us.
Well, no. So that we've always been a factor in it, right? Women have been condemned in America since America started, but that was women didn't have agency. So this is just a prolonged, and the exacerbation of it is caused by social status, overconsumption of porn. There's a million things that cause.
Oh yeah, totally.
But the point with being transgender and your qualifier was they have to pass, and then we gave you an example of someone who doesn't pass. You changed your mind and said, okay, well maybe not that. So how do you determine if someone is trans and if they are trans, whether they can use that bathroom? Because what you're saying right now is it's based off how you feel, and I don't really care how you feel. So
okay. You want more of a logical step.
Yeah, like a reasonable,
logical
something
step.
that is reasonable. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, there is no real logical reasoning at this stage, at this point for me. And what I mean by that is that appearances.
It's almost as if the entire argument is illogical.
Right.
Yeah, the kind of argument that we're looking for when we ask these kinds of questions is like, what reasons would strongly motivate a trans woman, passing or not, to refrain from using the women's restroom, all things considered, right? That she would care about, and that would obviously be she would have more reason to refrain from using the women's restroom than not. That's the kind of argument I'm looking for. Like if you, because it seems like if I go in the men's restroom and I make some, I'm from Coppers Cove, Texas, so like there's 80% Trump County. Yeah, 80% Trump County.
From Texas in this
I've seen some country guys with the fucking hat. They're a little uncomfortable with me, biracial, going into the same restroom, public restroom.
Right.
Like it seems like they're uncomfortable, right? Like, but that doesn't seem to have more reason for me to refrain from using that restroom than them. And I could think of a lot of different other.
Right. Like, for example, I dress like an example, right? I dress very alternative is the word I'll use, right? And so when I lived in South Texas across the Gulf, which is part of the Bible Belt, right?
Right.
And it has a very harsh prevalence of conservative religious values that significantly shape how people act around there. When I walk into a public bathroom, people look at me like
gothic as fuck, aren't you?
I don't know what you're talking about, and I will not tolerate these slanderous accusations. But when I walk into a bathroom,
How much a year do you spend on black eyeliner?
in chains and like a fun that I think is like super slay and cute, a lot of people who see me would be very uncomfortable with me in their bathroom. Should I not go to the women's bathroom because of that? And if I should not, what's the alternative?
I see. So basically, you're wondering in the argument why should trans women not go into the bathroom?
Right, that's the whole premise. That's exactly what the back
for
says.
them.
I
but
would
not for
actually
me,
like to
right?
point out. I would actually like to point out that this doesn't actually say trans women. This says trans people, but we are so
Correct.
stuck on the idea of trans women.
I know why.
Y'all never speak about trans men.
Well, 'cause most of the time men
Because
don't care
you
about
guys, yeah, most of the time, and furthermore, we have to look at the misogyny behind it, because who the
Correct.
fuck gives up the keys to the kingdom, the hierarchy of gender supremacy, quote unquote, to be a lowly woman?
Right, and it's
that person.
It's a whole
is obviously
there's a big intersectionality between transphobia and misogyny, and that's a totally different ballpark. But in the context of this conversation, Rage, the reason I brought up my example is an analogous remark to try and help you understand why it would be silly. Because under your logic, if I made someone else uncomfortable, I shouldn't go to the women's restroom. To which my follow-up question is, where should I go?
Right. Okay.
I made someone uncomfy.
Interesting, because I was framing it in the sense that if I saw a trans person and I wasn't sure if they were male or female, my response would be for me to leave the restroom, not for them to leave the restroom.
I understand that's your take. I'm asking you why. Do you, like, if you saw someone that you could, even if you, let's pretend, right? Let's do a hypothetical. Let's say you saw someone who you confirmedly knew, that's not a word, who you could confirm is transgender, right? You saw someone who you could tell. Imagine we had pins that said I'm transgender, right? And they were wearing one, right?
Yeah.
Why is that? Like, I'm not saying you're like, I think you're weird for walking out of a bathroom because someone else walked in there and pissed. I think that's strange, but you're allowed to do whatever you want. It's a free country or whatever, right? I'm asking you why you would do that. Like, why does that matter to you? Because it's not the risk of safety or privacy. We already disproved that. So it can't be that one. So why would you?
Well,
why would you
here's
do
the
that?
thing. Here's the thing that I'm trying to understand here too. You bring up these statistics and you say that these statistics prove that they're safer than being out in in a park. I'm just being hypothetical and semantic at this point. It's safer than if you were out at night in the middle of a parking lot. It's safer to go into a public restroom when
With a
it's
trans
being
person, yes.
assaulted.
Yeah, with a trans person, you have it's a statistical invariance likelihood of being harmed by a trans person in a bathroom.
But we're also negating the fact that some of us have been harmed.
I'm not negating that at all.
By trans women?
It sounds like you're saying that I'm weird for being uncomfortable being in a bathroom.
Rage, that's my personal opinion. Okay. So I can think that, like, for example, I'm somebody who has experienced, like, I don't really care about anecdotal experience because a lot of 1 in 3 women has experienced, not even 1 in 3 women, 1 in 3 femme presenting people have experienced some form of assault, right? So the variance of any time I talk to somebody who is a woman or femme presenting, I can assume that they've most likely been harassed and or assaulted, right? What I'm saying is that the majority of assaults occur at home or at residential locations, right? And of that majority, 52% happen in the victim's home, 69% occur in a private dwelling, and of that, the perpetrators are most often an acquaintance or intimate partner. So that's why I don't like, sure, if you've been harmed by someone, I'm deeply sorry that occurred to you. I have too. I don't use that as a qualifier to be a bigot, though.
So you believe me being uncomfortable because of an experience that I have makes me a bigot towards all?
No, I'm saying that if it was like, I mean, I don't want to get into your business because it's yours, but you shared it, you were harmed.
Yeah, I'm willing to share my experience if it helps the argument.
You were harmed directly by a transgender woman?
Well, no, I was never harmed by a transgender woman.
Okay, so it doesn't
transgender
apply to
male,
you.
yes, but transgender woman, no.
Okay, so off of the principle that we're
Wait,
talking about, why would a
transgender male?
Why would a
Wait,
transgender man be in the women's bathroom?
Goofy, I gotta push back on this. A transgender male. What does that mean?
Oh, LOL.
What does it mean for a male that is a woman attacking another woman?
What's a
in
transgender
male
male in your view?
Yeah.
It's the same as a transgender female, isn't it?
A transgender
No.
male is
What?
the same thing as a transgender female in your view?
Well, in the sense that they are in transition to one gender to the
They're
other.
both trans,
They're
but
not
what is
match their
what
personality.
specifically is a transgender male?
Someone who claims to be male that isn't.
Okay, so
What?
okay,
I'm
you're talking about a
trans
trans
man.
man. Okay, so you were assaulted
I'm sorry.
by you were assaulted
I'm sorry,
by
I'm
somebody.
using the wrong terms. A
this-
trans
okay.
man, then.
Okay, so you were assaulted by somebody who was assigned female at birth, identifies as a man, in a woman's bathroom, or just not in the
Not in a
bathroom?
woman's bathroom, particularly. I was assaulted by a trans man. Not
Okay.
in a bathroom, but in a public place.
So
the statistical.
None of that justifies your discomfort
Right.
with trans women.
Right, that's what I'm saying is that, like, I hear what you're saying, and I'm sorry that happened. That's awful. And unfortunately, no matter what someone's orientation is, people can be bad people. But that has absolutely nothing to do with someone being in the bathroom. And especially if your argument was that they should be passing to go into the women's bathroom, they're biologically male. That would be even less in context to your experience because we're talking about biological males going into the women's bathroom because they're trans women.
And then, like,
so that
what-
still doesn't make any sense.
And like, what would be like it seems like that opens the door for reasons that would justify like somebody saying, well, listen, I'm a white person, right? I was attacked by a black person. I don't want like a black person in my bathroom. I feel uncomfortable, right? Or something like that. It seems to be that that person can make that same argument given that level of reason.
It's a very slippery slope to say because I've personally been victimized by this specific person, all the people within this group should not be allowed to do something. We've done this before. There's a name for it. Right? Well, no. Kinda, sure. We'll go with that.
But the thing is that already does happen, and that's it's called it's called a.
It's not prejudice.
It's
not prejudice because prejudice, by its very nature, is prejudicial. The fact that that judgment has been proven through
It's
evidence and
irrational.
through experience, it is not. It could be irrational, but it's not prejudicial.
Well, no, prejudice is an opinion that's not based on reason or experience. So, like, yeah. So, like, if you, like, for example, Rage, if you were like, I don't really want to be around trans men because I was harmed by a trans man, that wouldn't be prejudicial because you experienced harm at the hands of a trans man, right? But you experiencing harm at the hands of a trans man in some other setting being your justifier for why trans people shouldn't be allowed to go to the bathroom of their gender when that wouldn't affect you because it'd be trans women doesn't make any sense. That'd be like if I came up here and said, hey, I think men should all be in prison because a girl hit me. That doesn't make any sense.
Interesting. Well,
You see what I'm saying?
no, I see where you were going with that idea, but what I'm trying to say is that I don't think that trans people shouldn't use bathrooms. I'm just saying that if I see a trans person going into a bathroom that I'm assigned to, I'm less likely to go in it because of my experience.
So we're full circle again. How do you know they're trans? Again, I ask.
Unfortunately, the only answer I have is based on appearance.
Right, but off of appearance, you can't tell if someone's trans. You can just assume based off of your own prejudice what you think trans people look like. And here we go full circle to the prejudice issue, right? Because there's plenty. I could show you 10 pictures right now and ask you to point out 3 of them who are trans and 7 of them who are cis, and I guarantee you couldn't get them all, right?
Because they're probably going to be all one or the other.
No, because the understanding of your qualifier of passing is not real. Like what
You understand that other-
Rage, time out. What is a woman supposed to look like?
On that note, I have to go get my crotch goblin ready for school. As always, thank you for having me, Carbon. I appreciate
Love
it.
you, crotch
Bye,
goblin.
guys.
Bye. Nice
Bye.
meeting you.
Love you, boy.
Yeah, like Rage, because your whole basis is on passing. So what is a woman supposed to look like? Because this is a slippery slope again. You're reducing women down to their biology and their secondary sex characteristics. So what is a woman supposed to look like?
Interesting. I guess
Nope,
it
that
would
was the
look like
question.
our. No, it is a question, and I'm trying to answer it. The only problem is that it's really based on social norms.
Oh, so it's not real.
Any more than it is real for a man to present as a male.
Well, no, man and male are different. Gender and presentation
What?
versus sex characteristics are very different. Male is a biologic factor off of 4 qualifiers: neurological, chromosomal, genomal, and hormonal, right? So that's totally different ballpark. If we're talking sex characteristics, there's primary and secondary sex characteristics. And what most people allude to femininity or womanhood.
Park.
Right. What most people allude to femininity or womanhood is more quote unquote feminine sex characteristics: hips, breasts, a slender waist, right? So I'm asking you, what is a woman supposed to look like? Because if it doesn't fit that qualifier, those people can't go in your bathroom, according to you.
I guess that would be right. If they don't fit those qualifications, and as
So what are the qualifications, Rich?
and also, just to be clear, since we are in a loop at this point, we might as well also address the fact that there are women who have male chromosomal abnormalities who present woman.
Well,
Because
yeah,
they're
abnormalities.
male
They're
chromosomes
they're
with
not
the female.
abnormalities. Rage. They're not abnormalities. We don't use. We try not to use that word anymore.
Right.
It's a variation. It's
Yeah,
a
if you're
chromosomal
talking
variation.
Like the what you're talking about is androgen insensitivity syndrome, right? These individuals have XY chromosomes, but they're resistant to male hormones, so they result in female-like appearances despite having undescended testes, right? Intersex condition is about as prevalent as transgender people, so that doesn't really matter, right?
Well, it does matter because we're under the impression that my judgment is based on appearance. And so if the appearance is feminine presenting, but they are having issues presenting as female, then they don't qualify to go into the female restroom.
Right.
That was my argument, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is off of your, like, the chromosomal variants of XXXY or XXY or XXYX, any variation like that, most people themselves don't know their chromosomal makeup, much less other people. You can't tell just by looking at someone, right? You yourself, are you a woman? Do you use she, her pronouns? I didn't ask.
She, they, but yeah.
She, they. Okay, slay. And are you AFAB? Were you born female?
I was born the female gender, yeah.
Nope, female's a sex, not a gender. Those are different.
Okay.
Do you understand? Do you understand that those are different? Because this might be where we're getting caught up with each other.
Probably.
Do you understand the differentiation between sex and gender?
No.
Okay. So,
because I'll be quite honest with you, it's because when I get into these kind of debates, whether pro or con, it really sounds like they're trying to intermix them. And I know there is a separation, but it always sounds like when I get into these debates that they mix them, and it doesn't make any sense.
A lot of people who are against transgender folk like to allude that sex and gender are the same. Mind you, we didn't even understand sex characteristics until 1912, right? Okay. This is a new discovery in medicine within the last 120 years, right?
Very young, yeah.
Before that, we just based everything off of gender, which is why gender identity has consistently changed. 150 years ago, what we view today as feminine would be viewed then as masculine, right? So, sex.
Bring back the peacock, Ben.
LMAO. Sex refers primarily to genetic and observed physiological and anatomical sex traits, right? So this is two major categories and a very small minor category, right? This is male, female, and then intersex conditions. There's multiple intersex conditions, right? But the definition is physical and biological characteristics that distinguish males and females, right? So that's sexual dimorphism. They usually don't recognize the rare and diverse set of individuals who are intersex or third sex, right? These are the variations we see with XXXY chromosomal variations, right? Gender, on the other hand, is a social construct that establishes social norms and rules based on what a society deems appropriate for individuals based on their association, right? So this is behaviors, roles, activities that are like attributes given at a certain society in a certain time that are considered appropriate for men versus women, right? So for example, you and I can agree that
I personally like Judith Butler's Performativity as an essay treatise on this. So
absolutely.
For me, if you're actually willing to read it, Rage, Judith Butler's Performativity, it's from like 1997 or 1998. But it's all about how gender is just a performance.
I always like a good read to educate myself.
Yeah.
They like sex and gender are related, but they're very distinct concepts. Like the data science has consistently agreed that the delineation between, like, there's a overarchingly general agreement in the scientific community about sex and gender being two different concepts.
Okay, real quick, not to interrupt and be rude. What's the name of the book again?
Judith Butler is the author, and the I believe it's an essay. It's called Performativity.
Yeah.
Performativity.
Yeah, Butler's work is really good. And one of the things I like most about Butler is that her shift from third wave into fourth wave feminism has been a really good one to watch. Like, actually watching her be like, yes, trans women are women and trans men are men, and this is evolving and gender's not static. I was like, okay, this is how you transition from third wave into fourth wave.
She basically writes within the idea that gender proves to be a performance that in like constituting the identity is purported to be what it is, right? So if I present in a feminine manner and I tell everyone that I'm a woman and I show out in what would be deemed womanhood, therefore I am a woman, right? That's the basis of it. So again, this whole qualifier of, you know, passing, when there's so many affects that cause people to be better or less good, or what's the word I'm looking for, guys? Better or worse. There it is. Better or worse at passing. And the majority of it is, one, rooted in intersectional misogyny. That's a big one. And two, more importantly, is the understanding of like access to healthcare, access to treatment, socioeconomic factors. There's so many variables there, and saying you don't look girly enough to go into the bathroom is a crazy thing to say. Like that's crazy.
Allow me to say congratulations to Carbon for making it onto the FYP. I see that the corn bots are here.
Jump
so
here.
congratulations on that.
Hey,
Also-
W Carbon in chat. W
Yeah,
Carbon.
I love when the W Carbon in the
Also,
chat.
W
And
Sean
then
of the
Goofy,
Dead
I
with
think
the
you
top 1 likes.
W
Congratulations.
Shorn and your auto tapper.
LOL.
Goofy, I think you'll really like this. I used Judith Butler's performativity as the lens through which to do a trans read of Frankenstein, whereas Victor Frankenstein is a trans woman who cannot actually be out, and that is why the creation of life, according to him, was this whole abomination.
I've
and something that
seen
he wished to bury.
research around that. That's a very interesting idea. Like I've seen research around that association. That's very cool. But I'll talk geeky. DM me. We can talk about this all day. But Rage, back to you.
Heard.
Okay.
I'm just like, if I felt, I don't know what you look like. I don't want to know what you look like. Don't tell me. But let's pretend. Right? If I felt like you didn't look woman enough, which is already a gross way to start. Let's be clear, right? That's very misogynistic stance. Is like the idea of and the concept around the beauty standard. Would you agree with that? That's a yucky idea?
Sometimes, yeah.
What do you mean sometimes? What does that mean to you?
Well, we do
Like,
judge people based on their appearance, whether or
Who's
not
this
they
we?
want to.
What's this we shit we're doing?
Oh, society.
This royal we.
So the royal we is the societal norm. The people who decide our fates and say
Well, that's what I'm
no
saying
and
is
yes and we rebel against.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I already explained to you that like societal norms are consistently evolving. Like specifically within American societal norms, a lot of the standardized views that we held around what was deemed to be judged has changed dramatically since the early 2000s. Right? So that's why I'm like, what do you mean by that? Like, what is the norm that's saying that if I look at someone, I don't do that personally. I think that's strange. Do you do that?
You don't look at somebody who is wearing dirty, tattered clothes and think, oh, they're not better off than me?
No, I don't, because there's a lot of people who have jobs that make a lot more money than I do that cause them to get dirty, tattered clothes. Not every person who's dirty is homeless. Again, this is a bad stereotype.
No, I'm just using a common stereotype. I'm not saying that is an actual thing that you do.
Rage,
I'm more.
I'm wearing pants right now. I'm wearing sweats right now that have holes in them. I have 3 degrees. I'm
Right.
a grant writer and I'm currently in grad school. What do my clothes tell you anything about that?
Earlier this
That you're
morning,
in
when I
grad
jumped
school,
on-
tattered clothes.
Yeah,
and
but
that you're
like
on this debate live.
That's what we're talking about, Rage, is that it's, I
I
don't
would
think,
assume that you are a philosopher and that you're majoring in psychology.
what the fuck are you talking about?
I mean,
No, but
maybe
like,
I see what
you're
you're
in
saying.
grad
You know, I
school
walk down the
with tattered
street,
clothes.
I see somebody with a Trump flag and a "Make America Great Again" hat, and I think they're stupid. Maybe it's like a stereotype.
There you
that
go.
I'm
That's what
applying
I'm
to.
talking
You
about.
think
That's
something like
the
that?
That's a lot
comparison.
different. That's a lot different.
How's
Carbon is
that
not
any
on your side.
different? If I'm running around with a Trump hat,
Rage,
you're gonna
the
immediately
reason-
think I'm an
Because
idiot.
if it goose steps like a Yahtzee and it salutes like a Yahtzee and it,
Right.
speaks German like a Yahtzee, it
This
might
is-
be a fucking Yahtzee.
This is the understanding of like if it walks like a duck, say quack, right? But what we're talking about is like the personal interaction of your biases. And so far, all you're saying is that you're a very biased person.
Yeah, it might be true, and it's something you'll have to grow out of, right?
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to get to the base of this right now. Because like your whole premise around why trans people shouldn't use the bathroom that they align with is because you think it's icky. Like that's not really a good.
No,
I think
I think the proper way to say it is it's icky if they are not performing in the gender that they're saying they are.
They are performing in the gender that they say are. It's just not up to your
If they-
standard, which gives us full circle to why I asked you, what does a woman look like? Because this is going to get icky quick, and you're going to prove my point. What does a woman look like?
Well, a woman looks like a human with long hair usually.
So when
presenting in what society considers.
I'm getting Genghis Khan so far.
Swan from
Wait,
Mad
time
TV.
out. So
Genghis
women,
Khan.
women with short hair aren't women?
No, you asked me what a woman looks like. I'm giving
I
you
think
the
women with-
stereotype of what society considers
No,
a woman.
You keep saying society. Have you asked? Like
This
this is
is-
not.
This
Yes,
is
I
not
have. I've been
sworn
on
from
many
Matthew
lives
V.
that determine what the feminine and non-feminine are.
No,
and
but so
and
that
there's
again, that's
different
personal.
opinions of what
That's personal
feminine
bias.
and not feminine are. That's
Again,
the thing. You keep pointing out that society
Wait, so
is constantly evolving and
May I
changing.
ask a quick question? Rage, may I ask you a quick question? In the Middle East, when a woman is wearing a full niqab, is she, like, can you tell how long her hair is?
Right.
Can you tell what she's, what her makeup looks like? Can you tell what her face looks like? Can you tell what her facial hair is like? Can you tell if she shaves her legs? Can you tell if she does any of these things? Is she not still a woman?
Right, like this is my point.
Well, it's because she's feminine presenting because she's wearing hijab.
How does that? You can't tell. You can't tell. How would you know she's feminine presenting? Men can wear hijab.
They're wearing
I never
that.
said
A man
hijab.
doesn't.
No.
Says who?
No. I never said a hijab. I said a niqab. Niqab is the full head to toe.
Okay,
Yeah.
so a
Full face
male
covering,
a
only the
male
slip of the
does
eyes.
not wear a niqab.
And well, yes.
So that way I
That
would
is
know.
the thing, though, Rage, because here, that is not the quote-unquote norm of what a woman presents like. But in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia, it very well may be. These are two different things that represent the same concept of what a woman is. It's just two different performances for two different parts of the world. So you can't base it on anything quote-unquote objective.
Right. Like in some places, women's gender roles are still a lot more restricted than in America. So are the women in America not women, or are the women in restricted roles not women? Who's a woman?
I see.
Right. You get down a very icky rabbit hole when you start deeming who's
here's
the
another
qualified.
icky rabbit hole that I got into a circular argument with that might be also based on this kind of logic. Then we shouldn't have gender separating prisons. They should all be in one prison, because if a person is only supposed to be identified based on their performative behavior and not by their assigned sex, then they should be allowed to be in the same prisons. The only reason I disagree with that is because
I'm
it's
gonna blow your mind
dangerous.
here, Rage. Yeah, there are a lot of developed nations that have co-ed prisons. I'm going to blow your mind here, Rage. I'm a prison abolitionist. I don't believe that prisons should exist in the first place. I don't believe that we should be prioritizing the punishment of criminals versus the care of the victims.
Also,
I don't believe that prisons should exist.
let's be very clear that there is multiple federal and state and youth facilities that are co-ed prisons. And the majority of prisons that are sex separated are prisons that are sex separated off of crime. So like violent criminals who often perform their violent crime against women are not going to be housed in the same gen pop that women are, because they're ensuring the safety, because prisoners still have rights, right?
And the vice versa.
So, well, no,
Lunar
not
what?
the vice versa. And also
A
the
violent
racial-
woman criminal wouldn't be allowed to be in a male prison. because
Very
they would
rare.
be more-
It's
because they would also be,
violent
risking
crime
violence.
violent crime is super majority performed by men. So let's be clear there, right?
Oh yeah, we're definitely clear.
Beyond that point, there's a lot
Like,
of prisons,
like
a
an
lot of
80+ percentage.
yeah, a lot of 86.8% to be exact. A lot of white collar crime prisons are co-ed. A lot of minimal security prisons are co-ed. And they still have separation because they don't want intermingling and illicit intimate relationships between the inmates.
Right.
But there's like 35. I think there's 13 minimum security, 12 medium security, and 3 medium and minimum security level prisons in America that are co-ed. And they have shared communal spaces, shared activities. They just have separate housing and controlled interactions. So that's not a good point either. There's not all prisons are gender separated.
That's a good point. But here's the thing that I'm trying to get my head around. Really.
All right.
And it's that question you said, what is a woman? Or,
That's not what I asked you. I said, what
sorry,
does a woman look
repeat
like?
what you said. Sorry.
You said that only women who look like women should go in bathrooms. So I said, what does a woman look like?
Mm-hmm.
And then you gave me society thinks women have long hair, which is not true.
No,
That's
we
just
have
not
short hair too.
Right. So what does a woman look like? Or concede to that was a dumb thing to say.
It was a dumb thing to say.
Okay, so then why?
Because I don't think even you know what a woman looks like. So
I don't associate somebody's looks off of what they might be packing. If you know what I'm
Yeah,
picking up.
like if I don't even understand.
We don't
like when most
care
people
to
say something like what a woman looks like. There's
Mhm.
there's a difference between Okay, because there's like this animalist view, where like what a
Right.
person is like, you know, the properties of their body or something like that. Well, if what
Right.
you mean by woman, which a lot of people might say this who are like, you know, anti-trans, they'll say like what a woman is like an adult human. Female has the physiologic proximity towards gametes that produce the like reproduction system that produces large gametes
Right, right.
and
The
stuff
whole
like that.
reproduction
That doesn't
argument.
look like anything, right? That doesn't look like anything from the
Right.
outside, right? But it's true that there are traits that people who have those traits tend to have, right? So the question
Mhm.
is, which one are you talking about? Like, what does it mean to look like you have, like look like you produce large gametes,
XX
right?
chromosomes?
Yeah, what does it mean to look like you have
That's what
XX
I'm
chromosomes?
asking.
That doesn't mean anything, right, to me,
Mhm.
except outside of like a microscope or like some sort
But
of scanning machine.
that's the problem I'm getting hooked up on, right? Is because even though I present as she they, it's not because I want to be a she. It's because I have accepted that I can't be a he. So I
Why can't
prefer
you?
they.
Do you feel like do you
Yeah, why
not
can't you
feel?
be a he?
Why can't you be a he? Says who?
Well, I can't be a he because I can't transition. The hormone treatments and stuff like that cost me
Well,
a lot of
no,
harm.
she's a
Bodily.
gender,
Rage.
she's a medicalist.
Right. So that the majority
Wait,
of
are you?
wait, the majority of transgender people, Rage, you do understand that they socially transition and don't go any further, right?
Yeah, I do know that. I do know that a lot of people do this
57%
socially.
of transgender people never reach medical transition, and of the rest that do reach medical transition, only 7% of them reach surgical transition. So that's a very, 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 very small anomaly of people, right? So the majority of people, once they transition socially, which is where we're talking, they're dressing more femininely or they're presenting more masculine or feminine or whichever side of the dimorphism they fall on.
Right.
That's usually enough to satisfy the feelings that those people have, right? So who cares if you don't have to take testosterone to look and present masculine,
Interesting.
nor do you. Like it's not a requirement, and unless you're like, what's that girl's name? Unless you're Blair White, and that's just crazy. So
Well, that's the
I don't wanna
argument that
speak
I get into
for-
a lot with actual trans people, because a lot of them don't believe I am I guess you would call a trans person, because I can't do the transition. I don't present enough of the
Well-
male qualities to be considered male. So therefore I go by she, they.
well, there's a lot of
Bro, I'm hungry. I
intersectionality
gotta
of
wanna
like
chop this up
biases
really
and like within the community. There's trans people who are trans medicalists that you can't be trans unless you actually medically transition, etc. There's all kinds of variances there, but that doesn't negate your independent experience, because the entire premise of gender is your independent experience. Like that's if you
Another day at the office. Let's
if
go.
you feel masculinized and you have a masculinized brain and so on and so forth, 9.6 times out of 10, you have a masculinized brain, right? Like that's, so if that's the case, someone else saying, I don't think you look like a boy enough, it doesn't really, it's the same thing as like you look at a toddler, you can't tell if it's a boy or a girl half the time, because why would you?
That's true.
Unless
Right, you can't
I
tell
get
that
that
until
mixed up a lot.
Unless they have
I'd be
a
like,
silly
"Oh,
bone in
your
their
son's so cute," and they're like, "It's a girl," and I'm
Right.
like, "I'm sorry."
That's the point, because that secondary hormone wash that happens during puberty is what starts creating those secondary sex characteristics. That's it. That's all that happens, right? And those secondary sex characteristics.
Hey, Rage, I just gotta ask you, real quick, Rage, I just gotta ask you, if we use he, they for you, or he, him, would that give you the warm and fuzzies?
Yes, it would.
It would?
Actually, here's an honest
Cool.
story.
He,
I'll
him,
just be
babe,
brief.
don't.
Slay. Don't let other people tell you, like, don't
Is
let
this the
other
coming
people, no
out?
matter where they're from or what part of a community they're in, tell you that your
How
identity
did
cannot
this
be
Maybe I
true.
shouldn't end it right now.
This
I'll
is a
tell you
coming
Time
out
to end
session.
it.
National coming out day was 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Slay.
No,
Probably
but,
not
you know,
became
the
wholesome,
original
no?
argument, not argument. This isn't an argument. My apologies.
No, you're good.
The original debate
Holy shit.
was the fact that I felt uncomfortable with trans people going into the restroom based on how they're performing.
Right, but I'm concerned that maybe the discomfort is that you don't really want to be in the women's restroom.
Yeah,
That's what it
maybe.
sounds like. That's what it
I'm
sounds
terrified to go in the men's
Yeah,
restroom
you
because I will be
know
harmed.
real
That's
You
my
were
honest.
real easy saying that you were not going to go in the women's. You were real
Right.
easy to be like,
That's
no,
what I'm saying is
just
I
not
think
gonna go
this
in the
might be,
women's.
I think this might be, and I mean this with love and light, because when I was like, I'm non-binary, and I was forced into publicly exposing that in front of 162 people.
Ew, gross.
Yeah, it was not a fun time. But it's seeming more that it's not so much your, like, you have something that you don't like trans women in the bathroom. It's seeming more that this is a projection of, like, how you feel about your path in your gender. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense, actually.
Because that happens a lot. And this is similar to, like, what you were talking about
I
earlier.
will. Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
like
Okay,
I'll
I think you
share a
have
tiny
like
bit of
a.
my story if it's all good.
Oh, no.
Do I have a lag?
Yeah, you have
A little
really
bit.
bad lag.
Really bad, yeah. But
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. But yeah, Rage,
Just call on me when you're ready.
I think it might just be, and that's kind of similar to what you were talking about earlier, is you've had other trans people tell you that you're not masculine enough to be a trans man or things like that. That intersectional bias against, like, trans person to trans person does happen. Just like it happens in the gay community and the lesbian community and the bisexual community. It happens to every, most marginalized groups have interpersonal marginalization, right?
Mm-hmm.
We see this in the gay community, whether somebody is, you know, masculine or more effeminate. We see this in the Black community with colorism. We see this in we see this in the community of women, where we see women who do not meet the beauty standard, right? All these things, there's intersectional biases there. And it sounds like you are kind of doing the same thing that people have done to you, which happens, but
yeah, the whole hurt people hurt people.
Yeah, it's not a good thing at all.
No, you're right.
Well, Slay, I'm glad that we could help. And also, if you feel like him gives you the warm and fuzzies, tell people to fucking call you him. And
right.
if they don't, tell them to kick rocks and chew glass. I don't give a shit.
Your foot.
Slay that.
If you don't get to feel warm and fuzzy, neither do that.
Exactly. Exactly that. Now everybody's mad. Watch this.
100%. No, true story, true facts. I got pregnant and I had a son, and he definitely identified as what do we call it, male. And the first thing he said to me that gave me just the overwhelming joy is he says, "Hi, Dad," to me.
Very Slay.
And I'm just like, oh, I love you so much.
Yeah. Kids are much more accepting than adults, because adults have had time to build biases. Kids don't care.
Yeah, and then of course, you know, because he has very cis grandparents, they're like, no, she's mom. And I go, you can call me whatever you want.
Extremely cisgender, okay?
I'm fucking weak. Oh my gosh, Cece in the chat says that I forced you to have a gender crisis, Rage. I wanted to apologize.
No,
Hashtag
actually,
cancel
Rage,
Gucci.
were
It's
we
not. It's
just...
not a crisis. It's
Yeah,
not a
like, we were-
crisis. It's more of a. I needed affirming.
Yeah, and that's fine. Also, affirmation is very helpful,
We
and I would
needed
point
to
out.
crack the eggshell.
Yeah, and I would point out that Rage brought this up free of charge.
Right.
Nobody brought this up. Rage brought this up.
Mm-hmm.
So, Cece, get off my jock,
Hey, we
pal.
got So, yeah, we got somebody to come out
It's
with
not
us now.
like you said.
true.
Perhaps
Pay to write it.
my
My God.
bias is due to the fact of my own personal traumas that I need to work out, and that's due to the fact that I'm not embracing my identity.
Yeah, that's very common, unfortunately. It's called cognitive dissonance.
Oh yes, I'm very familiar with that one, unfortunately.
But I'm glad that we could kind of help unpack that a little bit. And I would hope that in the understanding that you've been harmed by lack of acceptance, you would understand that choosing to not accept people would cause that harm to others as well. And nobody likes that.
No one really does. But at the same time, I guess what I was trying to justify is that I don't think that trans people shouldn't be allowed to use the restrooms that they say, yes, they can, I need to go to this restroom because I identify with this gender.
Right.
It's more along the lines of I would leave for my comfort, and it's not necessarily just for theirs. You know what I mean?
Right. And I do hear that. I still don't see where the comfort part comes in, if that has nothing to do with like your cognitive dissonance, and if it's just simply like you would be uncomfy if a trans woman was in the bathroom with you in the woman's bathroom.
Right.
I'm pretty convinced.
It might be because of the opposite issue.
Yeah, it might be the opposite issue.
It's not because they're in the right
You
restroom, it's
guys
because
have
I'm in the wrong one.
Right.
I'm so sorry for this rage. B says, "Hell yeah, brother." And then also, because I'm contractually obligated across all the lives, Autumn, you made me ink. Had to do that. If someone sends an octopus, I have to do it.
As you should. But yeah, no, like, that's valid. It's understandable. A lot of people do, project their harm. Everyone who's ever experienced harm has done it once or twice. So I'm glad that we could kind of help you unpack that a little bit. Very slay. W in chat for rage.
Oh, yeah.
I followed you, Rage, so that I could help affirm you however you need.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, just to be clear about the channel is I am trying to break out as a comedian, and a lot of my channel and my podcast is taking red hot topics like this one and basically turning them on their head and making them sound, in so many words, how to put it? I'm trying to make the right people mad.
Okay.
So, for instance, if somebody has an issue with transgender people going into the bathroom, I'm trying to make MAGA people mad.
Right, for sure.
And say something along the lines of, why are you guys so uncomfortable going into their bathroom? It must be because you don't belong there.
No, valid. You don't have to explain yourself to anybody. As long as you don't make jokes that are, like, objectively yucky, I don't think anyone would care.
No. I mean, I don't know. My channel's being very suppressed right now, but I only have now 19 people. So
hey, no biggie.
Because a lot of it's more along lines of, hey, guess
Always
what? Your
punch
opinion
up
might be kind of
and
stupid.
side to side, never down.
Right?
All right, Rage. Well, thank you so much for, I appreciate you for coming up, okay?
All right. Well, thank you for having me, and I'm glad that we had a decent debate, and I'm definitely going to read that book. It sounds like a very interesting study.
No doubt.
Nice.
All right, well, you have a good rest of your day, okay?
It's a good one.
Night or morning
You too.
or whatever. Ish.
Or night
Bye,
or morning or
Rage.
whatever.
All right. Good night.
Fucking
Good night.
11:55 p.m. over here.
It is 5:55 a.m. where I'm at.
Shorn of the Dead is number 1 in
255
likes.
on the West Coast,
Like
baby.
19,000 likes.
That's my best.
Nick, number
19,000?
Yep. Nick with number 2 is at 12,000, and Alyssa number 3 at 5,700. Ontological is down there at number 4 now.
I think
And we got
Auntie
200. Yeah, he's probably, well, he might still be
Auntie
here.
went to sleep.
I can text him if I need.
So we got 253,000 likes. I appreciate you guys for hitting that up. I think that's a good conversation to end it, because I'm pretty tired and I'm hungry. So, and I want to
Real.
watch the good. I want to watch the Good Place. So,
Great.
Oh my God! Wait, Carbon, is this your first watch through of The Good Place?
it's my second. I watched it last week. It's that good. It's that good. So I'm watching it all again.
Valid.
I love that fucking show so much that I actually bought the book What We Owe to Each Other.
Ooh.
Actually, I get that book tomorrow. I'm reading
yeah.
A Theory
Hell
of
yeah.
Justice right now by John
Book club,
Rawls.
Carbon. Book club.
And then What We Owe to Each Other should be in the mail tomorrow. Somebody, well, I didn't order it. Somebody ordered it off my Amazon wish list. So,
Right.
yeah.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, it's in there. Yeah. It's a really good show. I recommend it to everybody. It's now in
Yeah,
my
that
top,
show changed
maybe like
my
6 or 7, maybe. I'm on season 3.
I would put it in probably I would say that it's my favorite ending of any show that is live action. So like animated show, it's obviously Avatar: The Last Airbender. But live action show,
Breaking Bad.
like human actors, absolutely The Good Place.
Breaking Bad.
I'm bad at picking favorites. I can't play this game.
Breaking Bad, number 1. There's no dispute.
I'm going to be this person and actually admit that I've never seen Breaking Bad.
I haven't either. I've never seen
a
it.
single minute of it.
All right, both of
He
y'all
boots,
banned.
he boots
Yeah, y'all
both of
banned.
us.
Carbon,
Fuck
I'm
outta
not
here.
Year
gonna
ban. Year ban.
And then Better Call Saul is almost just
Yeah,
as good as
we
Breaking
get a
Bad.
free year-long ban.
Yeah, a free one, yeah.
I'm gonna have to watch that, and then I'm gonna
Yeah,
have to
definitely watch
watch
it. It's
Ted
really good.
Lasso. I heard Ted Lasso's good.
Ted Lasso. I haven't seen that one. Agree, Carbon.
I'm weak.
That one, and then I need to finish Severance.
I never finished that one.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to finishing
That's the one
that.
where they go into work, but they forget who they were.
I like your funny words, Magic Man. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
Like it's this chip they put in their brain, and so they remember when they're outside of work, right? They remember all of their life outside of work, right? When they're like, going to like the store, the mall, or something like that, remember all that stuff. But then when you go into the work and you go in the elevator, you forget everything outside of work and you only remember stuff inside of work. So it's almost like you're two different people.
I read a lot of books. I'm not a big TV show guy. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm just a big reader. I read like one book a day. And so, because I don't work anymore, the army has me off.
What is that like?
Reading?
A book a day.
I don't like reading
my
a
bad.
day. Like I just I
have
read one
that
chapter
different
and I
kind
do
of
a lot of
neurodivergence?
a lot of notes on each chapter over the next couple of days.
Yeah.
And then I read the next chapter. It's like
Well, it depends on the book I'm reading. Because I have like palate cleansers, right? I'll read like a functional book and then I'll read like a study book for like research, and then I'll read like a fun, silly book. And then we'll kind of cycle those in how I'm feeling the vibes, you know what I mean? And then I annotate all my books because I have a method. Don't be mean to me. All
I
right.
finally finished the most recent one I read in full was Michael Huemer's Ethical Intuitionism.
I learned under Michael Huemer
Oh, for real?
because I got my religious studies degree with a minor in philosophy in Colorado. I was stationed at Fort Carson, so it's just up in Boulder where he taught for a while.
Oh shit! Yeah, it took me 2 months to get rid of his laugh. His laugh rubbed off like
Fair enough.
yeah. So listen.
No, because a lot of his studies are like in the modern philosophical landscape are viewed as a bit controversial, if you will. But yeah, I studied under him, and he's an insanely good. Like he's so good at what he fucking does, and he's so good at teaching like in an unbiased platform. Even like his personal like routes of philosophy, he teaches everything. It's so cool because
Yeah, he's very accessible too. Like he goes on these random YouTube channels with like 1,000 followers and just debates and stuff.
yeah,
It's
he's so funny. He's
him,
literally a troll at his big
He
age.
is. I read some of his Substack. Also, there's Dr. Dustin Crummett.
Yes.
I'm reading a lot of his work. He's like a pro-choice Christian, but he's like fucking smart.
Yeah,
And
I'm a
he's
pro-choice Christian. That really ticks people off.
there. You go. Yeah, I go into these lives sometimes. They're like, you can't be Christian and pro-choice.
It's my
And
favorite bit because
and I go in
it's-
there as an atheist. I'm like, no, here's how you can be a pro-choice
Yeah,
Christian.
and that's the problem is that even beyond any of it, right? If you're going to use God as an argument, you have to prove God. You can't do that. And humor teaches about this heavily, actually. The presence of evil being the qualifier of evidence that an omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent God can't exist. That whole problem of evil and like phenomenal conservatism. Beyond. If you are going to say like, because I'm Christian, I'm against abortion. And then I whip out, because I got a religious study degree. I studied the Bible. I have a copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like I'm locked in.
You must have the most fascinating brain.
Oh, I went to school. I started college young, and so that's why I'm young, but I have a good amount of college education. But I went to school about religious studies to disprove God because I was directly harmed by like a religious organization. So I was like, fuck this noise. I'm out of this bitch. And then obviously didn't end that way, but beyond my favorite bit, if anyone's talked to a Christian recently, they'll always talk about, oh, Christians have convictions, right? Every person who's under God has a conviction from God. My conviction, in my opinion, from the Lord, is to correct dumbass Christians who use God as a purporter of hate and bigotry, because that doesn't really match the script. Now, does it?
Kink
And
shaming is my kink.
My favorite bit is if I find a Christian, I'm like, oh yeah, I believe in God. I believe in the same God you do. Abrahamic monotheistic faith, right? Slay. And they're like, oh, so you agree? No. And if I show you in the Bible how you're wrong, will you take it? And then they're like, you're a blasphemer, you're a heretic. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I always tell them, I'm like, well, I'm Christian. If you're like convert to Christian, I'm like, even if you converted me somehow to Christianity, like I would just be like a United Church of Christ or a Methodist Church in New York kind of Christian, the progressive kind
Right,
of
like a
Christian that just only
non-denominational.
reads the red letters. Maybe I might even be agnostic, not agnostic, but a agnostic or something like that. Like that's just not going to commit me to any of these
Like a
other ways of pro-choice.
non-denominational theist.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is understandably.
It's like whenever someone who's conservative tries to convince me that less rights is better. And I'm like, but what do you mean?
Oh my God, that's my so that's
What do you
one of my
mean? You want to
favorite
take rights
things.
away?
Under like I'm trying to be TikTok appropriate. Let me think of the words. Under the principles that we see, like this started with Hobbes' state of nature. Like, how much are people willing to give up of their freedoms for the Commonwealth, right? This is nationalism at its core. And the further you go, the worse it gets, obviously, as we see in praxis currently and as we've seen historically. And this, to me, it's funny, but you guys other people might not find it as funny. But I texted my friends yesterday at 11:55 p.m. and was telling them about how I was reading literature on the affect of the second red wave and counterculture and how it led up to the Satanic Panic, which is like the biggest affect after McCarthyism that we saw, like this huge fundamentalist Christianity establishment and this moral majority
Coming
movement.
after my D&D.
Right, yeah, exactly. And that was one of the bigger affects after the Satanic Panic started. But that big push and what like caused it, and how it has a eerily similar affect to what we're seeing today in the reflection from the early 2000s after 9/11 and onward. Because moral panic within America or Western culture has significant timelines. You have like the first red wave, McCarthyism, the second red wave, Satanic Panic, so on and so forth. I'll stop yapping. But
I went into a deep dive on Satanic Panic. I feel like I heard of it, but like when I saw the I think it was in season 3 or 4 of Stranger Things, they were like it was the whole Satanic Panic thing that was incorporated into it. I was like, what is that? And I looked up, I was like, holy shit. It's just like another mass hysteria kind of thing. Like
exactly.
trials, yeah.
That's exactly what happened for what led up to my studying it was, and this is the only reason I have a bunch of random fucking knowledge. Part of it is 2 college degrees, but the other part of it is I just like to read shit. And I was watching Criminal Minds, and one of the episodes in Criminal Minds had a unsub who was replicating what looked like satanic ritualistic harm. And obviously it's not, because there's not been a singular case of satanic ritual abuse ever. It was made up during the Satanic Panic, but it tweaked in my head, and I was like, I gotta read about that.
Everyone thought Ozzy was satanic when he was a Christian. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they think Monster Energy drinks were satanic, so
Right.
like I don't put too much stock in these.
It's also
the
very funny that
sign
Ozzy,
of the devil. It's the sign of the beast.
Ozzy's a horrific example of Christianity, might I also add. That guy was a horrible person in many very specific ways, but he was, in fact, a saved man who believed in God.
Yep. Northern Conservative Baptist Great Lakes Region Council of 1879,
Yep.
or Northern Conservative Baptist Great Lakes Region Council of 1912. Which one are you?
No, right, exactly that. Like the daycare centers across America, and it was because of the trials that were occurring in conjunction with when the Satanic Panic became a thing.
Oh, Jesus.
Because at first it started as a report of abuse, and then it very quickly diverged. It was Mick something. I can't remember the name. It was McNeil, Mick something. It was this big daycare corporation that was on trial for abuse, and then that very quickly shifted to satanic abuse. But it's when they use a very specific type of therapy that is disavowed now because it's not real. It's just suggestive as fuck. You're asking 4-year-olds, hey, did this person chain you up to a wall and do all these horrible, awful things? And then punishing them if they say no, but rewarding them if they say yes. And kids don't respond to punishment, they respond to redirection. So it was a whole thing. Anyways.
I think tomorrow I'm gonna do the spanking topic.
All right, Carbon.
Oh, I love that
Hell
topic.
Spanking is abuse.
That's
Yeah,
a great topic.
I love that topic.
the amount of people who
People
come in
get
here,
so
like,
angry.
it was that one fucking guy. I asked him, like, wait, so if like, he's like, well, it works. I'm like, wait, so if you like dunk your child's head underwater for 5 seconds and then like brought it back out and it corrected the behavior, would you do it? He was like, yep.
the
I was like, get the
waterboarder.
fuck out of my, like, get the fuck out of my
Exactly.
fucking life, bro.
They have to. They
waterboarder.
either have to take the L or die on some very yucky hills.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's actually bad shit. Like that conversation. Or my favorite
Who
is the
was
like.
that one guy who was talking about hitting his child at 2, and the kid was
Oh,
1?
yeah.
And we were like, oh,
Yes.
don't go near your kid.
I'm calling the police. I'm finding a trusted adult and I'm telling. What? Like, it's so funny too. My favorite is they'll be like, oh, well, I got spanked and I turned out fine. Girl, did you? Are you sure?
It's I always tell them, because the correlation between spanking and physical abuse of other kinds is like, I think it's point I forgot the number, but it's a higher correlation than smoking and lung cancer, right? So I'm like, it's
Correct.
just like saying, well, I smoked a lot of cigarettes, I didn't get lung cancer. Well, like that's like, I'm sorry, what? Like you're obviously abusing your body, like overdoing it and stuff
Right.
like that. So yeah, it's
And
just
it's
like, yeah, these people have like
every
the
ounce of
worst
data
shit
we
on their
have.
hands. They don't care.
Yeah,
They have
every
no
ounce of data we have shows that it's bad, but some people will still be like, I don't think it's that bad, actually. I think these children need some discipline. What the fuck are we
And
talking about?
they always use the use of
Why
like,
would I have
why
had
is
a
it bad
child
to
if I couldn't
discipline? I'm
hit
like,
that
well,
child?
you waterboarding a child is discipline, but that doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do, right?
Right. Like
That's like what?
it's just like it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but that's a fun one to talk about.
Yeah, the paranoid style in American politics. Yeah, I bought myself a birthday cake once when it wasn't my birthday. JL, what's going on in my YouTube chat? I hop into the YouTube chat sometimes and I read the comments. I have no idea what the context is. It's just like the funniest shit ever.
Somebody's birthday, and then somebody said happy birthday, and then apparently it's Chat's birthday, I think.
Chad?
Chat, as in your YouTube chat.
Oh, it's my entire YouTube chat's birthday. Yeah.
Right, W.
All right, guys. I'm gonna call it a night. I'm fucking hungry as shit, and I don't think we're getting any more.
Do
dates,
it.
So,
Sweet dreams.
I will be on Twitch
Nope.
and YouTube for the next couple of minutes. For anybody who wants to watch over there, I'll play you guys off with a song. In the meantime, I'll see you guys on the next stream. Don't do anything I would do. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Y'all take it easy. Drop that follow and then hit that notification bell for the next live. It helps out. And I'll see y'all on the next one. Appreciate you.
Good night, everybody. Bye bye. Bye bye now. Bye now.
Birth the
Bye
chat.
bye. Bye now. Bye bye now. Bye bye. Goodbye now. Bye bye. You have a good day. Bye bye now.
All right. Come on, Twitch. We gotta get back on that bugs. But what the fuck? What y'all over here talking about? Okay. I leave the kids alone for 5 minutes. I come back. Y'all over here talking about Bugs Bussy and birthday cakes. Okay. All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much for hitting that sub goal. I appreciate you guys over there on Super Chats too for the YouTube. Thank you guys for hitting the sub goal, and shout out to the new followers. We got a few over there on Twitch and YouTube, so I appreciate y'all. I am going to get Battlefield 6, so I think we're gonna start gaming here pretty soon. Get back to gaming. I will have to probably play on the lowest setting, but I want to get back to that. Okay. So once I get Battlefield 6, it's on. Okay. All right. Thank you guys so much for joining. I appreciate y'all. And don't forget. Hold on. Wait. I gotta time this shit perfectly because I did not time it perfectly last time. Where the fuck is it? All right. Yeah. Take it easy, y'all, and don't forget. You are a. Fuck. It's so early. Fuck.
Bitch. you.